The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Extreme.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। विकेट! 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक UC में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really?
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
ഞാനിപ്പോ ആ പ്ലെയർ അല്ല. I moved on in life.
ശരി, പറയടാ, നിനക്ക് കൂട്ടുകാരത്തുള്ള ചിക്കൻ ഡിന്നർ മിസ് ചെയ്യാനാവില്ലെന്ന് പറയടാ.
എന്റെ ആ സ്ക്വാഡിൽ തിരിച്ചെടുക്കൂ.
ഞങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്ക്വാഡുമായി ഒന്നിക്കുകയും ന്യൂ സ്കിൻസ്, വെപ്പൺസ്, ആവേശകരമായ അപ്ഡേറ്റ്സ് എന്നിവ ആസ്വദിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഡൗൺലോഡ് BGMI today.
I recognize you, there is something in your eyes. Won't let you get away tonight. You leave me in the dark. I'm stumbling around like I'm a question mark. Wondering if you're around to catch me if I fall. If I can crash into the wall. Will you lay me up, jumpstart my heart? I need someone before the sun goes down. Who's gonna save me now? Some kind of hero. I can't breathe, hoping you're here to rescue me before the sun goes down. Who's gonna save me now? Some kind of hero.
Scopes? Check. Weapons? Check. Equipment? Check. Good news, gamers. I have landed in the world of BGMI. मेरे in-game items, outfits, और एक्सक्लूसिव के लिए हो जाओ तैयार। Download BGMI now because it's time to slay the game.
Kochi! Polikan ready aano? Ketilla. Polikan ready aano? All right. Welcome to BMPS 2024, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time, your favorite game, BGMI, has reached God's own country. So, of course, God's own country say we are live across the country. So, start showing your love, start showing your posters, start waving and show us your love because we are live across the country right now. So, Kochi, show us your love. Come on, you need to make some noise. Come on, Kochi. Aap jitne bhi hain is समय, get that energy here. Come on, I need that energy from you. All right. So, welcome to iQOO BMPS 2024. My name is Rohit Varghese and I'll be your host for the next 3 days. And for the next 3 days, we will be having the top 16 teams contending and fighting and giving their best to take home this trophy, to get that flex of being called the champions of BMPS 2024. So, of course, we know who the 16 teams are, but for the few of you who need a little reminder, we'll just remind you and show you the top 16 teams right now. Let's have a look.
They call me the magic man, got a trick up my sleeve, always pulling the upper hand. I win and repeat. My method is so advanced, like a supercomputer. I wind them up like a rubber band and I send them back to the future. I can do anything, believe it or not. I make it look easy when I'm taking the shot. Precision is critical, breathing and let it go. Break through the physical, this is the pinnacle. We going over the top. Straight through the static, weight on my shoulders, full automatic. Step like a soldier, fight like a savage. Keep my composure while I let them have it. I let them have it, love with the game, so call me an addict. I got the taste on the tip of my tongue, I know what I want, I won't quit till I have it. I can do anything, believe it or not. I make it look easy when I'm taking the shot. Precision is critical, breathing and let it go. Break through the physical, this is the pinnacle. We going over the top. Going over the top. Going over the top. Over the top. This is the pinnacle. We going over the top. I can do anything. I can do anything. I can do anything. I can do anything. We going over the top. I can do anything, believe it or not. I make it look easy when I'm taking the shot. Precision is critical, breathing and let it go. Break through the physical, this is the pinnacle. We going over the top.
Definitely, it is the battle of legends and you can feel the vibe already. And if you're in Kochi right now, we are at the Adlux Convention Center. So if you're in Kochi, just come over because the vibe is gonna just get better and even wilder and more crazier. So we're waiting for you at the Adlux Convention Center in Kochi. And all of you watching at home, you know what to do. You just need to tap on that like button once. Just tap on it once, not twice, just once. And show us that you love this game. Show us that you love the LAN events. Show us your love sitting at home. And of course, we've got a lot of things lined up for you. Our players are ready. They are waiting to give it their all on the stage. But right now, we also have some special guests with you. So we'll be introducing them as well. But in the meantime, I would like to tell you that the teams are backstage. Their coaches have given all their motivation, but we need some more motivation as well. So we have some legends from Kerala Blasters also here with us. So yes, so इस समय जितने लोग केरला ब्लास्टर्स को सपोर्ट करते हैं, जो लोग फुटबॉल को फॉलो करते हैं, so we got some surprise for you. So I would like to call upon stage the stars of Kerala Blasters, but it's not gonna happen that way. You need to show us your love. So उस प्यार को अभी थोड़ी देर में आपको बताएंगे कि आपको वो प्यार कब दिखाना है. लेकिन ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to welcome the top 16 teams on the stage? Ketilla, are you ready, Kochi? All right, then let's start with team number 1. Well, their strategy is precise and their gameplay is fierce. Their unyielding mindset makes sure that they will waver never. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Newman Forever! All right, ladies and gentlemen, with strategy and skill, they are ready to fight. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team Versatile. Let's welcome the next team. So, people who are here at the venue, any favorite team? You want me to call them right now? Or you want me to call them later? All right, let's head to the next team. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to make some noise and welcome Phoenix Esports. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to call the next team. Let's welcome on stage Inferno Squad. They pack the power when it comes to Power Pact. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Inferno. Well, they are known for comebacks. So let's welcome them back to this arena. Let's call them, ladies and gentlemen, Team Bliss. They have always believed in a strong start, but can they make a strong finish? We'll have to wait and watch. But right now, let's welcome Team 8-Bit. After a wait of 2 years and 9 months, ladies and gentlemen, they have finally reached the LAN Finals. Some call them the gods of BGMI. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise to welcome Hero Extreme Godlike. They are the young guns, backed by an OG immortal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Reckoning Esports. With strategy and skill, they are ready to fight in the ultimate showdown, ladies and gentlemen. They have been shining bright. Let's welcome the world of battle. Gameplay has been impressive and bold, and this trophy is what they wish to hold. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team Limra. They bring in the heat, and their skills are flaming. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ignite Gaming. Well, they are the beasts, and now they have been unleashed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Hyderabad Hydras. make their presence felt in epic battles. Ladies and gentlemen, consistency is their might. And they are now ready for this ultimate fight. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Silly Esports. This team has been waiting and waiting a little more. But finally, their wait is over because they have made it till here. This is going to be their first ever official LAN. So ladies and gentlemen, a lot of noise to welcome Erangel. And now it is time to welcome the team that has shown that they get the pro in the Pro Series. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Medal Esports. And now let's welcome the team that has spark in their name. It's the team that has fire in their hearts. It's a team that has lightning in their gameplay. Ladies and gentlemen, the champions of BGIS 2024. Can you feel the spark? Because it is Team X-Spark. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so now our top 16 teams have taken their positions. They are ready to fight it out for the next 3 days. And since we all have gathered here, I would request everyone who is able to please stand up for the national anthem. यदि आप सक्षम हैं, तो कृपया करके हमारे राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाइए. Thank you so much for that. And of course, we are going to begin the BGMI action any moment right now. But as I was mentioning earlier, that we have some legends amongst us who are here to motivate our players, our teams, and have a chat with you as well. So let's welcome the stars of Kerala Blasters, ladies and gentlemen. We have Ishan Pandita. We have Prabir Das. And we have Bijoy Varghese. Of course, if you follow football, you know them. But if you are missing out on the football action and how much love they get in Kerala, we just want to show you something. Let's have a look. So without wasting any time, let's welcome our legends from the Kerala Blasters. Please, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome our striker, Ishan Pandita, our defender, Prabir Das, and Bijoy Varghese. My first question is, of course, to Bijoy. So, Bijoy, നമുക്കറിയാം ബിജോയ് ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം എന്നാ. പക്ഷേ BGMIയുടെ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു റെസ്പോൺസ്, BGMIയുടെ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ലെവലിൽ നമ്മൾ ഒരു ഓർഗനൈസ് ആകുന്ന ഒരു ഇവൻറ്റ് നമ്മൾ കാണുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ അങ്ങോട്ട് വരാം, കുഴപ്പമില്ല. So Bijoy is saying that I'm not audible across the stage, so I'll ask you, am I audible now? All right. So, okay. So, Bijoy, of course, നമുക്ക് ഇത് അറിയാമെങ്കിൽ ഫുട്ബോളിന് നല്ല ക്രേസ് ഉണ്ട് കേരളത്തിൽ. പക്ഷേ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു സ്നേഹം നമ്മൾ ഒരു മൊബൈൽ ഗെയിമിൽ നമ്മൾ കാണുമ്പോൾ അപ്പോൾ എങ്ങനത്തെ റിയാക്ഷനാണ് ആസ് എ കൺവെൻഷണൽ അത്ലീറ്റ്, ആസ് എ കൺവെൻഷണൽ സ്പോർട്സ് പേഴ്സൺ? അപ്പോൾ ബിജോയുടെ എങ്ങനത്തെ റിയാക്ഷനാണ് ഇത് ഇങ്ങനെ കാണുമ്പോൾ, ഒരു മൊബൈൽ ഗെയിമിൻ്റെ എങ്ങനത്തെ റിയാക്ഷൻ?
ഞാൻ പെസ്സാണ് കളിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത് കൂടുതൽ. അപ്പോൾ പബ്ജി അത്ര ഇതില്ല എനിക്ക്. എന്നാലും ഹാപ്പിയാണ്, ബിക്കോസ് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ഫീൽഡിൽ നിൽക്കുന്നില്ല.
പക്ഷേ ഇങ്ങനെ വളർന്നു നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ ബിജോയ് സ്കൂളിലായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പോൾ ബിജോയ് ഇങ്ങനെ ഇമാജിൻ ചെയ്തായിരുന്നു ഒരു മൊബൈൽ ഗെയിം, BGMI എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു മൊബൈൽ ഗെയിം ഇത്ര ലെവലിലാവും, നമ്മൾ ഇത്ര ഒരു സ്കെയിലിൽ നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ ഇവൻറ്റ് നടക്കും?
അല്ല, ശരിക്കും ഇതിപ്പോൾ ആദ്യമായിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ എന്താ പറയുക ഈ പബ്ജിനെ കുറിച്ച് കേൾക്കുന്നത്. പിന്നെ ഇത്രയും വലിയ ഒരു ഇതുണ്ടെന്ന് എനിക്ക് അറിയില്ലായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പോഴാദ്യമായിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഇത്രയും ഒരു വലിയ ഫീൽഡിൽ നിൽക്കുന്നത്, അതും മൊബൈൽ ഗെയിമിൽ.
All right, thank you so much, Bijoy, for that. And of course, Ishan, I would like to ask you, this particular question that same question actually, which I asked Bijoy here. When you see a mobile game which is loved so much, even conventional athletes, when they want to pass time, when they want to just relax, they go to BGMI and they spend their time playing this game. And when you see an event of such scale happening, how does it feel?
Bigger and bigger in India.
All right. And of course, प्रबीर, आपसे मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ, प्रबीर, आपने बचपन में जब आपने जब फुटबॉल परस्यू करने का सोचा था, तो परिवार वालों से रिएक्शन कैसा था? क्योंकि हमारे भी बहुत सारे ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं जिनको फैमिली से सपोर्ट मिलता है, लेकिन कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं जो ये थोड़ा सा चैलेंजेस फेस करते हैं जहाँ पर उनको घर से उतना सपोर्ट नहीं मिलता है, बहुतों को मिल भी पाता है। लेकिन आप अगर बताना चाहें कि आपको जब आप स्पोर्ट्स को ऐसा करियर परस्यू करने निकले, तो घर वालों से, आसपास के लोगों से सपोर्ट कितना मिला आपको?
देखो, जब मैं छोटा था उस टाइम तो कुछ पता नहीं था जो मैं प्रोफेशनली फुटबॉल प्लेयर बनेगा। तो उस टाइम जैसे मैं ग्राउंड पे चला जाता था तो मम्मी भी सोचता था जो लड़का ग्राउंड पे गया तो अच्छा ही रहेगा। तो उस टाइम तो ऐसा सोच नहीं था, बट हर स्पोर्ट्स में मैं बोलेगा फैमिली का सपोर्ट जरूरी है। मैं ऑनेस्टली बोल रहा है, मैं पबजी गेम कभी खेला नहीं है, बट मेरा फ्रेंड्स लोग बहुत खेला है। बट ऐसे इवेंट में आके अभी मेरे को लग रहा है कि ये भी प्रोफेशनली एक गेम हो रहा है, ये अभी अच्छा है। जिस प्रोफेशन में जाओ अच्छा से करो, अच्छे से हार्डवर्क करो, अच्छे से रहो, यही में करेगा। और फैमिली का सपोर्ट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। फैमिली का सपोर्ट मिलेगा तो हम लोग और मोटिवेशन मिलेगा फैमिली के साथ। थैंक यू।
ऑल राइट, एंड इस समय अगर येलो आर्मी की बात करें, आपकी आर्मी को तो काफ़ी प्यार मिलता है। ऑफ कोर्स केरला ब्लास्टर्स को बहुत प्यार मिलता है। हमने एक छोटे से क्लिप में भी देखा, एंड हम लोग इन रियल भी हम लोग एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं कि फैन फॉलोइंग आपकी आर्मी को लेकर बहुत है। एंड जब एक नई टीम में आप लोग जुड़ते हैं और जब इतना प्यार आपको इतनी जल्दी मिल जाता है, यू गेट दैट रिस्पॉन्स सो क्विकली, सो हाउ डू यू डाइजेस्ट दैट? हाउ डज इट फील टू गेट immense love in such a short span of time?
I mean, it's great. I mean, in any sport or in gaming, fans are important in the process. So the love we get from them helps us and motivates us and gives us a responsibility to perform as well. So it's great.
And of course, Bijoy, I would like to ask you this. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ കുറേ പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, അവരുടെ ഇത് ഫസ്റ്റ് LAN ഇവൻ്റ് ആണ്. സോ ഒബ്വിയസ്ലി ഇതിൻ്റെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് സ്റ്റേജസിൽ ഇത് സെമി ഫൈനൽസ് അവർ വീട്ടിലിരുന്നോടാണ് കളിച്ചത്. പക്ഷേ ഇപ്പോൾ ഓഡിയൻസിന് മുന്നിൽ ഈ അറീനയിലാണ് കളിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു പ്രഷർ ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ എനി ടിപ്സ് യു വോണ്ട് ടു ഗിവ്? യു വോണ്ട് ടു സേ സംതിങ്?
പ്രത്യേകിച്ചൊന്നുമില്ല, കൂളായിട്ട് കളിക്കുക, അത്രയേ ഉള്ളൂ.
Cool ആയിട്ട് കളിക്കുക. Just play it cool. That's what Bijoy is saying right now. So ladies and gentlemen, yes, let's hear it for our legends from the Kerala Blasters, and with a huge shout, with a huge round of applause, मैं इस समय आपको बहुत ही बेहतरीन सीट्स देने वाला हूँ. फ्रंट रो सीट्स. आप थोड़ा सा एक्सपीरियंस कीजिए BGMI एक्शन किस लेवल का हो चुका है, इस गेम को कितना प्यार मिलता है. तो आप जाइए, बेस्ट सीट्स इन द हाउस आपको देने जा रहे हैं. तो जाइए एंड प्लीज एंजॉय द रेस्ट ऑफ द डे. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू सो मच. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that our teams are set, now that you are set, so let's head over to some BGMI action. Let's head over to the desk.
It is the moment of truth, and we all have gathered here to witness the Battle of Legends. Welcome, Kochi, to the Grand Finals of the iQOO BMPS 2024. I'm going to be your host for the day, and John alongside with me are these two handsome gentlemen, Johnny and Icy Baby. And guys, I can already tell the vibe is quite electric. How you guys doing today?
I mean, I'm feeling amazing just being here. It's a journey almost a month in the making, and we've seen how much these teams have had to struggle to make it to the stage where the Battle of the Legends will take place.
It has been months and months and months, and now we have reached a stage stage where the 16 best of the best from all around India are gathered here to compete for the title of who is going to be the best here. And that is something that I'm extremely excited to see for.
This journey has been filled with a lot of those heartbreaks, but now we're finally here with the best of the best from the Indian region. You guys know we've already seen so many big names take an exit from the semifinals, from the round 3 itself, but now the 16 teams, they know how much pressure is on the line.
Exactly, man. So many hearts broken, as you mentioned, right before the semifinals even. A lot of big names getting kicked out in round 3 itself. As we came to the semifinals, the competition just got tougher, and of course, these 16 teams making it through. Now it's time to fight for the glory.
Exactly. What are they all fighting for? And that's going to be the prize pool on the screen. 2 crore rupees are on the line for this iQOO BMPS 2024. As we know, the champion team, the first placing team in the overall standings, they will be getting 75 lakhs in their hands.
Yes, and of course, when it comes to prize pool distribution here, it is going to be awarded accordingly to the champions as well. The runner-up, second runner-up, 4th position, 5th position. You can see it is all up on screen right now. But besides the all 16 plays, there is also the MVP of the tournament, in-game leaders, emerging star, as well as the fan-favorite players.
Exactly, the iQOO MVP of the tournament walking away with 4 lakh rupees. We still have to keep our eyes on that because that race is also extremely tight. But along with that, we can't really forget the MVP, the Hero Extreme MVP of the finals, who will ride home on the Hero Extreme 160R 4V. And of course, whichever player walks away with the tag of the survivor of the finals, well, he gets his hands on the Hero Extreme 125R.
Exactly. Both these bikes are going to be up for grabs in the grand finals itself, and I'm pretty sure the players, their eyes are going to be pinned on these 2 prizes. But how do you exactly get your hands on these prizes? Well, that's going to be the points distribution. The first placing team inside of the game, they will be getting 10 points. The second one will be getting 6. The third one will be getting 5. And of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the best possible part about this points distribution, and that's going to be 1 point for each finish.
Exactly. When it comes to teams as well, they have to strategize and plan accordingly here. Do they want to focus on position points, which is placement points in the ranking by the end of each game, or do they focus on getting finishes by farming people across the entire battleground?
Man, farming those finishes always turns out to be the most important thing. I mean, talk about how these teams have been competing in the rounds before, right? There were those teams that made it through, that qualified for the next round every single time, just based on those finish numbers. And now it's time to see, can they replicate the same in the finals?
Exactly. You've got the finalists on the screen. Newman Forever, a team that has showcased insane amount of resilience, and now they're finally here. At the start, we all have raised our fingers on this team. We all had our doubts, but as the journey kept on passing by, Newman Forever, they answered everyone with a striking force. You've also got TWOB. You can't say the newer faces on the block, but I'm going to call them the veterans. They have been here in the scene for such a long time, but this time in the grand finals, they're here to prove a mark.
Exactly, and I mean, TWOB has been quite amazing with how they played in the semi-finals, right? Managing to hold on to that top position for the longest time until the last day when Newman Forever actually took them over. But the remaining teams as well, we have a lot of exciting names. Silly Esports, their start to the entirety of this iQOO BMPS was quite amazing.
Schedules on the screen. We're going to kick things off on the map of Erangel itself. That's going to be the match 1. The second game will be played on Miramar. The third one will be played on Sanhok. The fourth one will be on Vikendi. And once again, it's going to be vice versa. So pretty much the classic rotation. Nothing really new over here. The players are quite familiar. But there's something that's always going to add on the extra pressure. It's the day 1 of the grand finals. It's the LAN finale. There's thousands of people watching you in the arena. There's thousands of people watching you online as well. And that pressure really eats up an athlete.
Agreed. And as speaking of which as well, we did have a little bit of a small practice run yesterday between all the players and teams. And guess what? We saw some very, very interesting plays here. And we do see a couple of strategies being drawn out here and there. And of course, when we talk about the semifinals here, Newman Forever, TWOB, Phoenix Esports, as well as Versatile, were teams that were kind of on the gray area. No one kind of expected them to be the topping in the semifinals. But guess what? They pulled up some really, really good strategies. But of course, before we get into the finals, that was the semifinals. Finals, these are going to be the predictions of each and every single caster from all the desks right here up on screen.
I'm starting to feel the spark, so that's why I went with Team X-Part. The fixes went with Hero Extreme Godlike. That's quite a solid choice. And I see, baby, you yourself went with Team Limra. Interesting, man. I mean, they have been one of those teams. It's a force to be reckoned with. But hopefully this time, on the day 1 itself for the grand finals, they don't choke.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to the predictions as well here, the reason why I went for Team Limra is very, very simple, right? They are super unpredictable and predictable at the same time. What I mean by that is very, very simple. In the map rotations, you don't really see them too much. They're very obvious outside of the map, outside of the circle, here, there. They're always doing the same thing, but they do have a lot of surprise elements because when they hit you, you don't expect it. And that's something that I think a lot of people are wary of, but you just don't really know when it's coming.
What about you, Johnny?
I mean, it's not just you who's feeling the spark, Necro. It's me too. And I mean, I believe in the man Spray God. He's been in amazing form, backed up by Sarang. And this time, the addition of Joker inside of the team has been so amazing, right? I mean, it just felt like what they were lacking, that extra bit of support in the back end has been provided. And we all know Joker, even in intense situations, can handle his own. So that has been quite a good turnout for the team so far into the up until the semi-finals. Now, this team has an extra edge considering they have won a big tournament just a few months ago, and this time it's just time to rinse and repeat.
Hey, it is time to rinse and repeat, but something that's going to get your hands even more dicey and even more nice, that's going to be the iQOO 12 device. All you need to do is head on towards Google. You might just stand a chance to win the giveaway as well. And speaking of the device itself, it's got the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. I'm telling you, man, you're never going to run out of that battery because it's also got a longer battery life. But once again, resuming the conversation that we're having, right, guys? You cannot really forget, this competition is not going to be that easy. You've got some hungry wolves as well in the name of Reckoning Esports. You've got the apes, orangutan themselves, and you pretty much know what these guys are capable of.
Exactly, and along with orangutan, we can't really count Silly Esports out as well, right? I mean, everyone still remembers their performance in round 1. They were sitting at the top of the leaderboard, completely uncontested. Yes, there was a fall in performance in the rounds later on, but then again, it is the finals, completely unpredictable. Anything can happen. Even Silly Esports can take the top spot.
To be honest, when it comes to Silly Esports, I really kind of like them as well because they had very simple goals and objectives. Step 1. My dream is to qualify for a LAN event. Dream has been achieved, and that's a good step for them. And of course, now making Grand Finals, you know what's the next step? I will just show the 16 teams whatever I can do, because eventually, nobody expected them to make it happen. But sometimes, in reality, dreams do come true, and I'm really happy for Silly Esports in that regards.
Hey man, they're the newer faces on the block, and as you mentioned, they've got nothing to lose. So Silly Esports, one thing is for sure, they've showcased quite a consistent run. We saw this team for the first time inside of the round 1, and the competition that they showcased, the performance that they showcased. We all were starstruck. We all were astonished. In the week 1 itself, they were dominating the lobby like it did not mean even anything.
Exactly. I mean, it was absolutely mind-boggling what Silly Esports was able to pull off in that opening week. And apart from that, a few more contenders we need to talk about, because there is a lot on the line. They have a lot to prove by winning and performing well, in fact, in the finals of this iQOO BMPS 2024. I'm talking about the likes of Team Versatile, a team formed just a few months ago, a ragtag band of misfits, and yet they seem to know how to dominate the other 15 teams very well.
No, that's the thing about Versatile, right? Like, they have been competing for the longest of time ever, and they were part of the old gods batch in regards to the previous tournaments. And of course, when we talk about Versatile, you have to bring up Aquanauts. Aquanauts is an absolute mechanical god when it comes to his individual skills, but most importantly, this is an important moment for Versatile because they are looking to make a comeback redemption arc because they have not been qualifying for events for a very long time, and now here in the Grand Final, in the Grand LAN Finals, this is going to be them trying to say that they still got it.
You're talking about comeback, and how can you forget about Newman forever? Even this team has been failing to qualify over and over again, but now they're finally here. For all the 16 teams that you're currently watching on your screen, so many emotions are on the line, so many things are on the line, but soon enough, the game one's going to be moving up. This is where it all matters, and this is how the action for the iQOO BMPS Grand Finals kicks off. The game one off the Erangel is going to be booting up on the screens right now.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be time for the action to commence extremely soon. We are going to be quite excited to see how this first game turns out, because I see this is where the momentum is set. And finally, the plane is up in the skies. We do have the flight path starting from the southern side of that military island, and it looks like it's heading towards the western edge of the map, the shoreline of Hospital.
Oh my goodness, this is a very rough start here for all the teams because there is so many distance they need to cover, especially into the north side as well. And of course, you know, we've seen a couple of practice runs. They were testing out each other's individual firepower, but now when it comes to rotations like this, it is going to be a little bit difficult here. Two things they have to really consider is how do they get early vehicles and how do they get to the next destination as quickly as they can without having any kind of clashes here. But based on this, I feel like there is going to be potential contestants up in towards vehicle drops right from the get-go.
Yeah, but let's see how this game one is going to turn out. It is going to be an important one as well, as we mentioned. And of course, in the first game itself, you have an opportunity to try and catch a lot of these other teams off guard. You look for an opportunity to strike. You look for an opportunity. The element of surprise is what you're looking to utilize. But hey, guess what? Surprise, surprise, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be coming back on your screens. We are heading for a rehost. But I think, as you mentioned, I see that flight path was extremely awkward. Right? The entirety of the northeastern quadrant of the map denied to everyone. And considering now we have a rehost happening, there's a new opportunity for the teams to actually go for a more comfortable drop.
To be honest, you know, I gotta thank the Circle Golf, man. Like that was, you know, like that was a brutal start here for all the teams to actually go for this kind of drop, because it is very, very difficult to actually consider. Far away from their usual drop positions, they have to consider the fact that they need to drop in specific spots where the possibilities of having vehicles spawn is going to be very, very annoying to deal with. So that's something that I think we will see a lot of early aggression right from the get-go.
You're a good human being, I see. You think of the betterment of the others. You got to join me and Necro in our evil plans, man. We love flight paths like this. Just because of what you said. They force teams into those early drop fights, fighting for those vehicles, fighting for whatever they can grab in terms of that early loot, whatever weapons they can find, whatever throwables they can find, and forces them into uncomfortable fighting situations, which results in early action inside the match. We enjoy early action.
He is an absolute sadist. I'm so sorry about that. But at the same time, I want to talk about the mental aspect of the game in general, right? Like, so day 1, day 2, day 3, there is going to be some strategies involved when it comes to play styles. But I want to talk about the mental aspect, because this remake here may be affecting some of the players. You know, they need to be keeping calm and composed. So right now, they have to figure out what's going to be the next game plan. So day 1, when it comes to BMPS here in the LAN Finals, there is a couple of things they have to consider. Are they warmed up? Do they have their emotions checked? Are they ready to party? Because emotions can affect the overall gameplay.
That is very true, and no one learned this lesson better than Team Limra in the finals of BGI's 2024. The team had an amazing run during the league stages, right? But what happened in the finals was the nerves actually got to them. We had an opportunity to have a conversation with the players after the first 2 play days of the finale of BGIS, and you could see their hands shaking. This time around, they come back with a little bit more experience, with a little bit more firepower, a few changes in their strategy and their play style, and everything has been working out so well for Team Limra this time in the iQOO BMPS 2024. Now, all I want is for things to stay the same for them, because if they continue the way they did throughout the entirety of the league stage, we're in for an epic grand finale.
That's the thing about the grand finals, right? It all comes down to execution. In this case, even in yesterday's practice match as well, we saw a couple of shaky plays by some of the players here. They're not used to the device, or maybe not even used to the environment in general, how grand the scale of the grand finals is as well. And of course, when it comes to teams like this, I want to talk about specific teams based on their track record. First time in the LAN Finals here, Orangutans is going to be one of those teams that have been trying for many, many years now just to make it into the LAN Finals. And now when they're here, are they used to an environment of this scale?
Yeah, exactly. And we all saw the walk-in from the players of Orangutan. They brought the jerseys of their comrades who could be with them as well. And of course, everyone saw that hair on iQOO. It's gotten quite long, right? A promise was made, no haircut till a trophy is lifted.
It's been 8 months now, I think.
Yeah.
He hasn't cut his hair for 8 months as a personal vow to himself that he will not cut his hair until he lifts a trophy.
Hey, all of that could change after 3 days.
That's crazy. That is mad respect. Dedication.
Dedication to the max. And of course, I mean, you look at the roster that Orangutan has and you actually start to believe more in them and their abilities to actually go all the way and lift their trophies. This is a stacked lineup, right?
Yep.
We talk about WizGod, you talk about how incredible Aru has been on an individual level as an IGL as well. And then iQOO, he's been in a good form recently, has been performing consistently, and that consistency is what Orangutan are going to require if they want to stand a chance of lifting the trophy. But then again, I mean, it all needs to start from day 1 itself. At the end of the first 6 games, can you stay inside the top 5?
Exactly. And of course, you know, we have to also talk about teams with a little bit more experience here. Reckoning Esports is always going to be one of those teams that you have to bring up as well, because Immortal, he is part of the Old Gods lineup. And of course, he is going to be the ones with the experience kind of guiding 3 brand new players into this LAN Finals here. That is going to give them a little bit more an advantage, especially during day 1. where everything is a little bit rocky, a little bit of warm-ups here to kind of push through the pressure that most of these teams are going to be facing right now.
Yeah, you always need that one experienced player within your team to try and calm down the young guns, and especially a man like Viper in the side of Reckoning Esports, who has been quite phenomenal on an individual level, and he has been quite consistent for the team as well. One of the big reasons that Reckoning Esports did really well in the last official. But ladies and gentlemen, we talk about new teams, we talk about new players, and no one left a bigger impact on our minds than Silly Esports with their run in round one. So we're going to have a look at an interview with the players from Silly Esports. Here we go.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का iQOO BMPS 2024 के इस स्पेशल सेगमेंट में, जहां हमारे साथ मौजूद है एक ऐसी टीम जिनको जब इनवाइट मिला था तो बहुत सारे लोग थे जो डाउट कर रहे थे कि क्या ये टीम सच में बेहतर खेल के जा भी पाएगी या फिर नहीं। लेकिन हर एक बदलते राउंड के साथ इनका गेम प्ले और भी ज्यादा बेहतर हो गया और इवेंचुअली ये कंसिस्टेंसी का दूसरा नाम बन गए। जी हाँ, मैं बात कर रहा हूँ सिली स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। रणवीर, आप IGLS टीम के, सबसे पहले तो मैं समझना चाह रहा हूँ कि आपने एक्सपेक्ट भी किया था कि प्रो सीरीज में ये इनवाइट आपको मिलने वाला है, क्योंकि अगर आपकी बात करें, प्लेयर्स की बात करें, बहुत एक्सपीरियंस जरूर है लेकिन अभी तक कुछ ऐसी मेजर अचीवमेंट नहीं थी। तो हाउ वाज द फीलिंग जब आपको ये इनवाइट मिला और उसके बाद आपने किस प्रकार से तैयारी करी?
बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी फीलिंग थी और हम स्क्रीन से ग्राइंड करके आए यहाँ पर। पर्सनली एक्सपेक्टेड भी नहीं था कि हम लोग को इनवाइट वगैरह मिलेगा, बट कैप्टन बीइंग सो ग्रेटफुल हमें अपॉर्चुनिटी दिया एंड आई थॉट वी बैंक्ड ऑन इट।
या फॉर श्योर, और कंसिस्टेंसी का दूसरा नाम आप लोग बन के उभरते हुए नजर आए हो। बट रणवीर, यू हैव बीन इनटू द कम्युनिटी फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम नाउ। मैं समझना चाहता हूँ कि टीम का फॉर्मेशन किस प्रकार से हुआ, क्योंकि हर बार हमने आपकी जर्नी देखी है कि आप सेमीफाइनल्स तक पहुंचते हो या क्वार्टर फाइनल्स तक पहुंचते हो, बट फाइनली यू हैव मेड इट। तो इस टीम के बनाने के पीछे का क्या रीजन था और आपको पता था जब आप टीम बना रहे हो कि ये ड्रीम टीम है और ये अचीव करेगी जो आपका सपना है?
तो सपना तो मेरा था ही कि एक बार लैन पहुँचना है और लैन में ट्रॉफी उठानी है। तो ऐसे ही 2020 से मैं कर रहा हूँ, हर बार सेमीफाइनल्स क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में आके रह जाते हैं हम लोग, और इसीलिए मैंने अभी टीम बनाई रिसेंटली, 6 महीने हुए फॉर्म करते हुए। एक एक प्लेयर, इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर स्किल सेट पे उठाए मैंने और फिर ये टीम पे वर्क किया हमने, अच्छा वर्क किया और आज यहाँ पर हम लोग खेल रहे हैं।
जी, और जर्नी तो खैर बहुत ही ज़्यादा बढ़िया रही है। बट हाइड्रो, अगर इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस की बात करो, ऑलरेडी जो iQOO MVP कंटेंडर्स की लिस्ट है उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा ऊपर चल रहे हो। सो हाउ डू यू लुक एट इट? लाइक, डू यू लुक एट इट एज अ चैलेंज कि आपको पहले पोजीशन पे आना है, टीम गेम इज द प्रायोरिटी, ट्रॉफी इज द प्रायोरिटी, एंड हाउ डू यू मैनेज बोथ द थिंग्स?
पर्सनली मैं फिनिशेस के लिए जाता नहीं हूँ। मेरी टीम मेरे को सपोर्ट करती है, मेरे को कहती है कि हाइड्रो तू जाके फिनिशेस कर, एंड आई वर्क ऑन दैट। पर्सनली ऐसा कोई स्पेसिफिक टारगेट नहीं है कि फिनिशेस लेने ही लेने हैं, जितने मिलते हैं उतने मिलते हैं, बाकी टीम को ट्रॉफी दिलाना है इसका
मेन गोल। दैट्स ग्रेट एंड दैट आई थिंक दैट्स हाउ इट शुड बी। बट इन फॉर मैं आपसे समझना चाहता हूँ कि ये पूरी iQOO BMPS 2024 की जर्नी कैसे रही है, क्योंकि आप भी पहले कभी किसी लैंड फाइनल्स तक नहीं पहुंचे हो ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट के, और राइट फ्रॉम डे वन जब पता चला कि हाँ इनवाइट मिला है से लेकर के अभी जब आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंच चुके हो, ऑब्वियसली इट वॉज अ वेरी ड्रीमी रन। आप लोग एक एक करके हर एक स्टेप पे और ग्रो करते गए, इंप्रूव करते गए। बट कैन यू प्लीज टेल मी कि वो पूरी जर्नी जो थी वो किस प्रकार से थी?
जर्नी बहुत मुश्किल थी स्टार्टिंग से, बट फिर आके जब आते सब साथ मिल के काम करते हैं, डेली ग्राइंड करते हैं, आफ्टर वाइज डिस्कशन चलते हैं, तो उससे सब इजी पड़ता है। टीम डिस्कशंस इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं बहुत, उससे गेम इंप्रूव हो जाता है, कंसिस्टेंसी रहती है टीम में और अच्छे से वर्क करते हैं।
राइट, टुगेदर एवरीवन अचीव्स मोर, जिस चीज़ की हम चर्चा करते हैं। बट अक्षु, आपका जो एडिशन है वो इस टीम में बहुत हाल फिलहाल में हुआ। आई मीन इस टूर्नामेंट के स्टार्ट होने से लगभग 15-20 दिन पहले आप इस टीम में आए। पहले आप किसी दूसरी टीम में 5th प्लेयर खेलते थे, तो ये ट्रांजिशन कैसा था? और फिर आकर के एक नई टीम में सिनर्जी वगैरह बनाना, कितना सपोर्ट टीममेट्स का था? और आपके लिए ये चैलेंजिंग काफ़ी ज़्यादा था, तो आपने इस चैलेंज को किस प्रकार से ओवरकम किया?
चैलेंज तो उतना लगा नहीं, क्योंकि हम 4 हफ्ते खेल रहे थे टीम और हमने पूरा दिन ग्राइंड किया, ट्रायर दिया अपना, और जब अपना डाउनफॉल आया तब अपन ट्राई किया अपना जो डिस्कशन रहा था वो करने का, उससे अपन वापस कमबैक करने का ट्राई किया और अभी बस।
आई मीन कम्युनिकेशन इज द की बेसिकली, दैट्स व्हाट आई ट्राइंग टू से कि कम्युनिकेट करा आपने, और आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि बाकी टीममेट्स ने भी उतना ही साथ दिया होगा। बट अगेन लाइक टॉकिंग अबाउट द जर्नी, ये एक सबसे यूनिक जर्नी हमें देखने को मिली है सिली स्पोर्ट्स की, यू नो, काइंड ऑफ फ्रॉम नो वंस टू द टॉप ऑफ द टेबल अभी के लिए। सो अब जब iQOO BMPS 2024 का ग्रैंड फाइनल्स आ रहा है, what is the game plan, Ranveer? Because it is going to be very challenging. पहली बार आप लोग एक साथ भी खेल रहे हो in a way, इतने बड़े स्टेज पे खेल रहे हो, इंडिया के सबसे बड़े और हार्डेस्ट कम्पिटिटिव टूर्नामेंट के अंदर खेल रहे हो, तो ऑडियंस का प्रेशर भी आएगा, लैन का प्रेशर अलग होता है, अपने कंफर्ट जोन में आप लोग नहीं हो. सो एज एन IGL आप कैसे अपनी टीम को आगे लेके जाओगे और कैसे जनता को भरोसा दिलाओगे कि सिली स्पोर्ट्स अच्छा खेल के जाएगी?
पहले तो मेन गोल ये था कि भाई लैन पहुंचना है, वहाँ पर खेलना है. तो अब तो आ चुके, तो खोने को तो कुछ है नहीं. तो अब बस हम जो कंसिस्टेंसी के साथ खेलते हैं वैसे ही खेलेंगे और ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव खेलेंगे इस टाइम पे. तो प्रेशर वगैरह तो कुछ है नहीं क्योंकि फर्स्ट टाइम है हमारा और हम बेस्ट ही देके जाएंगे बस.
ये मेरे को बहुत बढ़िया बात लगी कि भाई हमारा एम था लैंड तक पहुंचना, यहाँ पहुंच गए. अब बाकी आप 15 टीम देखो कि वो क्या करने वाले हैं. बट देन अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस, लाइक अगर अभी आप इन 16 टीम्स को देख रहे हो, बाकी की 15 टीम्स को देख रहे हो, who do you think is going to be the most challenging team to deal with?
चैलेंजिंग तो कोई लगता नहीं है वैसे. चैलेंजिंग थे वो बाहर हो गए, बट अभी हम लोग है बताएंगे कि हम कैसे खेलते हैं.
लेट्स गो. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि शायद जब अगला टूर्नामेंट आए और तब जब आप ग्रैंड फाइनल से पहुंचो और मैं किसी और टीम से सवाल पूछूं तो वो बोले कि सिली स्पोर्ट्स नाम की एक टीम है जो काफ़ी चैलेंजिंग है. थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. और टीम सिली से बात करके एक बात तो तय है कि इनका जो मेन एम था वो लैंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करना था. अब यहाँ से जैसा रणवीर ने बोला कि वो फुल ऑन अग्रेशन दिखाने वाले हैं, तो बाकी की 15 टीम को थोड़ा बच के तो रहना पड़ेगा. इस स्पेशल सेगमेंट में बस इतना ही. मिलते हैं अगली स्पेशल सेगमेंट में, तब तक के लिए बाय बाय.
And I guess Silly Esports is going to be the one to watch out for, right? They mentioned this, and they also made a stark statement to the lobby saying that they're going to go super aggressive.
I mean, it is going to be very impressive if they can actually pull this off, because considering this team barely made it through to the grand finals at the last moment, I think the nerves might just get to them today.
Agreed. And of course, when it comes to their dreams, it's their dream to make it to the LAN finals, and now they're here. And here's a little bit fun fact about Silly Esports as well, because one of their players, which is Hydro, is currently in contention for the most amount of finishes here. He's currently standing in 5th place with a total of 68 finishes. So even though they are 16th place in semifinals, barely made it here, but he's still top 5. So that means they are the best of the best from around India.
I mean, he indeed was in the top 5 in the round 1 itself, right? But then later on, you saw Silly Esports not exactly struggle, considering there was still a burning torch of consistency. But as the rounds kept on moving on, Silly Esports was definitely struggling.
Yeah.
But later on, once again, they caught that pace. And you clearly saw in the interview itself, they mentioned this, right? All they wanted to do was be here in the grand finals. And now all the other teams, watch out, because we're going to be super aggressive.
Exactly. I mean, they have nothing to lose, right?
Yep.
That is what it all comes down to. The fact that this team just wanted to be here, now they are here, all of their dreams have come true. And now, if they win it all, that's just going to be cherry on top of a very tasty cake for them.
You know, it's nice, right? Bucket list, check. Bucket list, check. Qualify for LAN event, check. Now, trophy, thinking about it. We were gonna try. We're gonna try. That's Silly Esports for you. But that's, you know, it's really nice to see how we are gonna be watching, you know, people from across India, all around here, from the different kinds of places here, from the north, from the south, everywhere, trying to find an opportunity to qualify LAN finals here. And this is maybe a make or break for some of these players as well. You must understand that this is where histories are made and legends are born. In this case, when it comes to the fight of legends here, there are a couple of legends across the board who may not be in the top seeding from the semifinals here and in the bottom here. And in particular, I want to talk about is Hero Extreme Godlike. What do you think?
I mean, for Hero Extreme Godlike, they've made it to the LAN finale of the official event after such a long time, right? So one thing is for sure, for them it's going to be that redemption arc, the comeback story that we speak about, right? For Jonathan, of course, one of the best players the country has seen. You move on towards Admino. Right now, this man is in contention to be the MVP of the entire tournament. It might just be the MVP of the Grand Finals too and get his hands on the Hero Extreme 160R4 Wii. But one thing is for sure, Admino has been that consistent fragger in this team.
Yeah, that is true. And again, as you mentioned, both Admino and Jonathan right now are in an amazing form. Even Jonathan, while Admino sits at the top of the list of the iQOO MVP contenders, Jonathan isn't too far away. He's also there right outside the top 5, lurking with 67 finishes. But let's see, I mean, it's the finals, anything can happen now.
See, that's the thing, right? Like, this is my biggest question here. Like, how is Admino as well as Jonathan in the top 6? Admino currently in the top with 76 finishes and 67 finishes. But somehow in the semifinals placed somewhere around 11th place. So tell me, what's going on? Like, in terms of strategy, do we focus on finishes or do we focus on placements? Because it seems a little bit shaky there.
I'll tell you what's happening.
Okay.
Everyone else is getting punked by Hero Extreme Godlike because Punk is there, man. He's the man with making all the big brain plays right now. And then you have a man like Simp who is just backing up all of those plays, making sure that these frontliners, the flankers, are not getting put under any unnecessary pressure. If the players that are supposed to get those frags are allowed the freedom to do so, these are the numbers they're going to put on the board.
Yeah, and of course, even in yesterday's practice matches as well, we are going to leak some info a little bit as well. Jonathan as well as Admino, they were the two guys were put in very, very difficult situations and they came out on top. And it's not like it's a 4v4 situation. It was like a 1v10 situation, and they still came out on top. That was crazy.
Hey, there's a reason why we call them one of the best, right? And Admino is currently on the path to prove that. But I would really like to speak about Team Bliss over here. A while ago, we were speaking about make or break, and for them, this has to be a fairy tale run. If they do not make it, well, there's a high chance they will be broken. You talk about AJ, Turbo. These guys have been there in the forefront of the competitive scene for such a long time, but they've always failed to qualify. But now they're finally here in the Grand Finals. For them, it's a lot on the line. For every single team that is currently competing in here, there's a lot on the line. Another name can also be Inferno Squad. Consistency, man. In BGS 2024, they made it to the Grand Finals. They came out of nowhere. And once again, now in the iQOO BMPS 2024, they're here again.
I think we can draw a lot of parallels between the side of Inferno Squad and the players from Team Limra, because as Necro, you mentioned, both these teams, Inferno Squad and Limra, showed up to the finals of the BGIS 2024 lacking just one thing. That was the experience of playing on the stage this big. And now, since they have gained that experience, this time we are expecting a lot of improvements, specifically in the performance in the finals. But as you were talking about Team Bliss, here's the interesting thing, right? Team Bliss, this is a team that doesn't rely on one individual popping off. Every single one of these players has been putting in equal amount of work. We do not see anyone in terms of finishes outshining anyone else. Everyone does equal work, and that is how they've gotten this far. If they can maintain that synergy in the finals as well, Team Bliss is going to be one of those dark horses that you're not going to see headed towards you, but they're going to surpass you before you can even blink.
That's the thing about Team Bliss, right? It's all thanks to the guidance of Iggy. He is part of the OG guys, and for him to actually lead a team to feel unified, that is the secret of their success so far. But before we talk about more of the teams here, let's talk a little bit more on the contenders here. We are going to give you guys some visuals on who the contenders are as of yet. We've kind of leaked out a little bit here on the stats, but these are the official ones thus far till date.
Exactly. Of course, Admino is going to be the one to lead the pack with 76 finishes. Then you've also got Dragon OP from Team Limra. And this is exactly what we were speaking about, right? Usually it's supposed to be Head Sparrows, but this time around it's Dragon OP because he's gotten the chance to prove himself. You move on towards Spray God from Team X Park. You, of course, expect this man to be here. But here's a wildcard entry. Hydro and Legit. These two guys, they have been in a top-notch form.
Yeah, especially Hydro. I mean, there were multiple times that Silly Esports was stuck in a corner. Hydro was the last man surviving for the team, and yet he just put his teammates on his back and just carried them through round after round. It was round 1 where Silly Esports were just amazing. After that, round 2, 3, and the semi-finals, the performance was extremely shaky, and I believe Hydro was one of the big reasons that they made it all the way to the Grand Finals.
You know, when it comes to playmakers here, 4 out of 5 of these players here are individual playmakers and clutch gods. In this case, the reason why I say 4 is because Viper is the only one that is very unique in the sense where he doesn't take fights 1v4. He always takes very calculated fights where he goes in for very, very nice flanks in order to catch people by surprise. So I would say for him to make it in 5 by being tactical is a very, very unique trait that we can talk about, especially coming from X-Bar.
And here's the thing, right? Speaking about 1v4s, now it's not really going to be that easy, especially when inside of the DBS meta. You're easily going to get countered, but it can also be easy if you're someone who's holding a proper angle. If you're using the TPP advantage to the perfect lead, then there's a high chance you can be the one to come out on top with these because that's how shotguns reward you. But if you're someone who's going to be on the aggressive side of things, then you need to watch out aloud. And that's where team play and the utilities come into utilization. And if the team is able to set up the fragger into a perfect note, well then, of course, he's going to be there at the top, and that's why you see Admino over there.
And of course, when it comes to these 5 players here, I can give you guys a little bit of secret here. The reason why the meta has kind of shifted in terms of playstyle is partially because of 5 of these people who's been playing through us in an entire game. Why? Because let me give you a very simple statistic number. 4v1, what do? Push, right?
Yeah.
But this 5 guys are the people where 4v1, it doesn't matter. I'm going to 1v4 and come up on top.
Exactly, man. That should be the mentality too, right? That's what I mentioned. If you've got the perfect TPP angle, the DBS or the S12K that you're holding, that's going to give you the advantage no matter what. If you manage to strike down the first 2 players, you're anyways going to be the one in your court. But this is how the moments of the day one have been looking like so far. Of course, the team, they make their entrance. We also had quite a lot of beautiful conversations as well with the Kerala Blaster guys.
Yeah, but I want to know from you guys. I mean, we saw that pre-show on the stage. This was my favorite moment, man. I love the players from the side of 8-bit. Always a vibe every time they enter the arena. And of course, we were talking about them as well for a bit before the match began. 8-bit, they are looking quite strong, but then again, their history in the finals hasn't been kind to them, has it?
It hasn't been, man. And then you cannot really forget about Hero Extreme Godlike too.
Oh, yeah.
Even they pulled off the same stuff. Hyderabad Hydras, this is another one of those teams that we need to speak about, man, because they have been making some stark statements too inside of the lobby. And you can't say sometimes they are quite consistent in some rounds, in some phases, and sometimes they can just drop the ball.
That is the ultimate story of redemption right now, Hyderabad Hydras. Because imagine, a few months ago, there was a finale of an official event, the BGMI 2024, held in their own home city.
Really?
And they missed out on that. Now they are finally here in the iQOO BMPS 2024 to prove a point, and I think their fans are hoping they better win the trophy this time.
I mean, hey, they gotta hope, man, because as you mentioned, you really gotta bring the past up, right? Rub the salt on top of the wounds, and just to give them that reality check that, yes, there's a high chance you can be vulnerable as well. Of course, everyone's gonna be aiming for that trophy, but then a few teams like Silly Esports can come in and maybe ruin your day.
Well, I agree. You know, there are a couple of upsets coming in from the element of surprise, right? And that's something that I think TWOB is very, very good at, because you do not know when they're gonna come. By Circle 5, you still don't see them, and when you see them, it's already too late.
Exactly, man. I mean, we've got the matchup on the screen. Of course, once again, have a look at these teams. These teams are going to be the one to duke it out against each other for in the first game of the Grand Finals. Another team that we need to touch upon has to be Metal Esports, too. Now, you can't say these guys are quite the veterans, but still the struggle has been real. Metal Esports, with the way we have been witnessing them over and over again in the official tournaments, they've always been failing to qualify. But now that Metal Esports is over here with the path for redemption, it feels like they're also in quite a top-notch form.
Exactly, and amazingly, one of the players, Sahil OP, I mean, we all remember, right, that brilliant performance that came in, an individual record being set by Sahil, 10 finishes in a single game. That was unheard of in this iQOO BMPS, and I think there are still players looking out to challenge him for that record, but it's going to be very difficult. And Metal Esports, again, a lot to prove, not just to Sahil as a newer player onto the circuit, but for Encore as well.
You cannot forget, it's Sahil OPAF.
Yeah, man, I got to take the full name.
Add that on as well, man. It's
apologies.
a full name right there. It's a brand. This man has been performing so well. He's been there at the top of the chart.
Yeah.
And something that's going to help you be on the top of the chart as well, that's going to be this iQOO 12 with the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. And of course, a long-lasting battery life. You can be gaming for hours.
Exactly. And of course, when it comes to using this phone as well, be sure to check it out, because we are giving away iQOO 12 phones for you guys if you follow this very, very simple step. That's very simple. Open up Google, search iQOO 12 giveaway, register, and that's it. Who knows? You might be walking away with this sexy baby.
Really? Is that it?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Another crazy thing that I want to let you guys know is that even the players that are currently over here in the arena, they're performing on this device. They're playing on this device, and you're about to witness the epic battle soon. But you know what, Johnny? With moving on forward that conversation, we're speaking about Metal Esports a while ago, and for Metal Esports, we know their journey has been filled with a lot of those thick and thins.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's quite unfortunate, right? You can never really predict what Metal is going to be up to and how things are going to work out for them. And we saw that Nova Repnoi position being contested again and again and again and again, and Metal had to adapt quite a lot in the early stages of the tournament. Luckily for them, not a lot of teams are going to be there to contest them for Nova Repnoi. Maybe if X-Pac is looking for that early aggression, but yeah, it can still happen, right?
We were speaking about the test run days, and yesterday X-Pac actually dropped on top of Metal Esports, and they wiped him out, by the way, I see.
To be honest, when it comes to Metal Esports, that's the thing about Metal Esports, right? Every single LAN, if they qualify, they kind of fumble and drop the ball.
Yeah.
And even in comes to history lessons coming from Metal Esports as well, Top Dog is a player that has so much experience, but he was struggling to find a roster, and to a point that, hey, you know what, it's okay, we had not much choice, picked him back up, and he proved himself that, hey, nobody wants me, it's okay. I deserve to be here. And guess what? where's everybody else? I'm still in the LAN Finals. And this is going to be a very important moment for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Can they lift that trophy?
You also got to give the credit to the coach. It's a
Mm.
new added
Oh,
coach,
yeah.
and you pretty much used to be the coach
Coach
for
Amit.
Carnival Gaming as well in the past. So yeah, this man has been adding that valuable intel as well. As a pro athlete, you need to be adaptive. No matter what the circumstances are, you move on to a new city, you need to adapt quickly. You move on to a new device, you need to adapt quickly. You move on to a new point structure, you need to be the first one to adapt, and that's where the coach really comes into play.
Exactly, that extra pair of eyes, that extra mind thinking about the same problem and figuring out a solution, it does help the entire team to achieve results a little bit quicker. There's one team that we've completely missed out on, and it's Phoenix Esports. And again, new team on the block, new faces on this stage. I want to see if they can set the stage on fire in Game 1 itself.
Well, I am extremely excited here because this is the official matches here. First game is going to decide who is going to be on top and who gets control of the entire game. This is a match to watch. This is going to be very important here because the grind continues. This is the start of the marathon of all 3 days.
With that being said, let's head into the first game of the day. We've been waiting for a long time to move inside of the map of Erangel, but as we move in towards the game, or maybe not, maybe you guys have to wait for a little bit more longer, but that gives us the time to speak about the past a little bit more, right? Inside of the round one with how the journeys were. If you noticed in the round one, right, even Silly Esports, with how they performed in the week one and then how they performed in the week two, the transition was quite shaky.
That's the problem, right? It wasn't just Silly Esports. There were a lot of teams like that. Orangutan played like that. We had Reckoning Esports going the same route. Reckoning Esports took their sweet time to get warmed up, and I think that can be a problem for Reckoning Esports now that I think about it.
See,
I mean,
okay,
yeah.
that's the thing, right? I asked Xparks who they think the top 5 teams are. They didn't even consider TWOB, which is kind of surprising considering how well they did in the semifinals. But they actually rated Reckoning Esports quite high for themselves as being, of course, you know, top 5 team. Asked them very simple. Xpark, they said, yeah, Xpark is going to be number 1. But second was Reckoning Esports.
Hey man, there's a reason why Reckoning Esports has been chosen by a lot of these players, right? You've got the Young Guns underneath your belt. Of course, Young Guns means a lot of that firepower, and Reckoning Esports, they pack a lot of punch. Especially if you're trying to look at the point structure as well. You're not going to get a lot of points if you just play for the placement. You need to top it off with the elimination points, and that's where Reckoning Esports, they can really flourish.
I agree with what both of you said, but here's the problem that I wanted to address, right?
Okay.
Reckoning
Spicy Johnny.
Esports, always off to a slow start.
Okay.
That can be a big problem with the other teams gaining an edge against them. Then it can all just come down to whether is anyone eyeing out to keep Reckoning Esports down below? Is anyone looking to break their confidence in the early days itself? If at the end of the first day you're not in the top 8, then it becomes a lot of struggle on day number 2 to try and recover those points. And on day 3, if you do have a nice day 2, you try and break inside of the top 5, then you can try and contest for the trophy or maybe for the podium. But for Reckoning Esports, I think the one thing that can really work out in their favor is that raw firepower. As far as individual talent goes, Reckoning Esports is built on a whole different level.
Hands down, man. As you mentioned, raw firepower is of course there, and the Young Guns, they've always got that boiling blood, right? You would see them go aggressive.
let me summarize and try and understand what Johnny said.
Okay.
They saving strat, and then today they're showing it.
I
Is that what I'm saying?
No, I didn't even talk about strategies, man.
No, that's what I'm hearing. That's the thing. That's true, right?
I think he was speaking about starting it slow, right? Maybe, Johnny.
Exactly.
Let me say something, right? That's pretty important. Testing the waters.
Negro, you've been testing the water since round 1 itself, right? Look how many teams you got kicked out.
Hey, dude, look, man. I mean, sometimes you got to test the water, especially on the day 1 itself. But for teams like Xpark that are not going to be feeling any pressure, they're of course going to go all in, right? All guns blazing. And I want to see that because Silly Esports have set the same thing. And if Silly Esports, they start just starting a lot of chaos, then it's going to be a big problem for all the other teams.
Yeah. Teams like Silly, teams like Phoenix, teams like TWOB, as you mentioned, I see who people aren't even considering right now inside of the top 5. They can be those X factors that can change everything, variables that you did not account for, and teams that have complete freedom because they have nothing to lose, basically. Who's going to expect, as you said, no one is right now thinking, all right, TWB is going to go aggressive inside of the first match itself. Imagine they just drop clash and win a team fight.
Oh, that'd be fun.
That's the thing about the top 5 teams in the semifinals, right? Lumen Forever, TWOB, Phoenix Esports. Okay, maybe not Versatile. Versatile is kind of, people kind of expected there. But those 3 are the teams that no one kind of expected here. Out of nowhere, came in top 3. And that is going to be a big problem, especially for the veterans.
Hey man,
I'm
listen, there's going to
overthinking
be
now,
a lot of
guys.
those factors.
Oh, no.
Guys,
There's
there's
a
going to
lot.
be a lot of those factors that are going to make these players overthink, and of course make the competition even more fierce and talk about hard. Of course it's going to be there, right? Even you talk about the prize pool, even that's something that's going to add on the extra bit of pressure on these guys, because you look at such massive numbers and you're like, yes, I would want to get my hands onto that. So even you're starting to think a lot of those things. So of course the competition is going to be much more fierce. But for now, let's move on to a short video we've got lined up for you guys.
तो गाइस अभी हम जा रहे हैं टीम मेडल के पैराडॉक्स से बात करने के लिए और हम उनके साथ कुछ गेम्स खेलेंगे जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं शूट्स वगैरह चल रहे हैं भाई और हमें कौन रोक सकता है यार हम तो ऑफिशियल होस्ट है हे पैरा हाउ यू
बढ़िया आप कैसे
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कांग्रेचुलेशंस भाई ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंचने के लिए पिछली बार आप आ नहीं पाए थे अभी ना हम एक गेम खेल रहे हैं जिसका नाम है वर्ड एसोसिएशन इसमें मैं आपको एक शब्द बोलूंगा वो वर्ड सुन के जो भी आपके दिमाग में आएगा आपको उसके अकॉर्डिंगली रिप्लाई करना है आर यू रेडी
ऑलवेज रेडी
लेट्स गो डीपीएस गॉड
डिस्कॉर्ड भाई
मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर
मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर माइंड
ग्रेटेस्ट ऑफ ऑल टाइम
Jonathan, any day.
एंट्री फ्लैगर
Entry fragger top dog.
एमवीपी
AQ.
टीबीएस गॉड
TBS God. Mighty.
गोड
7 shore.
जोन मैग्नेट
Mavi.
असॉल्टर
Mighty.
ग्रेटेस्ट ऑफ ऑल टाइम
Greatest of all time. Paji, Atanki.
एमवीपी
Hulk.
आइडल
Me, myself.
ग्रेटेस्ट ऑफ ऑल टाइम
Jelly.
बेस्ट आईजीएल
Aru bhai.
नेट किंग्स
Visgod.
एकेएम किंग
Inferno.
आईजीएल
Juicy.
बेस्ट टीम
Best team हमारी टीम यार मैं किसी और टीम का क्यों नाम लूंगा
असॉल्टर
Assaulter. I'd say सरकार.
ग्रेनेड किंग
Mavi.
हील मास्टर
Immortal.
नेड गॉड
Nate God. Mavi.
कोच
Amit bhai.
टीबीएस
Makeup.
नेड गॉड
Easy है था Johnny.
स्नाइपर किंग
दलजीत SK यार.
बीएमपीएस 2024 चैंपियंस
8-bit hopefully.
बीएमपीएस चैंपियन
IG.
iQOO BMPS 2024 चैंपियंस
Team Silly any day.
BMPS 2024 रनर अप्स
Ignite gaming.
BMPS 2024 के रनर अप्स
रनर तो हम बहुत बार रह चुके हैं हम नाम तो मैं वैसे भी
ओके
रेकनिंग.
iQOO BMPS 2024 रनर अप्स
Team VXT.
कंपटीशन
No competition.
लेट्स गो थैंक यू सो मच ब्रदर ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स आप प्लीज जाइए अपनी प्रैक्टिस कीजिए और आई एम प्रीटी श्योर गाइस कि आप लोग को ये वर्ड एसोसिएशन में काफी ज्यादा मजा आएगा क्योंकि मेरे को तो बहुत ज्यादा मजा आया और मुझे लगता है गुस्से में एक गेट बंद किया गया बट अगर आपको मजा आया तो आप भी ऐसे एंजॉय करते रहिए और मिलते हैं कहीं और किसी और जगह किसी और वीडियो में तब तक के लिए बाय बाय
I know you guys are all waiting for the game one to begin, but we're facing a bit of that technical glitch, so game one will be resuming shortly. But a question was asked in that video.
I have a question as well. I have a question as well. I mean, did he just pull the man out of his room to ask him questions there?
I mean, hey, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, right? It's his job. He's pretty much doing his job.
Respect
but now let me
Anki,
do my
man,
job,
respect.
right, guys?
Yeah.
Who do you guys think is the greatest of all time?
That's a difficult question, man. Right now, I mean, since he's here on the stage, I would say Jonathan.
Oh, yeah, wow. I agree. I'll go with Jonathan as well.
Yeah.
Like
Right
even
now-
yesterday, seeing him in practice runs, this is his official LAN event, and I'm like, yeah, he's got a lot of experience, and I feel like he's still got it.
Hey, I'm going to stick with the stats, right? And the stats say it's Admino. He's currently at the top. He's been fragging out so much, and you really got to go with the man.
But here's the thing, greatest of all time also means you have to be there all the time. And I've seen this man start his career, Jonathan, from day one itself till today. Just like been there every single time. And
Okay.
it's been an amazing journey so far. And you never know that the end of this journey, the end of his legacy is nowhere in sight right now. It's still there, and it's going to keep on going for a long time.
And all we do is hope it just keeps him going for the upcoming years as well, because the man's still pretty young, by the way. He's still got a lot more years to compete. But moving the conversation on towards Team X Park once again. Now, you've got a lot of these veterans inside the squad, too. You cannot forget about Spray God. This man is such an OG player. And once again, you speak about Spray God, you get reminded of all those previous highlights in the previous tournaments. I'm not really going to name those tournaments, but Spray God, he's been an absolute legacy as well.
I mean, Spray God has his own legacy, but I think it was Sarang who said a few words at the stage of BGI's 2024. You gotta respect my team, you gotta respect my teammates. They earned all of that respect, but now I think all eyes are on them as well.
Are you guys not gonna talk about the elephant in the room when it comes to export? Like, how is export this good ever since the roster swap between Joker as well as Ninja Jot?
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Hello?
you gotta talk about the transfer too, right? And
Joker,
I would like to say, is much more of a controlled guy, right? Speaking about Joker, a controlled fragger, of course, he's quite mechanically gifted as well. Every single time you will see Joker as well from the backlines providing that fire. But the best part about this player is that he's also quite flexible. You set him in the front lines and he will still get the job done.
I mean, he's an amazing kid, an amazing player as well. On paper, outside of the game as well, just fits in with the team. You put him in whatever situation, as Necro said. I mean, very versatile, very adaptive. There's one more player we need to give props to from the side of Xbox. It's the IGL. We haven't spoken about
young
him
guy
at all. Shadow. He's also extremely young, but he has done such a brilliant job leading this team. And it's been just phenomenal watching this team come together and just regain that dominating form that we want to see from them.
you know, I would say I would rate Xbox as well as Godlike in two very, very similar play styles, right? Like Xbox is a very, very individualistic team play. Like each and every one of them has the capabilities to clutch out 1v4 situations. But when it comes to playing as a team unified, they seem to prioritize going for solo plays rather than team play. Whereas for Godlike, even though all of them are like that, they will take a back seat to make sure that we work as a team to take down your opponents.
Once again, here's the important point that we need to mention. It feels like a lot of these teams are keeping a lot of those cards underneath their sleeves. They haven't showcased those cards yet. Maybe today's going to be the day where they try and reveal all the cards they've gotten. One thing is for sure, Team Limra is also a prime example of this. And I genuinely think so. Even Team Xpark can be a prime example of this. With the way they have been playing the iQOO BMPS 2024 so far from the round 1 till the Grand Finals, things have been switching up over and over again, man. You can see the playstyle. They're not playing the same way.
Exactly. I mean, from the side of Team Limra in particular, we are still waiting, Necro, for Hesperos to be in the front lines again. That performance in the BGI 2024 was something else, and hopefully we get to see that again in the finals.
But hey, the wait is finally over. Let's head inside the first kill of the day. Erangel's going to be on the way as we kick things off onto this map.
Well, and here we have it. Finally, the plane hits the skies and the flight path will be on our screens. This time again, it starts from the southwestern edge of the military base, and I see. Things haven't changed much, my friend. It still sticks towards the western side. The entirety of the northeastern quadrant of the map denied to everyone.
Okay, it's not that bad compared to before. It's not that bad. Think about it here. Like at least now you have at least 60% of the map is still available for grabs. Just now it was straight up 40%. That was very, very difficult to pull off here. But of course, we do see a couple of early drops here. 8-bit obviously going to be playing all the way in the military base potentially. Might consider going for a difference in terms of approach. Metal Esports also going to be heading towards Novo here. So these are very, very good early drops for them. So they will have a little bit of advantage on what they can do in terms of decisions.
Yeah, Metal Esports heading towards their home ground, as you mentioned, no Repnoi. And as we can see, no one heading to contest them early as well will allow a lot of breathing room for the players of Metal Esports. But it is going to be the cluster towards Ferry Pier, Primorsk, and specifically that military bridge that has me a little worried. We see the players of Newman Esports going for Newman Forever, going for that 4-man spread. And the players of 8-bit, we know they might have dropped towards that military base, but they are going to look to cross over towards the main island extremely quick.
Ooh, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting game here because that is going to be a lot of things that they have to consider on how the circle is going to be shifting here. But as of now, the circle's not really shown themselves yet, and everyone is still slowly making way here. I don't see any potential clashes. You know, Hydra's looking to play a little bit straight from the get-go. A very greedy approach, so we might expect people to kind of read their rotations over the matches to go.
Yeah, but look at this. Towards farm, we have TWOB, OG, and the players of Ignite Gaming quite close to each other. Looking for those vehicles. Can be a fight over there, but as you mentioned, the circle towards the northern side of the map. Things can get very interesting very quickly.
Oh, I thought 8-bit and Metal is got the happy ones, right? They were one of the first ones to actually drop in. And fortunately for them, we do see vehicles already acquired by Metal, acquired by IG as well. But Blizz is got to count their lucky stars because they are right in the north. But guess what? On the side, Crypto going to be the first to get knocked. And now Nume World is going to be getting the first finish of the game. That's going to be Omega securing it for the team.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate start for the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but Newman, that spread, that early map control, the look for those vehicles, it works out for them quite nicely. 1 point secured in this matchup already. They're going to look for a few more, but Newman Forever, as we have seen them in the past, they like to take their sweet time looking for these engagements. In the meanwhile, though, that northern Georgia Pole area in control of the players of Inferno squad right now. That is also another place we can expect a little bit of action, considering Bliss Esports went for that Zarki drop, but...
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, it's stuck.
Omega. Oh no, it's gone. Oh no, that's really, really unfortunate here coming from Omega here. But nevertheless here, Newman Forever, they were the top in the leaderboards coming to semifinals here. This is a great start for them here, getting 1 freebie, even though they had a little bit of an unfortunate accident over there. But let's not take into account here, it's not that over yet. He was in near the roadside here. I think he can find a potential vehicle for himself for Omega.
Yeah, plus there's no one's there, so Newman Forever can take their sweet time looking for those vehicles. Plus they had, I think, a few extra ones they can share as well. The team rotates together. But on the other side, we did see the players from TWB take a few shots on the players of Ignite Gaming a few moments ago. This is happening in Farm, by the way. Farm completely in control of the players of TWB. Ignite Gaming, they've crossed over towards the eastern side of the map, towards Milta. And just across from the players of Ignite are going to be the players of Orangutan. Now, Orangutan is taking their sweet time, moving all the way towards Milta Power. And considering the circle is going to be the furthest away from them, I wonder how quickly can they enter to the zone.
Huh. I'm surprised by Team Xpark here because I don't really see Mets on top of them here. They might have started in their vehicles, but at the same time, they're pretty low on Mets and they are going for very, very early rotations coming from Team Xpark. It's barely even, what, 5-3 minutes into the game, so that's a little bit of a quick spot coming in.
I mean, it is going to be a comfortable start for them as well, considering the flight path was from the southwestern edge of the military base towards the western edge of the map. Yasna all the way towards the eastern half of the map, so no one looked to go there. And Xpark, it's their home ground. It's going to be complete freedom, complete control of the city gained by them, and if they can utilize it perfectly, especially considering the northern half towards Severny is also quite empty, it gives them a lot of map control quite early to work with. But then it all comes down to positioning and how do you deal with the pressure that befalls you in the latest stage of the match. In the meanwhile, on our screens right now, Metal Esports, no rep 9, it's all theirs. I can't even tell you how ecstatic these players are going to be, considering no one came to challenge them. It's such a rare sight for Metal.
Agreed, and at the same time as well, they look pretty stacked in terms of loots as well. Because, you know, it's pretty early in the game. They won't want the very, very first few as well. I do see 6x attachments, fully decked out ammunition, as well as meds. So they are going to be looking a little bit strong. However, let's consider the fact in terms of positioning-wise, they are the furthest away from the zone, and whereas from Sealy is going to be on the other side of the zone, which is the north-south corner of the map, alongside Meadow, who's on the northeast side. So they are going to be the ones that might potentially take a late rotation into the zone.
And it's going to be a tough challenge as well, considering Team Limra is not too far away from them. Team Limra playing from Query. These two teams can clash at any time. You got to worry about Newman Forever as well in Ferry Pier. But another interesting move right now was made by the players of TWOB. As we mentioned, they were playing from Farm, but they've moved up north, pushing for the circle. And it seems like they might just find themselves against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike soon.
Hydra but Hydra. Seems this is a little bit interesting here on how they actually playing their playstyles here. They are setting up ambushes here and there. But guess what? We do see a couple of pickoffs here. TWOB always on the hunt. And guess what? They are going to be scouting out some of these rotations across the map here. Godlike is going to be one of those teams here. And guess what? Jonathan, they actually picked Cyrex from afar. What a shot from Jonathan.
I mean, it was from the distance as well, and TWB, their game plan now has backfired upon them. Here comes the push. The true frontliners, they're looking for more, they're looking for blood. Jonathan and Admino, but TWB, they've been given an opportunity to reset. The distance between the two sides did allow TWB to go for those revives, but at least now Godlike have been made aware of the threat that was out for them.
I think that's about 300 meter shot from Jonathan. What a shot! That's insane. But nevertheless here, Godlike, they were debating if they should have pushed here. I like how they've calculated the distance. They might have got the pick up here, but I'm glad they were able to chip away some utilities away from TWOB. And this is funny because it feels like TWOB is getting a taste of their own medicine, because they are the ones that usually do what Godlike is doing, and now losing one knock is not going to help them into his later stage of the game, because the bleed out is going to take effect as well onto his TWOB. Losing out a couple of armor as well is going to be a problem as well, because it is going to take a lot of time when they are going to be looking around those compounds. But now, for now, it's about 6 minutes, 8 minutes now. Circle is pretty much closed in. A lot of teams have started to head towards the center of the zone. We do see a lot more teams in particular going to be looking to play late rotations.
Yeah, I mean, 8-bit still sticking around on towards that military island. It is quite a big surprise, but I think they've read the play that was being made by the players of Newman Forever, who are just lurking towards the shoreline of that military bridge. But this is what I want to talk about. Versatile up against the players of Phoenix Esports. That shoreline towards the main island from Georgopol all the way to the Yasnaya. It had a team on every single curve over there. And of course, Versatile, it is a big name. They are one of the top contenders to lift this trophy right now. Phoenix Esports, if they find an opening and if they convert that opening, then Versatile not really the start that they want to this finals.
Oh boy, Phoenix. It seems like this is going to be a big problem for here, because in terms of ammunition, Goku barely has enough 2 clips to actually challenge anyone, and Versatile right now is going to try and pressure him even more. So this is not exactly a favorable trade for Phoenix as of yet, knowing that they do prioritize positioning over fights.
Yeah, Versatile is going to take their sweet time into re-engaging against the players of Phoenix Esports, and this position towards the shoreline is actually quite brilliant for them as well. Gives them a lot of breathing room to work towards the mid-game stages, but let's see. Phoenix Esports, we see them on the radar. They're closing in the distance. One of the players has, in fact, moved to a very brilliant off angle, and it's going to be the lad Snowjord himself. If the players of Versatile overexpose themselves, then they could have been in trouble, but they instantly back off, looking to move towards Rozok, a safe haven, if you will.
Yeah, this is starting to hurt Versatile a little bit here, just because they got their level 1 helmets dinged up pretty bad as well. They made the decision to go in for a Rozok to try and restock up those equipments for this fight, but with the circle shifting this way, this actually hurts them even more, because it is on the edge of the zone. If the circle doesn't push them out, they are in a very, very difficult spot because of the divide on the lake up north. There is also going to be people rotating in, but guess what? They are opting to rotate past the divide and go head up north instead. But a lot of teams now shifting their way into the west side now.
Something has happened to Hyderabad Hydros. One of the players did get knocked out, and I believe Reckoning Esports, now they show up looking to cause even more trouble for the Hydros themselves. Damage was just down to Derby. Viper extremely low. Immortal looking to push as well. Look in the back lines. Gravity IGL, the man responsible for the setup. But 3 players, they have had those grenades, but while Insidious was lining up the nade, Gravity IGL, the big brain plays come through, and Insidious is going to get knocked out, but a brilliant nade from Derby, and he finds the trade. Hunter goes down. Mox looking for the second, but falls in front of Immortal. Derby, the last man left. Patience is a virtue, and this man has mastered it. The DBS connects. An intense battle between Reckoning Esports and Hyderabad Hydras right off the bat.
Oh, 2v1 situation here. Gravity looking for the reset as well. Termi is looking to get a couple of clutches in. He's got utilities. He saw Immortal. Can he line up the shot? He knows exactly where it is, but Immortal, he gets out to the next building, so that nade is not going to connect. Termi continuing to try and find a couple of finishes here, but guess what? Hunter got picked up, so that is going to be a 3v1, and Termi just could not make those decisions as RGE, they came on the top.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras not really able to figure out what Reckoning Esports was planning. And Gravity IGL, I mean, huge props to this man. That one play, just staying on top of the bridge, making sure he had vision of the windows to try and pick off Insidious. And he succeeded in doing that as well. And opportunities rose in front of them, and they struck hard. Reckoning Esports, 3 points secured in the early stages of the match, but as we were talking about, a cluster forming along these shorelines. Inferno squad quite close by with the players of Phoenix Esports lurking nearby as well. Reckoning Esports need that quick reset. In the meanwhile, TWOB still at a standstill, still looking for players and teams to take out.
TWOB is not happy of their positions they are put in as of now. They've been rotating in all the smaller compounds. They haven't been able to stock up in terms of ammunition here. It seems like their only other alternative right now is potentially going for those hill battles, just because they are low in ammunition. Unless, and I mean unless, they go and knock somebody up.
Ranveer, What is this man up to? I mean,
oh my god.
Everest control for the players of Silly Esports. Newman right below them. Ash has gotten quite close, to be honest, but look at the radar. His teammates are quite far away.
I like this. I like what Silly is actually doing right now.
Yeah.
Just because high ground does give you a little bit more advantage when it comes to getting information, and the circle does favor them as of yet. They are smack middle of it all, so this is a good start for City. Hopefully, they are able to push people away from sneaking up towards the mountain here. Meanwhile, on the screen as well, TWOB is still looking around, hoping to try to go for a couple of drive-bys, which unfortunately, they had one incident but against Godlike, but aside from that, nothing much has happened for them.
Yeah, even that one wasn't... It did start off the right way for the players of TWOB, so they have to be careful how they want to engage in the next fight. And again, another team close by. It's going to be the players from the side of Team Bliss, who had a very comfortable start in the early shifts of this match, starting all the way from Zarki and then moving inside of the zone towards shooting range. Absolutely no one to contest the players of Team Bliss unless TWOB decides to move in. But here they come, the players from the side of Xbox, finally moving out of the Asnaya Poliana. And along with them, the players of Ignite Gaming, just a little bit up north from the position of the players of Xbox.
Well, it's only the second circle. Xbox that did really take their own sweet time down Yasnaya to actually stock up their resources here. And that's good for them because right now, their next progress step is going to be looking for informations. Same for IG as well. They are going to be looking to get some information rotating in the zone here. They are barely making from the northern side of the circle for now. But aside from that, everyone is still playing so safe this game. Like, the aggression is not going to kick in, especially when the zone shifts by the third or fourth phase.
No, it's going to get intense soon. As you said, stage 3, stage 4, that is when the aggression kicks in. But there are these few teams. I mean, we keep talking about TWO because they are looking for those early fights. And now it feels like even 8-Bit is looking for a little bit of early action. Metal Esports, the only team still in the blue, but that's not going to last for long. A long way to go before they enter the safe haven, before they enter the safe zone. And there it is, Paradox, the man leading the charge from the front line. You have Top Dog right behind him. But here they are, the players of 8-Bit going up against the players of Newman. Forever, a lot of damage onto Ash, but he still managed to survive. Now Mac could be in a world of pain, but he managed to escape in that vehicle.
Boy. I really like what Mac did as well here.
Yeah.
He know for a fact he could have gotten the finish, but instead of contesting, he actually backed off just because of the fact that his enemy might be providing some cover fire. And guess what? True enough, he got out in the nick of time here. He wants to stock up those vehicles to play late circle, but now third circle comes in. Oh my goodness, everyone predicted the circle wrong. It is going to push everyone out in the open. This is where vehicles, cover, utilities are going to play a huge factor in this third phase, and no one seems to be having control right now. Everyone is desperately trying to rush their way into this next phase, and this is going to be an utter chaos. We have a lot of Fast and Furious action right now up on the screen. So much movement.
I mean, so much movement, and for a second I thought Ignite Gaming might actually take control of that northern shoreline, but it seems like they find themselves up against the players of Team Bliss. So that will be the fight to decide who gets that northern control. The players of Inferno Squad as well, just moving in for the smack center along with VST, TWOB.
Oh, no.
You have X-Pac pushing for the center as well.
Oh my
We
goodness.
saw a little bit of a soft clash between Metal Esports and Hero Extreme Godlike outside of the play zone, but that did not convert to anything. But as we were talking about X-Pac, shots fired on the players of Ignite Gaming. No connection found though.
Oh boy, X-Pac, they have found themselves a little bit of a bunker to actually hunker down. So those vehicles do give them that advantage to rotate and maybe go in for a couple of flanks in. But little did they know, behind them is going to be a team. And guess what? It's going to be versatile. They're looking at each other, deciding if they want to make the gun. But Team X-Pac, do they fall back to safety? Yes, they do. They are going to try and hide their vehicles here to try and potentially go for the next clash. And Versatile still thinking if they want to challenge this here, they know for a fact that this is a very good spot to kind of duck out the gunfires from everywhere.
Only one reason they did not engage in that fight, lack of information. And X-Pac realized that. They saw the players Versatile, but in a position like this, where the circle just took an extreme hard shift towards northern side, you know for a fact that the other teams are going to try to push for the center as well. They just want to be a little bit safe, but Versatile over here, look, they're surrounded from every single direction.
Look at Versatile play. Like, they're so afraid to just hunker down just because, like you said, lack of information, and because of how many vehicles they've passed by, they're just so afraid of being ambushed or maybe even picked off because of this. So because in the midst of this chaos, around 4 to 5 teams are stuck in the middle, the side teams who's hunkered down are doing pretty okay. And in this case, Admino, they do have a very, very nice one right at the edge to kind of settle down and trying to pick off people who tries to head up towards the north side.
And we wanted a lot of aggression in game 1. This has become one of the most tactical and technical games you can play in the map of Erangel. And of course, Silly Esports, we did notice on the finish feed a few moments ago, Akshu did get knocked out. Their fight against the players of Phoenix Esports comes to fruition. But Silly Esports, the reset comes through. They've managed to keep all 4 players on their feet, but for how long is the question? Because it seems like Phoenix Esports, now their hands are itching. Now they want to pull the trigger. Now they want to go for a fight.
Oh boy, this is a zone that does not favor the DBSs here. We are looking at a lot of mid to long range fights, and this is where Phoenix decides to say, you know what, we're going to play a mix of both. We don't really want to play the CQC. We want to try and poke everyone as much as they can. And guess what, Phoenix, because of this compound right here, they have a decent amount of ammunition to spam, and they are going to try and threaten people. And now you can see even Snowjaw is trying to chip away at Sealy's vehicles to try and potentially damage their resources.
And they're going to try and make sure that those options to make quick rotations are going to be out of the table.
Oh,
the problem
boy.
is that big ridge that was there separating the two sides. 8-bit, it seems like they found a little bit of information for themselves to work with. The players of Reckoning Esports spotted out on the other side of the sill.
Yep, playing it safe. They are waiting for the 4th phase here. It is about to close completely. The next shift is going to be the deciding factor here because they have about 4 to 5 teams. And guess what? It's not the North, guys. It's not the North. Bliss got it wrong. Godlike's got it wrong. And everyone is going to be coming back down south once more. Phoenix is got to count their lucky stars because they have the best cover ever. However, they are in a choke spot. So that's something they have to worry about as well because they don't really have a lot of vision onto towards the northeast section from that side. Versatile is already smacking me though as well. TWOB in the middle, and this is where we are going to see a lot of gatekeeps coming in from them.
I mean, I understand about the gatekeeping, but why is Newman still stuck in the blue? They're looking for a place to breach the play zone, but it's going to be filled with so much struggle now.
Oh boy.
And Ash, we look towards him.
He doesn't really have a lot of meds too.
Yes, just the last first aid on him. Aways has 4 though, but look at that. Bliss going up against the players of Xbox, and hey, is this actually going to happen?
Oh boy, this is rough. This is really rough for Newman as well. But of course, they are taking a page off Team Limra. They want to play position points, play it safe for now. And so far, Limra is doing pretty okay. They took it a little bit different approach here, but now let's look at the clash here. It's going to be TX, Spark versus Bliss. Iggy getting a couple shots in, almost getting knocked down. And Spray God gets run down by Bliss. And now here comes the punish coming from Xbox.
Yeah, the good trade comes in, and Xbox now looking for revenge. Team Bliss, 2 players are going to be taken care of. Xbox, they have a big advantage to work with, and there is going to be extra added pressure of the teams closing in from the northern side. But AJ, Turbo, Eggy, they look to make this climb. AJ has been left behind. Kind of an interesting move now, because Xbox will have the numbers advantage. Try and pick a fight, but from the distance, it is the players of Hero Extreme. Godlike looking to chime in, and a blind spray inside of that stroke from Simp does put AJ on his knees. The finish is going to be secured as well, and Xbox have been made aware of this big name coming from the northern edge of the zone.
What a timing coming from Godlike Esports. They were hearing all these commotions, and because of all these bleed, Team Xbox, they are going to hurt their overall progression even more. Now Godlike, they were able to find one finish, and they are going to completely dip out. Damage has been done. Let's focus on the next objective, and that is going to be moving in forward here. But of course, in the other side of the map as well, we do see a potential clash between both Newman as well as Reckoning Esports. And of course, that is going to be something that they have to focus on here. Right now, they're sharing the edge circles. They don't really need the hard commit yet. There's still 15 teams across the map do they want to waste this opportunity? But seems like they are going to try and make it attempt.
I mean, they have to be quick about it because a few moments ago, Reckoning Esports did come across the players of 8-Bit as well. And 8-Bit is going to look to close in, but a nade from Immortal and Mafia hits the floor. And Reckoning Esports, they are not going to let this opportunity go away. Shows up to provide some sort of backup and try and push the players of Reckoning Esports a little bit further back. But the nade connects again from the second time. This time it was Hunters hunting down Ash and putting him down. And Newman Forever, they are left bleeding now. Always on the run for his life now, just playing for survival points.
Oh, hesitation cost Newman this fight, and Reckoning, they know they had the backs against the wall. They need to push forward. The circle is going to close out very, very soon. They stocked up in terms of resources here, but that's 6 finishes in total for Reckoning Esports. What a start coming in from them as well.
Yeah, it's been an amazing start. I mean, for Reckoning Esports. Now the question is, can they walk away with the top 3 finish in game 1 itself? If they can actually pull this off, it's going to be a brilliant start to the grand finale for Reckoning Esports.
Goodness.
But look what's happening here. Ignite Gaming put under a lot of pressure. The players of Xbox show up to cause trouble for the players of Godlike, or maybe not. He just keeps going. Get out of there. That's the call that was made.
My Xbox still surviving despite the assault here. My goodness, what a play. Godlike continuing the assault from the north here to try and shove into the circle here. Everyone is just firing after firing in the middle of the zone here. It's so open. Team Xbox Sarang in a lot of trouble. He's trying to find cover, but he can't do anything. Joker gets picked off finally by Godlike as Punk finds him off.
Well, one more finish added to the board for the players of Godlike, but there's going to be a lot of pressure now. Teams fighting for the control of the northern edge itself. You have the players of Inferno Squad just west of the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. You have TWOB just east of their position, but Sarang has been spotted out, and Mino almost finding that knock for himself. The buggy's still there. The blast could get him, and from the backlines, the players of Versatile are going to show up as well. But Sarang finally hits the floor, and now is the time where Xbox can panic. They're down to the last man. It's Shadow 7, the IGL surviving.
Oh my goodness, what a rough game here coming from Xbox here. Godlike still top of the dog as well. TWOB up on screen, legit still finding their zone. They're still outside of the zone as well. This is stage 5. They need to make their plays. But at the same time, who are they going to third party? Because TWOB's third parties has been really, really on point here. 3 finishes in total. They're still roaming around here trying to take it inch by inch, step by step before making the next zone here. Sarang finally gets finished off, and guess what? It's actually TWOB that steals it away.
But Reckoning Esports, I think they're finally out of the board, taken care of, but Versatile up against the players of 8-Bit now. Aditya is looking through the smoke, trying to find a pick through the smoke. Somraj already down and out. Infinity, he's handling a lot of pressure all by himself. It falls down to the shotgun. In this meta, you're never supposed to get that close to anyone hiding in the smoke.
Aditya.
And 8-Bit, they pay a heavy price. The nade is looking to connect, but it doesn't. Infinity still hiding.
Oh no.
Has taken a lot of damage. The Molotov, and again! That is the second time 8-Bit has made the same mistake, but at least this time they have an opportunity to get Mighty back. There's some cover left.
Oh boy, 8-Bit, they are struggling as well, and fortunately for them, they still have 50 seconds to actually push forward as well. But in the insides, it's absolute madness between all the teams as well. We do see Versatile trying to hold on for their dear lives to get position here. Raiden all by himself with 5 finishes here. 9 teams left alive across the map. He's stuck in a rock in a hard place right now, and he's going to try to be a sneaky little ninja right now.
Raiden.
Oh boy. Absolute madness coming in as well. Godlike still dominating from the offside here. There's so much control. They're stacked up a lot of utilities here to push out forward, and no one is there to challenge them at all. They are super stacked, but still, they are on the outside of the zone. They do have another team, and that is going to be IS, going to be looking to try and punish them as well. I believe that's going to be Inferno Squad on the sides.
Yeah. This endgame, it's all going to come down to numbers. Who has kept all 4 players intact? Away, no! So unfortunate. He's been spotted out now. And we all know what happens after this.
Oh, no.
Not going to be able to survive for long, but as we were talking about it, Icy, Inferno Squad, the clash against Hero Extreme Godlike, which was inevitable, I believe, has finally come through. But on the other side, Inferno Squad, they push towards the players of Team Limra, and Limra were already distracted by the players of Phoenix Esports. An opportunity for Inferno Squad to strike.
No!
But now Phoenix Esports, Sojad is looking to find those trades, misses out on those points, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they strike in the perfect time. 7 eliminations already on the board.
Oh my goodness, Limra, they tried their best, but they will be eliminated here. Phoenix will take down the top leaderboard from the semifinals here, right in 8th place. But Phoenix, they are still living by a thread there. He is all by himself. Snow Jod is going to try and pick up his members, reset. Inferno Squad still going head-to-head with Godlike as well. Sim getting knocked in. Do they pick them up? But Godlike seems like they want to try and abandon him there. Punk is making distractions with the pushes. He's making a lot of noise, but he's taking some serious damage himself as well. He needs to go for the reset. So what do? It seems like they will play it safe for now. And IS is not pushing in yet. They still have time.
They still have a lot of time, and they have the numbers to work with as well.
Oh my goodness, they got a decent amount of stocks as well. There's so much nades, there's so much mats as well to work with. 28 seconds before this next shift, and everyone is waiting for who makes the first move. In this case, Admino, he scouts out Raiden, he knows! Does he connect? Oh, not enough. Not enough. A pixel off.
Now it just feels like Hero Extreme Godlike left these loose stragglers on purpose. Now they can rack up all of these individual finishes.
Oh my goodness, Hesperos.
Yeah, the Heal Battle King is back, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is. Hesperos, 7 first aids on him.
Oh my goodness, Raiden. He's still holding on as well. The fire! Oh no, he hit! He might be gone. He's dead! He's gone! Oh no, wait, barely a pixel. He might be able to survive this. No, he bleeds out to the fire. Admino finds one. He clears him out. And that's Godlike right, getting another finish in the back.
And now I think it is time. They are going to look to wrap things up. 10 eliminations on the board. They are in the top 4, apart from Hero Extreme Godlike. They waited and waited and waited for opportunity to strike, and when it presented itself, they did not miss. And again, double-digit elimination. A big feat and a big start.
Yeah, this is what exactly happened to Phoenix Esports, I guess, right? When they try to move inside the circle, there were too many teams. And let's be honest, the zone was also out in the open. You cannot really blame the team to just move out like that. You always have to end up in a pinch.
Right, exactly, right? The zone was shifted in a very awkward position where everyone was hesitating and getting super anxious on what they needed to do, because there isn't really a lot of good spots in this position. And because everyone was trying to set up a couple of angles here, hiding in this bush, hiding in this tree, hiding in this rock, it gave opportunities for teams who are on the edge to focus on one direction. So in this case, instead of having their focus on multiple directions, having one and tunnel vision yourself will help a Godlike a lot more compared to the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, no one looked to clear the backlines, and I think Godlike took full advantage of that, again, if we were to put it simply. But again, it was a much more complex game. That stage 3 shift towards the northern side just changed everything.
And hey, genuinely, I thought Silly Esports could do something better, man. But unfortunately, Silly Esports got eliminated right next to Hydra by the Hydras, so that just blows. And speaking of Hydra by the Hydras, it's a bad start. And keep this thing in mind. Once you have a bad start to the Grand Finals, that's always going to be haunting you at the back of the mind. Before Reckoning Esports, the Howling Wolves, this is the exact confidence they needed. And now wiping out the players of Hydra by the Hydras, the confidence is going to be all-time high.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports was looking for a lot of early aggression as well. I mean, both Reckoning and TWOB. TWOB couldn't find any teams to go up against. Reckoning did, and they did convert as well. And quite beautifully, I mean, the execution was just perfect. Gravity positioning on top of the ridge. 3 players just walking extremely close to those walls, trying to bait out the players into thinking that, all right, you can try and lob a nade towards us, but as soon as you get close to a window, you expose yourself to shots from the distance, and that is how they found that first opening.
See, that's the thing about Hero Extreme Godlike, right? They are very smart on reading situations, right? Like, you have, in terms of getting gameplay here, you have to think about step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Every single time Hero Extreme takes an engagement here, they do not overcommit, and that's something I think a lot of teams do not have those experience to commit, because once you commit, that's it. That's over. Once you hard commit, means you are going to be dropping resources here. Grenades, you're going to be using your vehicles, you're going to be using your nades, you're going to be using your heals, everything, even your ammunition as well. And Godlike, they always take tactical approach. They only strike when it is necessary. Other than that, they never take a fight.
And you got to understand how much value the first game itself held.
Oh, yeah.
And Godlike just winning that first game itself, now it just proves one point, and that is they're over here to win their trophy, that's for sure. We were seeing a lot of those issues in the early phase of the tournament, but as the tournament kept on passing by, they were able to patch those holes quite nicely. And now Godlike, they seem like in a pretty good form as a unit. Once again, you saw in the previous fights too, with the way they were taking the fights, as you mentioned, as a unit, they were performing so well. They had those held back moments as well. They were not really unleashing themselves fully. They were not really going haywire on the lobby, but still they made sure that they're getting just enough amount of points to keep them in a really good contention.
Exactly. I think the first few fights they took, they weren't really pushing for those finishes. They had 2 eliminations until they got towards the ridge from where they won the game. When they tried to third-party the fight between Phoenix Esports and Inferno Squad. Up until then, they just had 2 eliminations on them. And they knew for a fact that if we protect our numbers, if we keep all 4 players intact, then we will stand a big chance of winning this game itself. Because the northern side of the map of Erangel, it's quite empty, right? There's just a few ridges and then you have that shooting range Severny area up north towards the extreme side. And that wasn't where the zone was headed. It was headed towards the open ridges just north of that river. And taking control of the ridges, the only way you can do it is if you have all 4 players alive.
This is where in-game leaders or shot callers shine the most, because in the midst of chaos, there's so much information that's happening here. Making the right decision at the right time and fast, efficiently, is going to be a decider between winning and losing. In this case, I feel like Godlike definitely made the right call.
I mean, hey, Godlike, once again, they made all the right calls, but let's move on to the stage 4 now, because we've got a nice interview lined up with Jonathan himself, or maybe in a little while, because one thing is for sure, man, it's a cohesive unit. Everyone's performing on a great fashion.
Thank you so much, casters, and of course, with the end of the first match, we have got the winner of the first match, that is Hero Extreme Godlike. So let's welcome your favorite Jonathan on stage. Let's have a little chat with Jonathan. And इस समय मैं Jonathan को यहाँ पर मंच पर बुलाना चाहूँगा and थोड़ी सी बात करते हैं, थोड़ी सी जानने की कोशिश करते हैं कि इस समय Godlike यहाँ तक तो पहुँच चुका है, लेकिन यहाँ तक पहुँचने के क्या प्लान्स है? Jonathan, an amazing start. Congratulations for the first win. And exactly 9.25 महीने पहले अहमदाबाद में BMPS के ही मंच पर आपने ये बोला था कि अब I will see you next year in the LAN Finals, and here you are, and what a great start. तो मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि इस मंच पर जो आप promises कर रहे हो वो सच ही हो रहा है. तो you want to promise something more?
So let's not talk about it right now. अभी बहुत जल्द है. So just like we'll just go with the flow, and hopefully इस बार trophy अपनी होगी.
All right, and of course जब आपकी टीम की एंट्री होती है and हम लोग जब सोशल मीडिया देखते हैं तो of course Godlike fans are showing immense love. So anything you want to say right now to the fans out there of Godlike, to the fans of BGMI, वो क्या उम्मीद कर सकते हैं from Godlike at BMPS 2024?
So if you talk about प्यार, जनता का प्यार, like it's we are really grateful कि कितना प्यार करते हैं लोग. प्यार तो है यार, वो तो बोलना like है ही नहीं, but प्यार तो है.
वो भी दिल से. All right, so Jonathan, all the best for the remaining matches and the remaining day. So please join back your team, and of course अभी तो पहला मैच ही खत्म हुआ है. अब मिरामार का एक्शन इस छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद तो कहीं मत जाइए. We'll be right back.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Megataskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Megataskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Scopes? Check. Weapons? Check. Equipment? Check. Good news gamers, I have landed in the world of BGMI. मेरे in-game items, outfits और exclusive के लिए हो जाओ तैयार. Download BGMI now because it's time to slay the game.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, it was an electric start for Hero Extreme Godlike right now. Can they keep this going? That is a big question everyone finds themselves asking. But Fixus, welcome back to the panel. How are you doing? Did you enjoy that game one, first of all?
Of course I was. I was amidst the crowd and, well, the ACs were at a blast, but the heat waves coming out from the lobby.
All right.
The games were quite sweaty, man.
I mean, temperature is rising for sure.
Yeah.
And of course, we are going to watch these teams rise as well in the upcoming matches. But I see now, we have a big conversation. We had a big conversation before we jumped into the game. Was there any team that was a big letdown for you in that game one?
To be honest, the biggest letdown for me was TWOB, just because of the fact that they just, tried to play the same plan and overthink a little bit too much.
True.
Just because ever since the first engagement with Godlike, they have been very hesitant and very safe and defensively here. But at the same time, you can't really blame them, right? The circle was very, very difficult to play. It's out in the open here. It came down to experience and decisiveness. And most importantly, when it comes to decisiveness, you have to make a very important call. A or B. Okay, I see this, I see this. Let's do this now. Now and now. There's no hesitations, no waiting time, and that is going to hurt you a lot. And because of this, those split-second decisions is going to cost you between life or death.
That is very well said, and that might be true, but it seems like there was one team that made the decision of how they want to play even before the games began. I'm talking about Team Limra. They're still sticking to the tried and tested method of avoiding fights till the extreme late stage of the game, keeping Hesperos in the back lines with a lot of first aids on him. And in the first game itself, Fixes, it wasn't a bad performance from Limra.
See, honestly, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Yeah.
That is the idea that Team Limra came into. It's all about that first day. Games are going to be sweaty. Everybody would be riling for those points. What do? Go for a heal battle. Get those position points and a few extra bonus in terms of your finishes.
Yeah.
You're good to go.
But let's see, when you talk about points, we have to look at the point standings of this game one itself. Let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen. We know Godlike got the chicken dinner with 10 eliminations, but what about the other squads? 20 points for Hero Extreme Godlike, and then you have Limra with 12 points being the total tally. 6 eliminations as well. They did win a few team fights.
Team Limra was on the edge of the circle to the southwest corner, right? Early on, you asked what happened to Phoenix in the compound. Actually, while they were rotating in, Team Limra was the one sneaking behind them, getting a couple of points here. So this is very, very good gameplay coming from Team Limra. Their objectives has always been the same. 8 to 10 points every single game. It doesn't matter, it's the chicken dinner or it's finishes.
Well, again, another surprising name that we kind of missed out on was Reckoning Esports. They were quite aggressive. No placement point secured in game one, but 8 eliminations to work with.
There were guns blazing right from minute one. We could see them going after the players. They went after a couple of teams. And similarly, we could see Versatile also going quite aggressive. They knew for a fact that a lot of these teams are going to be starting to play a little bit of a slower game. For them to rise up amongst their fears and step up and somehow deliver, that is the big part.
Another team on the podium was the Ape Army Orangutan. We saw them in the top 3 with 9 points. A decent balance between placements and finishes, but this is where hearts are broken right now, at least for the game one itself. Hyderabad Hydras and Silly Esports on the 15th and the 16th position, and X-Park as well, along with TWOB. A decent start, 4 points, not a lot, but at least it's not 0.
Yeah, this is really, really unfortunate for some of these teams lower as well. Meadow Esports tried to take a different approach and hurt them a little bit more. Silly had a really, really good ideas, but again, execution was very, very lacking for them. X-Park, you know, I really like how X-Park play, but it's just really unfortunate that people were hammering on them time and time again. And when I talk about people, it's Blizz as well as Godlike. But now, let's talk about the iQOO MVP of this game.
I mean, iQOO MVP of this game as of now, but if this man keeps on playing like this, I think he is going to be the iQOO MVP of the tournament as well. Because Admino, I mean, 5 finishes secured in this match, 50% finish contribution for his team, 8% map impact. But let's add those 5 finishes to the 76 he has already gotten into this tournament.
He's got a hero on his name, and that is something we can also see in his game. And this is something that he's also been channeling right from the league stages inside the Grand Finals. This is Admino at his very best. But then again, when we take a look at the top 5 players, I think some big suspects would be in the form of Immortal, again stepping up when it matters the most. 4 finishes, quite crucial for Reckoning.
Yep, Immortal has been popping off all by himself as well here. People were saying that, hey, he might be a little bit washed down, he might be a little bit slow, but guess what? In terms of experience and decisive decision making, he's the guy you got to look out for when it comes to Reckoning Esports. Sim as well has been playing a very, very good play alongside with Godlike, but Aru was the guy I really, really want to talk about as well, because he does have a lot of competitive LAN experience. Yeah, we haven't seen him perform too much during the semifinals, but guess what? Now they're here to say like, hey, I used to be a star player. I am going to be the one that's going to be fragging out for the team, and guess what? He was popping off real good.
I mean, if you're talking about Aru, I'm going to let my mind fix his
Oh
his
yeah,
favorite
his
player,
boy,
right?
yeah. His boy.
And for all the right reasons.
Yeah.
One of the most hardworking players inside of the competitive scene, was a support player, became an IGL, had that huge dip to somehow redeem himself in the BGI's Grand Finals. But now cometh iQOO BMPS. He is representing the banner of Orangutan. Suddenly a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders. Now talking about how OG really approached this, they were surrounded amidst a lot of those teams. But still, to survive out there, come out on the top, still get inside that top 4, top 5 finish, I think that is a commendable start for him.
Yeah, it is quite commendable. And of course, if we talk about Orangutan, it's not just Aru we are waiting to see pop off, right? Or we were waiting to see pop off, because Aru has done quite well in this game one. We are waiting for AKOP to shine. WizGod as well, and Atanki. Oh man, this squad can at any time take that leap all the way to the first position. So all the teams that are there, I mean, they're not too far right now, still in the top 3 Orangutan. Let's not forget about it. But that was just game 1. We still have another match lined up, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the map of Miramar coming up next. Let's have a look at the matchup. And of course, Fixes, I want to know your expectations as well. Which team let you down in game 1? Which team were you very impressed with?
I really wanted Hyderabad the Hydras to have a good start, because considering they've been making an appearance inside an official LAN after quite some time. You've got Termi, who is having the form of his life, and still off to a bad start. This is really going to rile them up.
Yeah, I mean, missing out on a few details over there, Hyderabad Hydra is quite unfortunate with how they were just manipulated by the players of Reckoning Esports into positions that where Reckoning wanted them to be, to go for that squad wipe. But one team that has impressed me has to be the side of Phoenix. I mean, with their positioning, it was phenomenal. That slope fight, they had to deal with so much pressure, and they did that in such a beautiful manner. But can they replicate that in game number 2? And of course, if we are talking about match number 2, the map of Miramar, we all know a man who's going to be very upset with the result he had to face in game 1 itself. I'm talking about Somraj. The players are versatile. Do you think they're going to be cooking up something?
You know, that's the thing about Somraj, right? Like, he is the guy that has been struggling to try and make a name here for the longest of time. You know, he also mentioned that dominating Miramar is going to be the key to success. Whoever wins Miramar is good at it. He's going to be able to beat everyone on the map. And fortunately for him, next map is going to be Miramar. So Erangel, all they got to do is like, hey, we may not have to be a good, may not have had a good game, but now focus on the bigger picture. It is a marathon. There is a lot of games to go here. Consistency is going to be the key here. Don't tilt before it's over.
Exactly, and let's see, I mean, it is going to be difficult to, as IC said, do not get tilted before it's over. If the emotions get to you in the heat of the battle, then you lose half the battle already, right, Fixes?
Of course, but to be honest, Versatile weren't really off to a bad start, because they had 7 finishes already to their names, and the idea is always maintaining that perfect average. And if Erangel, you're off to getting those 8 points right from the very get-go, you get those finishes, you've got the momentum really rolling in your favor.
Yeah, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, as we have had a look at the matchup, we have a surprise for you. Please put your hands together and welcome Ishan Pandita, who's going to be joining us right now. Welcome to the English desk of this iQOO BMPS. You just watched the first game along with the audience. Did you enjoy the action? Did you enjoy the BGMI action over there?
Yes, it was my first time watching this game, so it's been fun. It's been good to see everyone compete, and yeah, it's been nice so far.
I mean, you're a competitive player playing for one of the best football clubs in the country, so you have an experience of dealing with pressure. So that is the aspect that I want to get a lot of information out of you about. Like, when you are on a stage like this, you've played a lot of matches, and of course, home of the 12th man in ISL. How do you deal with the crowd just cheering your name and the expectations that they want you to deliver every single time?
I mean, I think you can call it pressure or you can call it whatever you want, but the fans, they add that extra spark in the game, and we can use that as motivation, not necessarily as pressure. So when we have the fans behind us, it's great motivation to perform even more and push ourselves even more to deliver.
And being a striker yourself, one more question. Strikers, you have to finish, you have to score, you have to find the back of the net. If I were to relate it to a role inside of the game, that has to be the assaulters, who are always expected to deliver, always find the connections, find those shots and find those frags for their team. As an individual, when you know your entire team is also counting on you every single time you get the ball and the assaulters get put in that position, how do you focus? How do you just calm your nerves and just strike?
I mean, as they say, pressure is pleasure, no? So it's part of the job. That's what drives us, and yeah, it's just fun. It's what we are paid to do in a way. So yeah, to deliver is what we're good at.
I think, being a part of the professional sports, you've been there, you've seen it all. And now I would want to know what your advice would be to all these young lads that are actually playing their first time in an official LAN in front of such a big crowd. You know, the nerves sometimes get the better of you, but if you needed to calm them down, what would your call be?
I think just enjoy the process. I'm no one to really tell them how to do their own profession, but just enjoy the process. Soak it all in, maybe focus on your breath a little bit. That can help you settle down a little bit more. And yeah, just enjoy, have fun, and trust the process always.
Got any favorites?
I was about to ask the same thing.
I don't know. Maybe one of the teams who came out in the traditional wear, because I think the fans like them more.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely.
God like an 8-bit.
Yeah, God like an 8-bit. I mean, both of them amazing squads, and both of them have very big fan bases. So I mean, those are the teams that feel the pressure to deliver because of the fans mostly.
Yeah.
But apart from them, there are also these newer teams that are in this position on the stage for the very first time. Now, for them, this is a new experience. For them, they feel the pressure because of a completely different reason, not because of the fans, but because they have expectations from themselves. How does someone who's in a position like this, making their debut, what should their focus be?
Like I said, I think it's just about enjoying the process. This is their first time. Soak it all in and then learn. Everything is an experience. So if not this time, there's always another time. So you just keep growing and making the most of it.
I think you just gave a lot of people their new favorite quote. Pressure is pleasure. I think that's definitely going to be there for a long time. And of course, I mean, as we talked about it, you watched the game there with the audience. We talked about the players a lot. Are you enjoying the vibe of the arena right now?
It's good fun, man. It's good. My first time here, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's very, very nice.
So, you know what? A lot of these young kids are also trying to get into competitive esports, but, you know, we have those usual hindrances where, you know, the parents do not know what they're heading at. And for somebody very young, maybe 16 or 17, trying to get into competitive BGMI or into something very conventional like football, how would you advise them, or what would your call be for them?
I mean, it's been quite a similar story for most of us in football. We know the Indian mentality and how our parents are. It's difficult to sort of stride away from education and the generic path. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's if you love what you do and you got to push for it and you got to keep fighting, then that's what it is. And hopefully, at some point, maybe your parents can maybe back you up a little bit, and with that confidence, then you can do miracles.
I think everyone relates to that right now. Everyone's been like, all right, you got to study, you got to go to college, and no one gets enough time to practice. So, but being an athlete, I think this is one thing that all the athletes went through. You had your hours when you were supposed to study, you had your hours you were supposed to practice, and that level of dedication. Give us a little bit insight of what your journey was like when you were struggling with balancing the life between studies and football.
I mean, I think it's part of the journey, right?
Yeah.
Growing up, you got to balance both, and that's what builds you into what you are now. But luckily enough, I was able to just focus on what I wanted to do a little bit later on as I grew up. So it was easier to pick my career.
Right. You know, I would love to know about your experience as a professional athlete. You've played so many games. You got any favorite moments?
When I think about favorite moments, it always has to be playing for your country.
Yes.
So maybe my debut for the country and obviously my first goal for the country. Those are what really come to my mind at the first time.
I mean, it is a big deal being in the Indian national football team and, of course, scoring over there as well. And along with that, I mean, we've talked about how the journey has been so far. Getting to this level, getting to a position like this, when you're at the top, what does that feel like?
I mean, it's amazing. Growing up, you dream about making it to the top and playing professional, playing for your country. And yeah, it's good. Been a good journey so far. Touch wood.
We were just talking about before the first game, there was a team that mentioned the only goal they set was just to be on the stage, bucket list being checked off. Same for you as well.
Yes.
Bigger bucket list, big deal for the Indian country, Indian national team, and of course playing for Kerala Blasters now. But again, I mean, very young players over here, some 20, 18-year-old kids who are just starting out on the path to success, a long way to go. There are moments where you fall, there are moments where you falter. As we talked about it, right? You talked about experience. You fail on the big stage. How do you pick yourself up after that? Because sometimes you just lose focus.
I mean, in these moments, you got to dig deep and remember why you started. And it was all for the love of the game, for performing and for reaching a particular goal. So those moments, maybe look back, reflect a little bit, and yeah, pick it up. You fall 100 times, you got to get back up 200 times. So yeah, it's part of the process.
Perfect mentality, because you know, so of course I want to correlate this because we've got these young buds, everyone 17, 18, starting things off, and suddenly you're facing a lot of scrutiny. One bad game and you're judged. And this is where, you know, even the greatest minds tend to tremble, and they are very young, right? So what would be your advice to somebody, you know, who's going through a very rough time? How does he deal with the media, the critiques? How does he get away from there?
I mean, considering that they're very young, I think it's better to stay off social media and maybe not read everything people are saying, because that can affect the mind. But then, yeah, you got to train your mind just like you train your body. And in their cases, their fingers and their hands. So yeah, it's part of the process. You live and learn, and as they grow up, they will mature for sure.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, part of the process, you have to try and stay focused, dig deep, find the main reason for motivation. But again, talk about motivation. I mean, no one else was more motivated in this game than Hero Extreme Godlike. And it is time we head to a very special interview with the players. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, Hero Extreme Godlike in a very special conversation.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का iQOO BMPS 2024 के इस स्पेशल सेगमेंट में, जहां हमारे साथ है एक ऐसी टीम जिन्होंने फर्श से अर्श तक का सफर तय किया है, जिन्होंने एक भी ऑफिशियल लैंड टूर्नामेंट में अभी तक क्वालिफाई नहीं किया था और फाइनली इस बार वो क्वालिफाई करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। बहुत सारे बदलाव टीम में हुए, कुछ ने कहा आईजीएल की गलती थी, कुछ ने कहा कि जो असॉल्टर्स हैं वो उतने बेहतर नहीं, लेकिन इन सब बदलाव के बाद अब फाइनली ये टीम काफी ज्यादा स्ट्रांग नजर आ रही है। पर देखना ये है कि क्या वो जो ट्रॉफी का सपना है वो पूरा होगा या फिर नहीं। या मैं बात कर रहा हूँ टीम गॉडलाइक ईस्पोर्ट्स की। एंड फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कांग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर क्वालिफाइंग फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। एंड जॉनसन, सबसे पहला सवाल मेरा आपसे ही रहेगा, गॉडलाइक के ऊपर वो एक कर्ज था, अभी तक एक भी बीजीएमआई के ऑफिशियल लैंड फाइनल्स तक वो नहीं पहुंचे, एंड यू हैव बीन ऑलवेज देयर इन द टीम विद अ लॉट ऑफ चेंजेस हैपनिंग अराउंड यू। सो अब फाइनली जब आप उस लैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंचे हो, हाउ इज द फीलिंग?
यार फीलिंग तो लाइक बोल सकते कि ग्रेट है, लाइक यू नो बहुत टाइम बाद क्वालिफाई कर रहे हैं हम। लाइक बहुत सारे चीज़ें लाइक वर्क नहीं कर रही थी पास्ट में, फिर भी लाइक यू नो ट्राई करते हार नहीं माने, एंड अभी फ़िलहाल चीज़ें बैठ रही है, चीज़ें ऑन जगह, एंड वी आर हियर एंड दिस बार कॉन्कर कर रहा है।
लेट्स गो। तो मतलब एम जो है वो क्लियर है कि इस बार ट्रॉफी लेकर के जा रही है। बट पंक, अभी तक के अगर हम पूरे सफर की बात करें iQOO BMPS 2024 की, आपने भी बहुत ज़्यादा वक्त नहीं हुआ कि आपने असॉल्टर छोड़ के आईजीलिंग करना स्टार्ट किया है, आप वो कर रहे हो और इस ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट में फाइनली वो बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस आया आपकी टीम का। मैं आपसे समझना चाह रहा हूँ कि पूरे टूर्नामेंट डोमिनेट करने के बाद सेमीफाइनल्स में आखिर ऐसा क्या हुआ कि सेमीफाइनल्स में लास्ट मैच तक का इंतजार करना पड़ा क्वालिफाई होने के लिए?
लाइक सेमीज में कुछ नई चीजें ट्राई करने का हमने स्टार्ट किया था, लेकिन वो वर्क नहीं करी, तो लास्ट में हम लोग को सीख मिली है सेमीज से। अभी वो फाइनल में वो गलती रिपीट नहीं करेंगे।
कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट करने की आप कोशिश करते हैं बेसिकली टीम, मतलब आप बहुत श्योर थे कि क्वालिफाई तो हो ही जाएंगे?
हाँ,
तो एडमिनो, अभी अगर आप iQOO MVP कंटेंडर्स की बात करो, वहाँ पे आपका और जॉनी का दोनों का ही नाम हमें देखने को मिल रहा है. आपका नाम अभी फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे है और साथ ही साथ ट्रॉफी इज ऑब्वियसली इंपॉर्टेंट. तो आप ये दोनों ही चीज़ों को बैलेंस आउट करके कैसे चल रहे हो एंड व्हाट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट टू यू राइट नाउ?
अच्छा, मेरे को एक चीज़ बताओ, 75 लाख ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है 4 लाख?
है तो 75 लाख.
तो बस वही हमारा एम है.
ये काफ़ी वो एडमिनो वाला जवाब हो गया, गॉडमिनो वाले जोन का. बट अगेन ऑब्वियसली 75 ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट यू विल बी हैविंग एन आई ऑन द 4 लाख रुपीज एज वेल, राइट?
चेरी ऑन द टॉप रहेगा हमारे लिए, तो अगर आया तो बाकी भगवान के ऊपर है जो आएगा.
मेक सेंस, दैट मेक्स सेंस.
Welcome back to the iQOO BMPS 2024. Here we have witnessed the first map thus far, and of course, Hero Extreme Godlike definitely takes the cake in terms of the chicken dinner. Now we are about to head into the second game of the day from day number 1, and we are heading into the hot desert lands of Miramar. Joining me is going to be Fixes here. Fixes, what do you think about this match?
It is going to be hot, it is going to be humid, and for sure, it is going to be quite sweaty. Once we charter through the skies, it's going to be fun. We know we've got a taste of the lobby. Yes, Hero Extreme Godlike, they got that chicken dinner, but now a lot of them are coming after them.
Oh boy, this is going to be an interesting one as well, because it is going to be the specialties of some of these teams to actually figure out what went wrong in game number 1. So it's going to be a different approach here. It is going to be the first time heading into the Grand Finals with this roster, with this lineup in the map of Miramar. So we had a little bit warm up just now, but now this seems to be a very centered flight path here. Fixes.
A lot of these teams are going down. Maybe towards Los Leones, you've got Chumacera. They are going to be thrown in for a toss. Sort of makes them vulnerable to a lot of those vehicular fights, right? But again, you've got San Martin. This is going to be occupied by Team X Park. And we know it is going to be vacant for quite some time.
Well, speaking of vacant here, it seems like, you know, the approaches has always been, you know, stacking up and then going for those kind of long-range fights, right? We've seen a lot of DBS metas coming into this play, but when it comes to Miramar, it is going to be a little bit more long-range fight. So we were expecting a lot of CQCs coming in from the Erangel previous map here. This is going to throw off some of the DBS gods in this game, and I feel like when it comes to Miramar, would you say the priority is going to be rotations, or is it going to be weaponry?
You know, to be honest, to some extent, of course, you're going to be relying on your M4s and whatever weapon you want to use to get those sprays in. But every single time we've seen, all these teams tend to go for that halt. They tend to go for those 4v4 fights. And that is where guns like DBS, S12K really shine. But now it's all about, you know, teams coming in with a strategy. And we saw how the circle threw them in. They had no idea how to approach that. Hence, we got to see a whole different style of gameplay. So I'm really looking forward to where the circle really forms, because then we will have some of our questions answered.
Yep, agreed. And speaking of which as well, Versatile, they did mention as well that whoever wins Miramar does tend to win the rest of it all. And currently, Versatile, they are right at the west side of the circle. So they are going to be in the Elpozo. So a pretty okay start here. The flight pass is very forgiving for all the teams, except for those who are heading down south. In this case, 8-bit in Los Leones. And we also see now, up on screen, TM Limra going to be heading down southeast.
Did you notice one thing? Ignite Gaming, they're doing something quite different. I'm really surprised, because when you come down to a LAN, it is your first LAN, and you're making those big shifts. They're kind of playing in a split, 2-1-1. That is somewhere, you know, a lot of questions are going to be raised.
You know, the thing about Team Limra, in terms of consistency, it's always about how and unexpected they are, right? We've seen how they play approaches in terms of fight here during the Thai semifinals here. Tank circle, it's okay. They always go in when they know that there's no one behind them. So that's a specialty that Team Limra has. And interesting enough, they were the ones that played through the in-game qualifiers, and now they are in the LAN finals. And now, currently in the standings, top 2. So I think this is a very impressive feat coming from Team Limra.
I think Team Limra off to a really good start. Something in quite contrast to how they really played the BGIS. I think after having that little bit of a fall, they realized where the mistakes are. And they are this time not repeating that. And for Team Limra, I think still, I see it's very quick to judge, because you've got a lot of those games coming in. But yeah, having a steady start, if they keep this momentum rolling, if they get around 50+ points by the end of the evening, surely they would be a top 3 contender.
Now, up on screen as well, we have 8-Bit, a very, very well-known team here in terms of their roster, in terms of experience as well. What really surprises me is that Aditya was formerly a very, very clutch player, a top fragger in the BGMI scene in particular. But today, as well as the semifinals, it seems like they haven't really adapted to the current meta or playstyle here. What went wrong for 8-Bit?
You know, honestly, I don't feel likewise, because when you look at that fight that Team 8-Bit took, that was quite a rushed one. It was in a hushy manner where they had to go up against Versatile, the vehicles were charging in, and it is 50-50. Really comes down to your instincts. And for Aditya, how his performance has been throughout the season, he's been having a really nice time. And hoping that, you know, he continues this, because for 8-Bit, a lot is on the line.
Now, up on screen as well, we also have Hydra, but Hydra's Johnny, absolutely a big fan of this team. Termi has been the playmaker for the team every single time with his nades, with his firepower DPS. But in the previous round here, they were having a compound completely in their favor, but they were dropped by surprise. And this may affect their mental capacity a little bit here. And I really, really hope they are able to pick up some steam.
So that's the thing, right? Termi, he's been the game changer, but that was during the league stages. This is LAN. The atmosphere is going to be absolutely different. This is where he starts sweating. But look at this. You know, we've got a couple of movements around the center of the map. We've got the likes of Team X-Pac just leaving the areas of San Martin. And Ignite Gaming feels like, I see, they're waiting for them.
Ooh, this is going to be a rough one here. Team X-Spark, you know, they were the team that had a very, very solid game plan in the previous game as well. The rotations was pretty spot out as well. They wanted to prioritize saving up utilities, getting the best position possible. But little did they know, they were picked apart because of how defensive they were and calculated and not taking the risk when needs to be done. And it actually backfired on them. And I really hope that they do have something installed here, because right now they're having a lot of heavy fire coming from Hawk here from Ignite.
Oh my god, this is bad. Especially when Ignite Gaming wanted to have a little bit of a suspense for themselves. The moment you break the silence, you need to ensure you got a knock, because for Team X-Pac, you mess up with them, they are going to come right back at you.
Oh, the sprays are coming in as well. They've got the LOS to actually play this as well. They're going for those double pick coming from X-Part. They're doing some serious damage onto his IG, but it seems like they just can't seem to find the opening knock. So that is going to be them playing a little bit safe here before they go for the next fight here. But what I do like now is that they are looking for the grind.
Look at IG. They're completely confined. They've got no means of escape, because Team X-Pac are slowly but surely starting to surround them. They've got those hilly angles. They've got that high ground advantage. And look at them just trying to engulf them. And this is where Ignite Gaming have to come up with an answer, because if they do not, Team X-Pac, this is a team that possesses the ability to devour them as well.
I really like what X-Pac just did. Ignite dirty right there and there. Look at this. Like, they've used up so much utilities because of those suppressive fires, and now they don't really know what's happening here. But they do see this rotation, which is a good thing, and that means they are going to try and reposition themselves. But instead, Ignite now, they are going to be going for a couple of jabs across the other side of the map. And unfortunately to say, they are just bleeding resources for absolutely no value.
Yeah, and that's going to be quite hurtful to them. Considering the fact they've got the smack center of the circle, you know the next circle shift will be also on you. A lot of these teams are going to be breaching through, will be trying to knock in on your doors, because whilst X-Pac, they were also rotating around. We've got another team in the midst. We've got the likes of TWOB. They're lying in wait. They're waiting for Team X-Pac to go in for a charge, and that is where they decide to strike.
Now, on screen as well, we do finally catch a glimpse on Newman Forever. They were the top leaderboards in the semifinals, and in game one, they completely fumbled a little bit. And now, with this up on screen here, let's take a look at what their approach is. It seems like there's nothing major yet here. They're still inside the circle. They're trying to get a little bit of information to figure out where's the good spots here. So they are looking pretty healthy in terms of resources. They are looking pretty healthy in terms of overall positions. But little did they know, they might be able to find a straggler if they rotate correctly, because Punk is all by himself right now. This is not good for Punk. He's still stocking up, but if Newman turns the right direction, they might find a freebie himself.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. That is going to absolutely flip the script, because Hero Extreme Godlike, they want to build up some momentum. But this is where, if Newman Forever get a couple of those knocks, that is going to change. Because for now, what we've witnessed from Hero Extreme Godlike, they have a lot of those dynamic shifts happening inside of the style of play.
Oh boy, patience is paying off in the virtue. IG still stuck there. It was X-Spark just now, and this time it's going to be TWOB. Guess what? Round 2, ding, ding, ding. Does legit find a legitimate angle. Because as of yet, I don't think he scouted them out. Or did they? Or did he?
You know, that's the thing, right? Nobody wants to make that first move. Everybody is just waiting. Because right now, Team X-Spark, they've got bigger issues to deal with. Hyderabad Hydras, they've closed in. But Team X-Spark seems like they're already aware. And Spray God goes in for a toss.
Oh, Sarang, what a clutch by himself here. He finds a pick of Crypto's going down, and Mokshi's down as well. Sarang, 1v2. Hyderabad Hydras losing 2 right from the get-go. And the rest of Hyderabad Hydras is going to back out. They've lost 2. They are going to salvage the loss, and Sarang is not going to let them off the hook. But 2 very, very big finishes coming from Sarang.
Cut their losses and run. Hyderabad Hydras did not see this coming from miles afar. Team X-Spark, they were hunkered down around the House of Boss. And this is not what Team X-Spark usually does, right? They head on towards San Martin and they go off their merry ways. Hyderabad Hydras not having that information, get caught in the middle of nowhere. And look at that, I see back-to-back 2 really bad games, and this time off to such a rough start, I'm starting to get nervy about the Hydras.
Agreed. Meanwhile, Team X-Spark, they are making the next game plan already. Shadow already making their way into the next phase of zone. They do scout out rotations coming from Newman. A huge cluster in the center of the zone for now as the circle slowly shifts in. But little did they know, look at this, there's so many teams still outside as well.
Oh my god. You know, one thing is coming for sure. A lot of those heal battles might really come in. Because we've got 2 different stories over here. When you take a look at the map, a lot of those teams clustering around that central area. And a lot of those teams still waiting for that hard shift. We saw how ruthless the first game could be. Come at that 5th circle shift. Nobody anticipated the circle to go up north. Now we've got a lot of those iterations to play around with. And the moment that hard shift comes, if all these teams aren't prepared, they might get caught while getting inside the zone.
Oh boy, a lot of rocky terrains they have to climb. Without vehicles, it is going to be an absolute bloodbath. So saving up those stocks here is going to be very, very important here. Blizz going to be on the outskirts of the power plant as well, I believe. And this is going to be a very, very important factor for them because they do have high ground. They do have natural cover from the terrains itself, and this is going to help them rotate in very, very quickly and also see a majority of rotations. But now they're taking some heavy fire up north, and this is, you know, making a decision to actually just back off and rotate away instead of holding down. So this is interesting coming from this.
You know,
they just backed out.
So unsure, I see, to find some space. Everybody needs that area to breathe. Considering the fact not a lot of these teams have been eliminated, not even a single team has been wiped out, they are starting to get things over their heads, right? They're starting to overthink. This is where you need to have your contingency plans, and this is where we need to thank our official smartphone partners, the iQOO 12, because for them, they've made this event happen. And let's not forget, all these legends, all these athletes are playing on this very device, the iQOO 12 5G.
Oh, interesting enough. Punk, he's actually opted to go for the close quarter battles here. I did see an SKS up on the floor, but looks like he's going to trust his Scar L to go for those long-range fights. So we are going to be expecting the circle shift potentially close quarter here. It is going to be a little bit of a gamble coming from Godlike, but instead of playing long range like how they did from the previous game, this time it's all CQCs. Even Jonathan's got a shotty himself.
So this is
and Mino as well.
Of course, you know, for Godlike, that is the depth they have in their roster. Throughout the league stages, we saw them experiment through a lot of those drop locations. They've changed things, they've changed their approach, they've changed their style. Now, this is their arsenal. They've got a lot of those options, and I'm pretty sure if one does not work out, they might have another one up their sleeves.
Yep, 8-bit now. They do scout out people with the church here. Great scout coming from Aditya to get those information in on how they are going to be moving their way through. But guess what? They actually want to try and punish Phoenix as of yet. Now Buggy's exposed. Mighty looking to go about Jim as well. He is going to go in for a couple fires. Cheyenne will flip the Buggy, but guess what? He's taking a lot of damage, but he still gets out. What beautiful luck by Cheyenne. Look at this. The Buggy's on fire. He's got to concede that.
Literally a Ghost Rider in a buggy. Talk about that. For Phoenix, it was a very close escape. Now, to be honest, in that very fight, even if 8-bit had gotten a knock, they could not have initiated a push. It was all about trying to limit your opposition out of their vehicles, throw them out, make sure they start panicking, because this is what happens. 8-bit taking all those shots.
Oh, what
Phoenix
a save.
right out in the very open. this is where they're also starting to get nervy.
Oh my goodness, they lose one, but what a save coming from Honey as well. They still have 3 vehicles, so it's not the end of the world. And fortunately for them, they do have those Dacias available. So, sorry, the Mirado available. So that's going to be a 2-man sharing here. I think Honey's going to be sharing it with him later on, but for now, they do find somewhere to actually kind of stock up as well. So it's not the end of the world for Phoenix. They have had a pretty okay start compared to game 1, but 8-bit definitely made their life a little bit rougher now.
Oh boy, 8-bit. They're just lying in wait, letting the other teams pass, just hunker around the edges of the circle, especially the southeastern one, and they're waiting for that heart shape. All these teams are. For Esports, we saw in the game of Erangel, they took that King of the Hills position, but what they were really not prepared for was the circle going up north. This time, this underdog team carries a lot of that storylines. They have become the undergods. They've become the legends of the game. But how far they can go, that is the big ask.
Oh, silly. You know, the dreams of making it to here has happened. But, of course, when it comes to holding the trophy, many, many more miles away. First game didn't exactly go in favor of them, but game 2 now, hopefully they will be able to do a little bit better.
They certainly will. All these teams need to rotate across the map, just like our official mobility partner, the Hero Extreme 160R4V. And guess what I see? The Hero MVP, the one who's got the highest frags inside of the tournament, inside of the Grand Finals especially, walks away with one of these baddies. Would be lovely seeing him cruise through Kochi. But for now, we're waiting for that circle shift, and it goes down southeast. This is lovely stuff. Look at the number of teams already centered, but look at that influx that is about to come in.
Oh my goodness, San Martin Circle. Seems like, you know, Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be happy about this as well. We are going to be expecting Urban Warfare coming in as well, but now Team X-Park, they're in a little bit of trouble here. Newman looks to try and go in for a couple jabs here. Shadow looking to go in for an exit here. His vehicle's all parked in. He is going to try and stock up those smokes coming in, but he's getting shot himself. Can he get out? Omega goes in for the push, but the shotties do not connect. Omega takes him down, and that's going to be 1 man down from X-Park.
I love this. How Newman really isolated the players of Team X-Pac, just dropping down the smokes, ensuring they've got no cover to play. But Mafia, he wants to double dive on it, and he wants to go in for the push.
Oh my goodness, Joker, he needs to get out. Omega, they are going to be rushing in as well. They stole 1 loot away, and Team X-Pac, they are going to completely dip out. Sarak with the save, they are able to get him out to safety. And Spray God able to trade off Ash from afar. Great cover fire coming from X-Park, but they lose 1 member, but they are able to get out for now.
At this point for Team X-Park, I think survival is the key. They were not prepared for this assault coming in from Newman Forever, and especially losing out on your IGL at the very early stages of the game. The alarm bells are starting to toll. This is where this team, we know they've been tried and tested. This team can conquer their demons, but this is the time they need to have a really good game of Miramar, or else things might start slipping out.
Oh, they were caught off guard, but still, you know, it's not the end of the world yet. There's still 16 teams by stage 3. Miramar is a relatively long game, but we do see Sakar going for a very interesting approach because they are playing the outskirts of Crater, and they're going for the UAZ, a pretty dinged up as well. And I wouldn't say this is actually favorable for them at all. They are in a very, very tough spot right now.
I think right from minute 1, imagine their storyline. They were surrounded by the likes of Team X-Park. Eventually, they realized the circle goes away from them, and they had to readjust, as a result of which they did not have a lot of utils to play around with. And look at those vehicles. I think they're also starting to burn down. Imagine the next shift happens, and the circle goes away from there. They have no means of getting inside the circle.
Oh, speaking of the circle here, seems like Team Limra has finally shown themselves in the screen now, and they're still rotating away here. They still haven't really figured out what they want to do here. They're just waiting for the next phase of the zone, and I think Limra has always been very smart on how they want to take those approaches, right? Like pit stops has always been something that they prioritize over everything else. Go for pit stops, wait for it, and then when the heat dies down, they come out and strike.
You know what I'm waiting for? How many first aids do they collectively have? Or are they going to have a different approach? Because we've seen this from Team Limra. When they want to secure those enough points, they go for those desperate measures. But this time, when we saw Hesperos, he just had 4 in his bag. So still question marks on how Team Limra really wants to see this through. Because when you talk about the circle, we've got a lot of that Western cluster building up, a lot of those teams still playing around San Martin. You've got the likes of Silly still capitalizing on that hill position down south. And this is where, if the circle shifts on them, they could really have a good conversion, and they could really deliver.
Well, we do see Sealy getting a couple of knocks in across the map as well. So that is going to be potential finish points, but can they get the continuation? So that's going to be very, very important as well. iQOO finds one knock, but unfortunately to say, he's pretty spread out from a team here. They are all on top of the mountains here. Little sand bandits across the mountains, or in this case, mountain bandits, looking to try and steal a couple of finishes here and there. And they're in prime position to do so. But again, if one of them gets knocked, it's going to be very, very difficult to reset.
At least for Silly, they can still live with it. Because if one of their players gets taken down, you still have that avenue to get that heal in. But look at this, the shift coming in. It is going to be an urban circle. I see. It is going to be a game where Team Blizz can really come up top. But look at TWOB's positions. They want to go in for that inject. They want to go in for the breach.
Oh my goodness, it's urban warfare. Absolute chaos is going to be happening as well when the circle shifts into those buildings. So many covers, so many angles to work with here. Vehicles may get you in, but it's not going to get you out for sure. Once you're in, there's no way you're getting out at all. Oh, in this case, TWOB, they've taken the high grounds of the apartments as well. Blizz is still on the bottom. They are trapped on top, but still, again, a good defense, sometimes maybe a good offense on the right side, though.
We've seen TWOB get off to a really good start, have a good position. But in the first game of Erangel, they couldn't really not cash in. This is one of those games where they could really come out as the victors. I'm kind of excited to see what TWOB has to offer, because they've got their basics right, still around the edges of the entire city, because we know, as a rule of thumb, the circle kind of shifts away from them. They are prepared for that.
Agreed, and as of yet as well, utilities such as nades is going to be a huge factor in all this urban warfare to try and clear angles here. We do see a lot of it being expended coming from Team Limra. A very, very nice drive-by coming in from Medal Esports to kind of figure this out. But Medal right now, even though they force out a lot of utilities, but it seems like they're not getting any more value than just that. Team Limra, again, more needs being used out.
I'm starting to get worried about Team Limra. One good grenade and we might see multiple frags over there. For Medal Esports, they've really closed in, but for Team Limra, they do not have a lot of those spaces to play with. And Encore and Sahil OP, they're well aware of that.
Sahil OP, Encore, definitely wants to try and contest this, but do they want to though? Because right now, both sides are still inside the zone. They can still play a little bit safe here, but Team Limra looking for those exit strategies. Needs are also coming in from Medal trying to contest this fight. Looking for those angles. Still can't seem to pick off anyone yet. Limra, do they get out? They do have the smokes here in case they get fired out from behind. But again, they're checking even more. But the vehicles again getting naded out. Goku losing his member as well. The Molotovs comes in. He might burn out. Medal looking for even more. Team Limra once again taking so much damage, and they get another knock coming from Medal. Team Limra, they finally make the call to dip. Hesitation has hurt them even more. They will abandon ship and get out, but wow, in the midst of chaos, Medal is gonna get third party. Here comes Godlike, Hero Extreme Godlike, looking to try and capitalize on this. Simp getting knocked in, but Godlike, do they want to continue? And wow, this is also happening as well. Medal Esports out in the open, getting picked apart by Orangutan. Everyone is shooting Medal. And just like that, they get completely wiped off.
So many teams out in the open and nobody is safe at this point. Godlike went in for the hunt, and now from nowhere, Orangutan also comes in. And let's not also forget that OG, they are also taking quite some hefty amount of damage. But this is where Orangutan do realize that they've got Team Godlike pinned down exactly to where they want, and that is where they're initiating the push.
Oh my goodness, look at the circle. They're so far off. They have to wrap this up quickly as well. Orangutan, they know they've got them by the butts. And do they want to push or do they want to back off? They don't really have a lot of time. Godlike has gotten the reset. They are going to completely get out. Orangutan still looking to try to pick them off, but they don't realize they have gotten out. Yep, they finally scouted them out, but they do not get any kind of picks. So that's going to be Hero Extreme out of there for now.
What was that, Team X?
What?
Taking an early exit, that is quite unbelievable. As Godlike, they decide to look at the bigger picture. Instantly go for the slam in around that San Martin area.
Oh no.
You've got Admeno, he's been taking quite some damage, but he's far from being safe over here. He has been surrounded, his position already compromised. Team Godlike in a whole world of trouble.
Oh, Team Limrock holding on the corners of this next phase of the zone as well. They know for a fact that Godlike is spread out at Minnow, cannot regroup with his team. He's stuck in a tight spot right now. And hopefully he's going to be able to make out live, but it is going to be a difficult task for them. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, you can see Blizz on top of the roofs of the apartments. IS as well is going to be on the site as well. We do see Ignite, 8-bit. Everyone is taking all the smaller complexes of the compound. They want to kind of sneak their way into this zone and maybe punish unsuspecting rotations coming from the teams.
And look at this, how that entire fight ensued, right? It was Medal Esports. They thought for a moment that, yes, they had Team Limra in the backs, but Team Hero Extreme Godlike coming out of nowhere, wiping them out. Medal did not see this coming from afar. But when you take a look at a circle like this is where you're going to be finally truly tested with the amount of utils that you have, with the amount of smokes that you can take down, and how you really somehow make your way inside the circle. Because after this shift, we're going to see a lot of those teams still striking for that real estate.
Oh no, Phoenix, they're taking so much damage as well. Silly and Blizz from afar, they get those angles. Phoenix, they're gonna lose 2, and they actually lose almost everyone as well. It's not looking good, and now an unexpected member, iQOO, tries to go and sneak up on Turbo, and guess what? Turbo finds him and takes him out. Absolute chaos in the city. Honey gonna be securing the finish on Aru. He is down for the count, and everyone is getting completely messed up by all these angles and corners of the vicinity.
Seems like somebody has opened up the Pandora's box and nobody was expecting hope, but a lot of those bodies falling down already, especially when you have that finish feed dancing. Everybody somehow searching for cover, but seems like I see nobody is safe, at least for now, because the circle taking another shift. And look at this.
Oh my
Team
goodness.
Inferno squad, they're right at the very smack center, but Newman Forever, they want to go in for the fight.
They don't have a choice. They have to go in for now. They are getting the circle in their backs as well. Newman Omega getting punished for his animation. Aurora gets not 1 but 2. Newman Forever, they lose 2, and they lose almost everyone. The only one left alive is going to be on the sides here, who's going to be playing the Hue battles, but what a defense coming from Ignite.
Ignite Gaming, they were battered, they were bruised, they were running out of those utils, but somehow they still managed to survive this push coming in from Newman Forever. And let's not forget, a couple of moments ago, Newman Forever was on quite a roll, but now here comes round number 2, because it is 8-bit knocking on the doors.
Oh, they have no choice. They have those smokes, but Mac is going to lose his life because Silly is actually shooting them from down south here. It's not just Ignite, it's going to be here. But guess what? Juicy sneaks up, gets a nice pump in, and they will be finally able to retake this complex. The warehouses is in a little bit of trouble here. Mighty still holding on. They lose Mac, but they want to secure this vicinity. There's still 14 teams left in this small compound, and you don't know where everyone is in every single angle. It's absolutely chaos. They have to play this very, very safe. Mighty with the nades, but no! He gets naded himself! He naded himself! And that's gonna hurt 8-bit now!
Of course, especially considering the circle is starting to close in. And for now, Team 8-bit, they know that they have to cut on their losses and have to head inside the circle. But for Ignite Gaming, they've gotten for more than they can chew. As Juicy out in the open, shows no mercy.
No
but
way!
Somehow, he's pulled this off. This has to be a miracle as another
No way!
is in. And this is it. 8-bit, what just happened?
What a plow play coming in from 8-bit. What a play from Juicy. He thought he was done for, and he was able to come on top. What a play from 8-bit. But meanwhile, this is happening as well. Let's take a look across onto the south side as well. Blizz still holding on to the compounds. They are able to pick off 7 finishes for themselves by punishing all the late rotations down to the city. But little did they know, it comes down to final 8 teams, 20 people alive. What a brutal push into the city. Everyone has lost members in their team, except for Blizz as of yet.
This city is a graveyard right now. A graveyard of broken dreams for a lot of these teams. everybody trying to survive. Look at Team Bliss.
Oh my goodness.
The stars have aligned for them, but they're still not out of the woods. You've got TWOB right beneath them. And then you've got Inferno Squad. I really like their setup. They've got perfect cover fires for each other. But now that influx coming in from that eastern side, you've got Phoenix to deal with. And then there is Termi, who's surviving all by his lonesome.
Exactly, Termi. He is going to try and get position points for himself. But let's talk about how Bliss is in right now. They have the highest ground. They have vision. They have information on everyone. But the only one stopping them here is going to be TWOB. He's pretty much waiting for them to exit down south if the circle shifts out. In this case, it is going to shift out of them. So they have to be very careful on how they actually take this approach. Meanwhile, the teams who are already inside here, we do see Inferno Squad also having a 5-man team. So it might be them hunting ducks right now for a couple of finishes. Ooh. Oh boy. Needs cooking it up as well. Does he connect? No, he bounces off. He might be okay. He's fine. He is fine. Mistakes were made. It's all good. Honey gets Nita off from the side, so Silly is able to find a couple of finishes themselves. Meanwhile, Bliss already setting up to get out to safety. Reckoning Esports as well is looking pretty good. Immortal, Gravity, Viper do have control in 2 compounds, while Silly is still hesitating to go in for the push. But they know exactly what to do. Bliss looking to try and capitalize this on the wall. Turbo on the roof. He might consider trying to jump down as well. It seems like they might need to parachute in, but hopefully they do not get punished by those animation logs.
The worst nightmares have come through at this point. These 24 meters inside the circle can seem the farthest, especially considering the fact that you have got the players of TWOB still alive. But look at Inferno Squad. They are trying to get the better out of the players of City, who are on really low HP right now.
Oh, he knows he's got the name, but guess what? Somebody's on prone down! He didn't see him! He was able to trade off himself as well, but Silly, they lose 2. Now Owen is going to be trying to capitalize on this, but can he find one?
Wow.
Yes, they do! Silly gets wiped out. They are going to be out on 4th place. Meanwhile, Bliss actually coming out on top against TWOB. TWOB actually losing their life. They come down. Sam9 is going to be playing the healing battle here. It is going to be a battle between Reckoning Esports versus Inferno Squad. The top 2 finishes. It's going to be in this battle. Inferno Squad 4v3. Reckoning, they are going to be playing full defense. Sam9 still playing the healing battle here. He's got 4 meds. Gonna potentially bow out the top 3, maybe even top 2. But he does see these rotations coming from Inferno Squad. They do have better map control. Reckoning, they need to get out. But it's gonna be a tough order for them.
These smokes change everything, especially when Inferno Squad are deploying them. They're somehow restricting Reckoning to come out in the open, because that is the only means where they can take that frontal battle. As Inferno Squad really want to see how many meds do they have on PMWI IGL, because Sam still has a couple of first aids lying down, but somehow manages to dodge that, and now he is out in the middle of nowhere, but still he snuck through.
Oh no, they need him to do something, but Sam, he got scouted out. He's gonna bow out at 3rd place. Owen finds him. And Reckoning Esports was hoping to counter Lucky Star. Maybe Sam9 can even the odds for them, but now it's going to be a 4v3. They are just staring each other across the map. In this case, Inferno Squad already having full control. They've got smokes. They know exactly where Reckoning is. There's only one way in and one way out. And in this case, Reckoning hoping that Inferno Squad overconfidently pushes them, but they're not taking any chances. Circle favoring Inferno Squad. Reckoning still not making any moves yet. And it is not helping them, as time is not in their favor. As you can see, the circle slowly, inch by inch, pushing them out. They've got first aids, but I don't think it matters that too much right now, as they are the final 2 teams. And oh, Immortal!
Yeah, exactly.
It makes so much sense why they're not pushing. They don't have ammunition. Oh no!
And add, adding salt to their injuries over there. Reckoning, they're also limited. They do not have enough man numbers. This is where they're really not confident. This is where they want the players of Inferno Squad to make that push. This is where they want to play defensive, but Inferno Squad, they've got their mindset, but they're slowly but surely starting to regroup. We might get to see this fight finally ensue.
No wonder they're playing so safe. They don't have resources. They don't have bullets to push out. They have to make every bullet count, because 4v3s, one clip is not going to be enough. And Inferno Squad, they may not know this, but Reckoning is counting the days slowly but surely. But if they get the opening knock, and maybe potentially loot up and stock up, it is going to help them. But again, it is going to be extremely risky here. Nades come in from Owen, going to chuck it down from the top. No, it's going to be a smoke here trying to cover the vision. But again, Inferno Squad has got every single angle corner as well. Goten is ready on the potential flank out towards the north side. Owen on the south. Support fire from the back as well. Inferno Squad has technically got this in this bag. It's all about closing this game. Reckoning still playing this very, very patiently here. We do see a lot of movements coming in. Smoke's already being set up as well. Owen intentionally making so much noise, trying to force reactions, but Revenant not taking the bait, but now here comes a quick circle. They have to run out. It's do or die now. Gravity going to be tanking the circle here. It looks like they want to deny finishers here. They don't want to commit to this fight. And now they are going to try and make an attempt. Heal battle comes in. And now Inferno Squad, they are going to completely drop. It's going to be a battle between Jatin and Immortal. It comes down to this. Who has more meds? Jatin's got 12 first aid kits. Immortal's got 7. And it's over. Inferno Squad takes the chicken dinner instead. Wow.
This is lovely stuff, especially for Inferno Squad. The team that was just recently formed, they made a couple of changes, a big one with their IGL, and seems like they have found their secret sauce to success. Especially, this was a very tricky circle to play, and they played with finesse. And the best part about it was they still had all of their players surviving in the final circle.
I think that's the only way they win this game, because otherwise Reckoning Esports, especially with that last play, the player charging forward and finding those frags. Had he done that, Inferno Squad did not have Jatin in the backlines to go for that heal battle. It would have been Reckoning Esports right now celebrating. But what a phenomenal endgame of Miramar. It's such a rare sight, right?
Oh, weighing their options and making the plays there. Reckoning Esports, it comes down to a heal battle. Unfortunately enough, they mistimed those angles. So Inferno Squad, well done to them, because they had a rough start in game 1, but game 2, Circle favored them. They played their cards right and they came out on top. So GG, well played to Inferno Squad.
But apart from these two teams in the end, out of nowhere, man, Team Bliss had a phenomenal time in this matchup. 10 eliminations secured with a top 3 finish. Who would have thought that in the Grand Finals, Team Bliss would be off to the races with such an amazing start?
You know, this is it, right? I talked about Team Bliss having their stars aligned. The circle kept on shifting on them, because when you look at San Martin as a whole, it is where Team X-Pac likes to take a drop. And Team X-Pac really anticipating the circle to go away from them. Team Bliss coming over there and defending with all their might. That was sublime stuff.
It was definitely quite sublime, but so was the end game of this particular matchup. We are going to have a look at the winner chicken in a moment of this particular game of Miramar. It was an amazing one. I mean, I'm still hyped and still excited from that final battle that took place. But even before that, it was Bliss setting the stage on fire with all of the frags that they were able to secure heading into that end game. And towards the end, as those two teams remain, Inferno Squad and the players of Reckoning Esports duking it out against each other.
Oh, what a play coming in as well. You know, urban warfare, it is going to be very, very dirty. It is going to be very difficult here. Even Reckoning here, they are able to capitalize a couple finishes here. But unfortunately, it comes down to the healing battle, and Immortal, he may have lost life, and that's going to be Inferno Squad to count some life. So Inferno may have messed up a little bit, but even if he doesn't, he does not have enough medkit to match Jatin on the site. So all in all, very interesting Miramar map, and it seems like whoever gets the early bird in urban warfare will come up on top.
I mean, of course, the late breachers are going to fight amongst themselves, and you have that early cover. It does prove like a big advantage to work with. But then again, this is just game 2. We have a lot more matches remaining, and this one was about setting up the momentum for day 1 itself. I think Reckoning Esports pretty much have done that, but we are going to have a look at the highlights of what were the players up to while the match was actually live.
You know, I really wanted to talk about Ignite Gaming a little bit, because, you know, from minute 1 we saw them struggling quite a lot. A lot of people had, of course, come in, everybody cheering, everybody supporting their favorite team. But Ignite Gaming, they were surrounded by so many foes, and yet they just not managed to win one fight, but they still kept the likes of Movement forever at bay.
Oh, you can see the satisfaction and the frustrations from the players, the teams as well. Even the fans were at all. But in the end, it is a good day for Inferno Squad because as of now, for them to get a chicken dinner, a very calculated one, I would say props towards Inferno Squad.
Exactly. I mean, it was a good start. But what I noticed over there was Team Bliss. I mean, they had an amazing match, right? Top three finished, 10 eliminations on the board as well. And yet, they wanted to win the game. They were a little bit upset amongst with each other, but still, I think more opportunities, and Bliss can definitely look to build the momentum from here on out.
So that's the thing, right? It's not very often that you get the circle, you get that golden chance, and that is where Bliss are disappointed with themselves, because they also somewhere down the line knew that this was that one big chicken dinner, and it is so crucial, especially when it comes down to LAN, that if you miss out, this is going to be a devastating blow.
Yeah, but we always talk about keeping those average points per match going, and I think for Bliss, it does give them a reset from that unfortunate start on the Erangel before this, and now moving forward, you have that map of Sanhok, you have Vikendi, Miramar, and Erangel remaining, and if you can still manage to keep the average between 5 to 6 points, I think Bliss will have set themselves up for success. For tomorrow, Icy, what do you think about this?
To be honest, instead of talking about the strategy here, I want to talk about the emotions, because in the IRL moments of every single team here, you can see the frustrations, you can see the tensions. Even though they were having a good day, they were not exactly happy about it as well. So, to be honest, that may affect them mentally throughout the days. And it's only the second game so far, and you can see teams like Godlike is also struggling as well, and I'm actually worried about them.
Well, I mean, everyone's going to be worried, and the tensions are going to keep on rising. That is for sure, because why not? It's the Grand Finals of the iQOO BMPS 2024, but now it's time for a very special interview, and for that, we're going to head to the stage with Rohit.
Thank you so much, casters, and of course an intense second match and full domination के साथ इस समय मीरामार को डोमिनेट किया हमारे इस कमाल की टीम की, और इसीलिए अब मैं इन्फोर्नो स्क्वाड से बुलाना चाहूँगा हमारे IGL को, and इसलिए PWG IGL, please come onto the stage. Let's have a quick chat. Let's talk about this particular match and of course the journey ahead for BMPS 2024. First of all, congratulations to that second win. अभी देखिए आपका पहला win था, match second था. Congratulations for that. And जिस तरह से आप लोग खेल रहे थे and जिस तरह से आपका इस समय vibe है, काफी easy लग रहा था. लेकिन ये जर्नी जो है ट्रॉफी तक, ये उतना ब्रीजी तो नहीं होने वाला है. अब ये दूसरा मैच था, 16 और इंटेंस मैचेस बचते हैं. तो हाउ आर यू प्लानिंग कि ये जो अगले 16 मैचेस होने वाले हैं, क्या गोल है, क्या प्लान है, उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए.
कुछ ज़्यादा गोल नहीं है, मतलब बस एवरेज ही खेलना है. जो पॉइंट हर मैच का जो एवरेज पॉइंट रहता है बस हमको वही निकालना है, क्योंकि एक आधा गेम तो चिकन के लिए कन्वर्ट हो ही जाता है. तो बस ऐसे नॉर्मल.
और जब एक लैन इवेंट होता है और इस ऐसा माहौल होता है, जब लाइव ऑडियंस होती है, इतने सारे कैमरास आपके मुंह पर होते हैं और इतनी लाइट्स होती हैं, इस तरह का माहौल होता है, जब ऐसा प्रेशर आता है तो ऐसा टीम आप लोग इस प्रेशर को कैसे हैंडल करते हैं?
कुछ नहीं, नॉर्मल ही रहता है, क्योंकि ये हमारा सेकंड है, तो ऐसे नॉर्मल कुछ ज़्यादा इतना प्रेशर नहीं लेते हैं, क्योंकि आदत हो रखी है पूरी. ईजी रहता है, जो कोई प्रेशर नहीं.
एंड अभी तो डे 1 है, डे 2 बचता है, डे 3 बचते हैं, डे 2 और डे 3 के सारे मैचेस बचते हैं. क्या सोच कर आए हैं गेम से पहले, दिन से पहले, टीम के आसपास क्या बातें होती हैं, कोच से क्या बातें होती हैं, IGL अपनी टीम को क्या बताते हैं, इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए.
कुछ नहीं, बस सारे प्लेयर जो होते हैं उनको बोलता हूँ कि पॉजिटिव रहे, बस पूरा गेम पे उनका फोकस रहे, इधर उधर पूरा कोई डिस्ट्रैक्शन ना ले अपनी तरफ, बस इतना ही रहता है.
और पॉजिटिव तो लग रहे हो आप. एंड आपने बोला कि एवरेज खेले हैं, लेकिन एवरेजेस निकालना, एक अबव एवरेज परफॉर्मेंस आपने क्लियरली दिया है. तो एवरेज मैं तो नहीं कहूँगा, लेकिन यहाँ पर ऑब्वियसली ये जो पॉइंट्स का एवरेज है ये दिमाग में चल रहा है इस समय टीम्स का. लेकिन कांग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर द विन एंड विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस. तो अभी लेते हैं एक छोटा सा ब्रेक, आप कहीं मत जाइए. इस समय चल रहा है iQOO BMPS Day 1 of 2024 and we will be right back with more BGMI action.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? But have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
जीत पाएगा 4.5 seconds में.
The new Extreme 160R 4V, now with drag timer. Challenge the Extreme.
Been here before. It's in my muscle memory, I'm pretty sure. I recognize you, there is something in your eyes. Won't let you get away tonight. You leave me in the dark. I'm stumbling around like I'm a question mark. Wondering if you're around to catch me if I fall. If I come crashing to the wall, will you lay me up, jumpstart my heart? I need someone before the sun goes down. Who's gonna save me now? Some kind of hero I can't breathe, hoping you're here to rescue me before the sun goes down. Who's gonna save me now? Some kind of hero.
Broadcast. My name is IcyBaby12. Joining with me is going to be two handsome gentlemen here. We have Fixus as well as Necro to take you through the English commentary here. What do you guys think so far? Necro, you've just joined us after 2 maps. What do you think?
Man, listen, one thing is for sure, with the competitions going, it's way too intense. Especially the previous game, the action started so late, and that's when as the action kicked off, we saw a few familiar faces instantly get eliminated from the game, and then in the final few moments, the standoff between Inferno Squad and Reckoning Esports. How can we forget that?
That was quite intense, but now everything is going to change because up next we've got Sanhok.
Oh my god.
No more of that waiting. We are going to see some action right off the bat.
Fortunately for some of these teams as well here, because of how clustered it was in the map of Miramar, it is a good warm-up for them towards Sanhok because it is going to be close, it is going to be personal, it is going to be absolutely madness. And that's something that I think the teams have to mentally prepare for themselves as well, because if things don't go well in this game, this is where you start to see the cracks in their plays, cracks in their mental as well towards game number 4. So I hope everything is going to be a-okay here. But for now, let's talk about strategy here. Sanhok, what's different from the rest? But before we get into the strategy, I'm sorry, let's talk about the points on how Miramar happened here for that game.
Exactly. Let's move on towards the point standings. One thing is for sure, X-Park is struggling way too much. In the previous game, they were the first team to get kicked out of the lobby. As we move on towards the point standings, Inferno Squad with 18 points. You've got Bliss with 15. This is quite a decent start for Bliss on the day one, I'm not going to lie. 15 points in this game, that's going to mean a lot in the overall tally. Reckoning Esports, 12 points. Silly Esports, 8 points. For Silly Esports, first game was a complete letdown, but in the second game, getting 8 points on the board, that's still going to mean a lot.
I think for Reckoning Esports, they're having quite a start. First game was converted, they got 8, now they've got 12, and they're slowly but surely starting to increase their tally. And I'm pretty sure they are going to be in that top 3. But nice sort of a revival game coming in from Team 8-Bit as well. But for Team Limra, having such a great start and getting a 0, this is where finally the concerns really arises.
This is where expect the unexpected happens. Like Versatile Team Limra, these are teams that did really, really well in game number 1. Phoenix as well, but they get completely shut down in game number 2. So it's a little bit of a flipperoo coming in from Team Limra as the rest here. So that's something that I think they need to kind of mentally prepare themselves. But before that, let's talk about the iQOO MVP for this upcoming match here, because that match in game number 2, it was going to be none other than Viper from Reckoning Esports with a total of 6 finishes.
Remarkable stats, man. 100% finish contribution. The man was the only one to get the elimination points for his team. As we move on towards the top 5 players, we've also got Turbo from Bliss and even Owen from Inferno Squad. You've also got Silly Esports' Hydro. Once again, Hydro might just be back on the race with these 4 points. They do mean a lot. And then it's going to be PMWI IGL from Inferno Squad. This man has been always there, being the front-facing man for the Inferno Squad lineup. Considering him being the IGL, he's been adding on so much valuable intel for the team.
And what a time to come alive, especially for PMWI IGL, because he's not the player that gets those frags, but come at that LAN, soaking all that pressure in, starting to deliver, contributing for their team. I think Inferno Squad, they're really on the right path.
And exactly, and of course, speaking of Viper as well, I talked about it as well, there's 2 out of the top 5 who are contest for the overall iQOO MVP the title here. And so far, Viper, look at him. Every time he plays, he's so decisive, he's so calculated, and he's always very patient in plays. We're not looking for flashy plays. We're looking for consistency. And so far, the grind continues because now we are going to take a look at the overall standings out of both match 1 as well as match 2 combined. And currently, sitting at the top, we have none other than Hero Extreme Godlike with 25 points. But with that chicken dinner coming from Inferno Squad, they will be in 2nd place with 24.
Still, man, the overall standings are way too fragile, right? It's not like anyone's got a big lead. You can see Inferno Squad is instantly tailing the players of Godlike with 24 points. And then Reckoning Esports, all they need is 5 points to topple both these teams. So anything can happen over here, man. Even Bliss, all it takes is 1 game to divide the entire overall standings and change the entire course of action. But over here, the real problem has been Team X-Park. Just getting 6 points in the span of first 2 games. Now we've pretty much all speculated that Team X-Park on the day 1 at least they can't perform.
And considering the fact that they did not have a lot of those teams really coming down on their drop spots, still struggling, yes, there will be those question marks. But again, Team X-Park, this is a team that has been tried and tested. They've weathered the storm. They've seen it all. They are the current BGMI champions, still have that tag of being the best team in the country. But they have to live up to their names because a lot of these teams are starting to step up. Because we're seeing so many variations of play. Game number 1, Godlike plays really well. Game number 2, Inferno Squad comes in out of nowhere. Game number 3, who knows, we might have a new victor.
See, that's the thing about how the strategies occur, right? Like Team X-Park as well as Team Nimrod, they were the teams that getting consistently harassed by third parties and maybe affecting their own game plan. X-Park has been put into situations like this because initially they were, okay, you know what, let's take some fights. You know what, this didn't work out. Let's play a little bit safe. And because of all this passive and aggressive indecisiveness, it kind of hurt them a little bit because of the fact that they were actually punished by, I believe, Reckoning Esports into the sides and getting a jump on them. So that actually hurt them a little bit more. So I feel like situations like this, they have to clear their heads and focus on the bigger picture. Make a call, go with it, stick with it regardless of what happens.
And you also saw Metal Esports, man. They're on the bottom half of the board, and once again, you just start to wonder, is it the same thing just repeating itself? Because for Metal Esports, this was supposed to be the redemption arc. This was supposed to be the revenge. But on the day 1 itself, in the first 2 games, they're choking up. Do you think they can pull off a comeback on the day 1 itself?
Listen, man, we have to talk about Metal Esports' journey on this. Round number 2, round number 3, they qualified by the virtue of that final game chicken dinner. It was such a scrappy ride. And then comes the semi-finals, where they were kind of having a smooth sail. But let's be honest, nobody really expected to see them here. Everybody sort of ruled them out, but they still are over here. These are still those early competition days. These are just those 2 matches. 1 chicken dinner, left or nicey, anything can change.
Okay, fair enough. In this case, Inferno Squad, 1 good game, immediately top 2. But still, again, it is still the early stages of the grind, the marathon here for day number 1. And in this case, let's talk about the hero MVP of the finals very, very shortly, because this is something that I think a lot of us are considering. Of course, we have the main prize pool in general. There is also an individual prize pool of 4 lakhs.
Exactly, and whoever managed to be the MVP of the entire tournament gets his hands on the 4 lakhs. But whoever managed to be the MVP of this Grand Finals gets his hands on the Hero Extreme 160R4V. Who's going to be the one to ride it away? And once again, it seems like it's going to be Admina over here as well. Admina, one of the most consistent players. What can you even say? But Viper is right behind him. Just 1 single elimination separating these guys.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of difference this time here compared to the semi-finals overall MVP, right? Admino still top of the leaderboard as well. Viper sneaking back behind. But what really surprises me is that Ovid, Sarvid, as well as Turbo also out of nowhere sneaking into the table here to try and contest one for themselves. So I really like to see a different, fresher approaches here, but you do see a lot of different players coming in as well. In particular, I think Sarvid, Turbo, and Ovid, all these are very calculated risk takers in terms of entry fragments. We're not looking about flashy, 1v4 situations. They are very decisive and very patient when it comes to looking for picks.
It's always having that good position, right? And the names we are seeing them, they're so methodical even with their approach. But this time inside, when you're looking at the hero MVP list, quite a lot of those outliers have stepped up, Necro. When was the last time we saw Owen being at the 3rd spot? And in that BGIS 24, he was struggling massively. But look at how he has evolved as an individual and starting to suddenly contribute for his team.
Exactly, man. We spoke about the experience, and these guys got the experience in the previous LAN that they played. And now it feels like Inferno squad as a unit, they're much more ready. And of course, the addition of PMWI as well has been quite valuable. These guys have been doing much better. You talk about the rotations, you talk about the placement game, the micro adjustments inside of the game. They've been much more phenomenal. They've been much more cleaner.
And of course, when it comes to gameplay on the top level, they have been performing at their best because of the iQOO 12 phone here, the flagship phone for our entire event itself here. And on the screen as well, it's got 144 FPS with 120 watts. Flash charge is right up in front of us. And guess what? It is really slick, it's very durable, and it's long-lasting as well. And if you guys want to get yourself a brand new iQOO 12 phone, guess what? We have opportunities for you guys. We have a giveaway for you guys, and that is very, very simple steps that you need to follow. Google iQOO 12 giveaway, type in BMPS. All you gotta do, just type your name, register, and who knows, iQOO might drop one for you in your lap.
Maybe, man.
Don't you want one?
I mean, I already have this device.
Oh,
so I'm gonna
right. Okay.
All right, a little bit of that flex over here. But coming back to matters at hand, now it is going to be the game of Sanhok. Now, we want to see that comeback story happen because Necro, well, he's honestly starting to rule out teams. This is one of those games where I really feel that Medal Esports, they can make a comeback.
The only reason why I'm ruling out teams is because based on their past, man. You can never ignore the past. Past is something that plays a huge role. And knowing the fact that now the first 2 games are gone, done, and dusted, it's of course going to be cracking their mental a little bit. These teams are supposed to crack under pressure.
Hey, man, never judge a man by his past. Judge a man in his present, my friend. Do not look down on people. Sometimes people change, and sometimes in life they don't.
I was talking about the video game.
Okay.
I was talking about the video game stats, man.
Okay.
All right, guys.
We are going to just double up on you.
Anyways, of course, all things considered here, we've talked about stats, we've talked about strategy, we've talked about our amazing phones thus far. Now it comes down to gameplay, because it is going to be an important factor here. We are at the halfway point in day number 1, almost near the halfway point here. We're going to be proceeding in the map of Sanhok. Let's talk a little bit about the strengths and wins of the Sanhok map. Who has historically the better outcount out of this map?
I mean, listen, Sanhok is pretty much a zone-oriented map. Whichever team likes to play from the smack center, they're going to be the one to come out on top. And I think so over here, Newman Forever is pretty much going to take the cake. What do you think?
Honestly, I do not know which team is going to win, but I know for a fact that we are going to witness some healing battles over here.
Of
a lot
course,
of those teams are going to resort to
Limera.
that. And yes, adding up on what you just said, of course, we're going to see all of those teams, really relying on how or where the circle forms. But if you want to really talk about numbers and figures, Medal Esports, considering around Paradise Resort, if they get that central circle, this game could be theirs.
Okay, here's some stats for you guys here. In track record, when it comes to Sanhok, out of all past historical game here, Ignite Gaming, Newman X Forever, Team X-Park, and TWOB, all 4 of these teams have more than 25 chicken dinners in the map of Sanhok. So that I would say these are the 4 teams you got to be watching out for in Sanhok.
I mean, listen, man, as I mentioned, it's a zone-oriented map. Sanhok is something that can be pretty random sometimes, man. Let's be honest. If the zone is favoring a particular team, there's a 100% chance that that team's going to be the one to come out on top, unless they mess up some simple fights and they're just pretty much ruled out of the game. But if you're trying to talk about teams that do want to make it inside of the circle, that's where they need to be a little bit more dominant and confidence. Confidence is going to be key to the map of Sanhok if you want to find success.
Yeah, obviously here. It might be a little bit luck, it might be a little bit of strategy here, but most importantly, like you said, confidence is key. Now, speaking of confidence here, are you guys confident that none of these 4 teams is going to make it?
To be honest, really, I'm going to
Because that's what you guys were, shouting out on that side earlier in the segment.
Listen. Now I'm going to change my colors. I'm going to be Team Necro because you just said, let's not judge teams on their past. Because right now, let's look at the mentality. Let's look at who's got that momentum. Because honestly, it is a whole different ball game once you come down to LAN. And Newman Forever, you talked about it. Imagine somebody drops down on bootcamp. That is a high possibility for that to happen.
Wise man with wise words. I like how he used my words against me. And this is a very, very smart man here. And of course, the teams are going to be prepared as well. We are going to be entering here. I do have a screen up here. You can see the players are getting excited here. Crowd is excited.
He said he's with me, and he just countered my own pick. I said I'm going with Newman Forever, and then he says that Newman Forever can be drop clashed and eliminated.
All right,
who are you with,
chill, relax,
I'm in the game.
Relax. But as you can see up on screen as well, the players are getting ready. The sound of the horn is ready as well because we are going to be entering into the map for map 3 for day number 1 here. And this is going to be the map of Sanhok. Take it away, my boys.
We are expecting an aggressive start, but is Sanhok delivering that? That's the real question. We have seen a few Sanhok start quite passively, but this one might just be the one we're looking out for. An aggressive start, a fiery start is needed to get the competition riled up. As the plane fly path is there on the screen, starting all the way from Sami towards Camp Bravo. And once again, this plane fly path, you can't say it's quite balanced.
It certainly is. And who really cares about the flight path trajectory in a map like Sanhok? But what I'm really looking out for is that Western Island Necro. And the whisper in the wood says that Team X-Park is going to have that entire island all to themselves. Now, we've never seen Team X-Park really go for a heal battle. Imagine if they cover that entire area, how many first hits can they really collect?
I mean, listen, man, X-Park going for a mid strat, that's too much to ask for, I would say. X-Park is not someone that likes to play from the back lines, that would want to face their fears head on. But we've got a drop clash amongst us. It's going to be Silly Esports up against 8-Bit, and it's 8-Bit already kicked things off. First man of Silly already hits the deck, and that's a bad news. But for 8-Bit, it's the start they wanted, but even Juicy's been taken down, so even Steven's on the board.
I love this. Fight from the right of the very get-go of this game. 8-Bit in a little bit of a trouble because now they're starting to get surrounded. iQOO has a perfect angle on him, and if Mighty even slips up for a little bit, he is going to get punished. But Team 8-Bit, they're starting to double up. This is where they commit for the push.
3 bullets in the mag, and Mac needs to do something. The man's taken down way too low, but still, he's also fighting demons in his head. Even Inferno is taken down low. These players do not even have the proper meds, the proper cavalry they need to try and pack themselves up. The inventory, they seem pretty vacant. But still, for Silly Esports, they do find Mac, and that's going to be a great find too. Instantly flipping the odds in Silly Esports' favor. While the players from 8-Bit, now they're going to be in shambles. What can you do if you're 8-Bit? The only thing I can see out of way is going to be for 8-Bit to try and disengage from this fight. But how can they? That's the question too.
Message sent and delivered for Silly Esports, of course, because at this very point, it was them who had that first casualty. It was them losing out on their star player, Hydru. But still, Ranveer, the IGL, making such a comeback after that. But Team 8-Bit are just pushed to a corner. Mighty Aditya all by their lonesome. And look at this, at the far of fray, you still have Team X-Park lurking around.
Exactly. Third party from X-Park, is that going to come through? That's the question. And you talked about the Met strat, right? And I mentioned this, X-Park is not someone that would want to go for that. And already wanting to prioritize this fight. And I actually like that too. Early elimination points means you get confidence. And X-Park is lacking on that for now. Before 8-Bit, for now, survival is going to be of the primary essence. But for Team X-Park, they do find a man from Silly, and that's going to be a world of trouble just collapsing on top of them. For Silly Esports, down to a 2-man squad. For 8-Bit as well, they're down to a 2-man. This is where the equalizer hits the deck, but unfortunately, there's a party spoiler in the name of Team X-Park.
8-Bit need to make the most out of this situation. They know for a fact that Team X-Park, they're really around the corner, but Silly, they decide to strike back. Ranveer instantly gets one more knock, and this is where he's going after Aditya. Still, Aditya's position not really compromised, but Ranveer coming out in the open. Shots taken by Aditya, still breathing.
Such a weird fight, and the man peeks out once again. The Molotov's going to flush him out. He's taking too much damage upon himself from the outskirts. It's also Team X-Park, but eventually it will be Molotov that will be burning him to death. As you move on towards Spray God, now he wants to charge on forward. The entirety of Team X-Park, they do seem pretty confident. They've got the man advantage too inside of the fight, so it makes a lot of sense why they want to prioritize this. For Team X-Park, they have been reading the elimination feed. They do want to capitalize even better. There's so many fights happening at the same time. Even Hero Extreme Godlike is starting to face the brunt. It's not looking too good for Godlike. Even the second man falls down.
I love this. I love the change of pace of Sanhok. This is where the lobby gets resetted. This is where teams are really going out for those frags. Everybody out on a hunt. Everybody needs to make up for all those lost points in the first two games. And that is exactly the intention that Team X-Park have really come in. Ideally, we've seen them dropping down at Hathin, but they did not even head out over there. But this is where Hero Extreme Godlike, they have been taking quite some thrashing.
That's what I'm saying, man. Just two players standing for Hero Extreme Godlike, Jonathan and Punk. Admino and Sim taken down and dusted. What can you even do? For Godlike, they've got no armors, no helmets to try and back themselves up. In a big world of trouble for now. 0 bullets spare, by the way, and 39 bullets in the magazine for Punk. While you try and move on toward Jonathan, at least he's got some decent weaponry and decent ammunition. But in the front is the entire squad of Phoenix Esports. And for Phoenix Esports, the only reason why they can't make the pounce is because they do not have the smokes.
I love this. Jonathan, he's got that new weapon. The dual MP7s really coming in play. But for Phoenix, I love their setup, a 3-1. But for now, Team X-Park, this is a fight against Silly, a 4-on-3 situation, and Ranveer not really having the best of HP, but does it matter? He still has a DBS to play with.
He indeed does. And the man's holding the angle for now. With the way things are panning out inside of Ruins, I'm not sure what the outcome's going to be, but one thing is for sure, even a 3-on-4 is easily pullable. Only if Silly Esports do not miss any sort of shots. But that's where the pressure comes into play. At Silly Esports, they might just crack under it. Utilities being tossed from the front, no value being found, but as soon as I say so, it's Ranveer who hits the deck. It's quite a big blow for Silly Esports. Now the final two glimmers of hope standing. Can Silly Esports clutch it? That's the real question. Still, iQOO is in the back lines for Silly Esports. They can feel their heart just pumping through their chest. So much adrenaline just coursing through their veins. Can they clutch it? Two last players for Silly Esports. Things haven't been that great, but still they're doing okay in the overall standings. Consistency is something that they need in the day one at least. But if Silly Esports get kicked out from here, that consistency will be stolen.
Two young lads playing their first ever official LAN. And this is where they're finally getting truly tested over here. Inferno and iQOO. Inferno still has that one finish to his name. But look at them, really running out of resources. Just that one first aid to work around with, especially when you've got hounds like Team X-Park running after you, but iQOO still retaliating back in faction, takes down Joker.
A 2-on-4 still possible, my friend. They're holding some nice cheeky angles, pre-fires around the corner, and that's going to seal the deal. Silly Esports kicked outside of the server, as now they're going to be back in the lobby. But for Team X-Park, it's a way to kick things off. 3 elimination points already, and I mentioned this. Early elimination points means the confidence that you're lacking has been regained.
Fights happening every corner of this map, and this time it is going to be the Apes taking on Team Reckoning. And let's not forget, Necro, for a matter of fact, that Reckoning is a team that is having quite a ball, quite very much well established in the top 3 in the overall standings, and now are getting surrounded by the boys from OG. Look at that spread coming in. OG is kind of spread around different locations, but this is where, if they're even careless for even a second, they also might get third-partied.
Anything can happen, my friend. It is the map of Sanhok, known for third parties too. The fights, they need to be in a quick burst. If they're not, as you mentioned, third parties are inevitable. The next zone's going to pop up on the screen, and that might just attract a little bit more bees to the honey. But yes, the zone shifts down south. Nothing really major happening just yet. Still towards the center, Reckoning Esports duking it out against OG. That's pretty constant.
Look at Versatile's position, Necro. They've been having such a tough time, but this looks like a quarry circle. They've got all their players. I'm pretty sure they've got a lot of meds to work with. But that eastern cluster building up, Reckoning and OG, I feel like Ignite Gaming, if they make a quick rotation over there, they could also get quite a couple of frags. But for Reckoning, now they're starting to feel the pressure. Now they're starting to feel the heat.
I'm not even sure if you're Reckoning, what can you do? Picking up the pace is something that Reckoning Esports needs to do, but in the previous game, they already did so. They've gotten decent points in the overall standings, and once again, the same thing can be said for these young lads as well. Consistency is going to matter a lot, especially on the day one. Day one is just supposed to be the starter. Day two is where you're going to expect a lot of those comebacks from the latter half of the board, and day 3 is the nail in the coffin. Before Reckoning Esports, they're one of those that might just be facing those jitters today, but this game of Sanhok can also lift it if they play properly.
Look at OG. Somehow trying to just thread the needle, find that perfect angle on Reckoning. Of course, they've got that numbers advantage and Reckoning. They're down the hills. This is exactly where OG would want them to be. And for Atanki, he's starting to look a little bit restless over here. And for Reckoning, they need a miracle. They need somebody, somehow even those numbers. Because right now, they're playing quite defensive. They want OG to be making those mistakes upon which they want to really capitalize. Because Reckoning, they're having that momentum, as discussed. Game number 1 was well. Game number 2, very good. Got that second position finish. Surely cannot break that in Sanhok.
I'm not liking this, though. Not a big fan of this. What's happening on the screen? Reckoning Esports or either OG, if they do want to take this fight, and it's confirmed, they need to go for it right now. The longer they keep on stretching this fight, the more enemies it's going to keep on attracting. Third parties, there's something that always do happen, but a little bit of a replay on what exactly happened to the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. For Phoenix Esports, it's a hell of a start. Taking down a team like Godlike, imagine the amount of confidence booster they're going to have.
Especially after having a rough game of Miramar. That is the kind of recovery they needed. But for now, like you said, I completely agree with you. OG, they have to see this through. But I think what they're really missing out on is the information on the whereabouts of the other players of Reckoning, because the more they're delaying, they're somehow making themselves vulnerable to so many of those third parties coming in. Because when you talk about the circle, still going around that quarry area, and Phoenix, they're right at the very center of it.
Ignite on the screen, and these boys, for now, just trying to find a decent ground to play with. And OG, they've got their eyes pinned on Ignite. The guys are locked in the sights, but still no execution on the screen. Information is something that they're getting, valuable intel, and that is constant. But something that's going to help you perform pretty consistently inside of the game, that's also going to be the iQOO 12 5G. This device packs a lot of performance and, of course, a lot of battery life.
Yeah. And then you've got amazing 6K VC cooling. Let's not forget that you can play hours of BGMI without even breaking a sweat on that. But for now, as things are, for Orangutan, still, this time they decided to disengage. They really, and that's a good thing, they realize that they're running out of time, especially focusing on the circle right now. Aru still has that one finish to his name, and Newman forever continuing with their consistency, Necro. Now they have a very solid spot to hold.
They indeed do. VXT too. Talk about this team with a decent spot inside of the zone, next to Quarry. Equinox, Raiden, all the boys. Quite the fraggers, man. And of course, driven by one man, and that's going to be Somraj. And look at Team X Park, all the way in the outskirts on the Camp Alpha Island. I'm not even sure what the boys are thinking, but I'm not a big fan of late game rotations inside of the zone. Another team that's doing the same thing is also going to be Team Limra.
Yeah, Team Limra, we've seen a lot of that. For Team X Park, this is the starter. As Inferno Squad, they've got some outliers, they've got some unfriendly neighbors around them. As Team Bliss quickly marches out. It seems like Inferno Squad, they want to go in for the hunt.
They indeed do. PMWI is on the move. The man's now on the scouting mission. He's found himself a decent ground to play with. This high ground's going to help him a lot, but he's just playing from the edge. The zone's not going to pan on top of him. There's no way. Shots taken from PMWI. He does spot a few players, but for Bliss, it's hell. As AJ gets knocked out and dusted. It's not a great start for Team Bliss. Unfortunate stuff for them. OG in the outskirts, still looking forward to pepper the players of Team Bliss, punish them. But Turbo, this man is on a run. He's installed Turbo in his vehicles. He does not even want to be a part of this fight.
Yeah, he's already triggered his turbocharger there. Just getting the hell out of there because he knows that they were not prepared for this. They did not know that OG would quickly rotate, and Team Bliss, absolute shambles is where they find that. And there you have it. All she wrote. And BizGod having no trouble taking him down. Increases the tally of OG to 3 finishes. And now a solid spot to play. They've got that higher ground and a beautiful spread to play along. If they're not making any mistakes, this game could be their game of comeback.
It indeed can be. Should be smooth right, just like the Hero Extreme 125R. But for Inferno Squad, even they've got an okay spot. As I mentioned, they're playing from edge to edge, and especially on this map, this strategy is not that viable. But let's see what Inferno Squad has gotten planned. If they do get a decent amount of elimination points to close things off, then it's going to be completely fine. If they don't, well, then that's going to be a blow. But for now, As you look at the zone, it's Hyderabad Hydras on the left side. On the top side, it's Inferno Squad. On the right, it's Reckoning Esports. TWOB as well, playing it quite passive. But outside of the circle, still these two teams, I'm not sure what they're doing.
I still like Hyderabad Hydras and Versatile's position. Hyderabad Hydras, the good thing is that they've kept them aloof from the back. Not a lot of those teams, and they can somehow strike from the back. And same goes with Versatile. I think all they need is that one good explosive game. They've done majority of the heavy lifting. They still have all their players alive. They've got a really good position inside the circle. All they're waiting for is that next hardship to really kick in. If it goes down towards Quarry, yes, TWOB, Phoenix, Versatile, they're going to have a really good time. But look at Team X-Path. They are far away from home.
They indeed are. On the run now, finally inside of the circle. Maybe they got enough first aids, enough resources. They're done looting. For Newman Forever, too, you cannot really forget, they've also got a decent spot to play. Within the Smack Center, they've also got the compound as well. And also a few individual rocks to play around. Intel's going to be important at this point in time. And that's what the teams need to start working on, information gathering. If they can't really gather that, well, then the future pathways are going to be filled with a lot of those thorns. And you do not want to be the one to face those. For Newman Forever, they are quite a technical team, but sometimes they like to amp the aggression up as well. And this map might just be the map they need to do so.
Look at this. A concentric shift, but now Orangutan, they've got some real estate to work around with. Same goes for Newman Forever. Got the numbers up, but Metal Esports, Inferno Squads, very close to each other. Same goes for TWOB, Phoenix. We're going to see a lot of those fights breaking out.
We indeed can. And this is where all these teams now are going to be attracted to the center. Even Inferno Squad is on the run right next to the players of Metal Esports. They might just clash against the players of Newman Forever as well. TWOB, just preemptive nades inside of the tower, making sure they're not going to be camped out by someone, that one individual player. That can be a big snake. For TWOB, a few teams around the corner as well, and this time it's going to be Inferno Squad. One single man from TWOB isolated, but there's still that cover fire from the back lines. Inferno Squad, they need to be careful before they make the pounce onto Sarvit. Utilities are going to be off the essence, but Sarvit strikes. His position is now known, but the man's going to be incinerated to his death as he gets knocked out, and within a flash, the entirety of TWOB, they crumble.
I do not know how that really happened. They were kind of surrounded from multiple areas, even for the likes of Versatile to somehow chime in inside of that fight. But from Inferno Squad, that was some really smart stuff. TWOB getting caught in the midst of nowhere, shots coming in from every single direction. That was very well thought out. But still, talking about the teams around the center, yes, Inferno Squad, they've got a very solid position to play with. But they have a lot of those teams around their southeastern side. We've got the likes of Ignite Gaming, Reckoning, Versatile, and now Team Limra, they also make an appearance.
Just look at how many known names have already been eliminated. Bliss, Godlike, TWOB, 8-Bit, Silly Esports. Man, already the bigger names are out of the contention. But Reckoning Esports, they deliver against Team Limra. It's a world of trouble for these guys as Reckoning Esports, the Howling Wolves, they strike once again. And their claws, they're going to be something that's going to be unavoidable for Team Limra. Hesperos needs to back away. He's the man with all the first aids. He's the man with heavy duty on his shoulders. And that's what he's exactly doing.
Yeah, protect the precedent. That is the idea for Team Limra at this point. They need to somehow get those position points because their first course of action has been followed already. And look at Reckoning go. Despite the fact that they've lost out on Hunters very early on into the game, that really does not set them apart. Still continuing with this aggression. And this is why Reckoning is actually a team to be reckoned with.
They indeed are. Hunters, the main playmaker, was not even in the game, as you mentioned. But still, Reckoning Esports, they're not shying away from these fights. They're not backing away from those, facing the challenges head on. And that's what we love about this team, right? The young guns, the boiling blood that we speak of. That's what Reckoning Esports has. Team Limra, one single man, and that's going to be Hesperos with 18 first aids in his backpack. But as we transition towards another fight, is Hyderabad Hydras up against the players of Phoenix Esports, and already the opener's found.
This was bound to happen, especially for Hyderabad Hydras. Starting in from the backlines, Phoenix Esports out, so options. They want to tuck their tails and run. And seems like they might have landed themselves in a very precarious position at this point. But for Hyderabad Hydras, they've got that one finish in their bag. Up next could be the players of Inferno Squad. That is going to be quite an important fight, Necro.
It indeed can be. VXT now around the fray as Phoenix Esports is there on the left side, and for Phoenix, Keep this thing in mind. They have been the consistent bunch throughout the entire iQOO BMPS, but so far not in the Grand Finals. They're missing out on a lot of those key factors, and I'm not sure what can they do to try and get things underneath their belts. But one man from Newman, he's isolated. Omega's getting pounced on, and he will be eliminated. Metal Esports pushing in tandem. Team plays working out phenomenally well, as even the second man for Newman in forever has been taken down. Mafia as well not inside of the game, and now all the burden's going to be on the shoulder of Oace.
All these teams that could not perform well in the first two games are finally starting to step up for Metal Esports. They've also spotted out the players of Team X-Pac as well, as the spray keeps on continuing, but cover fire coming in from behind saves the day. Metal Esports suddenly might find themselves in a whole world of trouble.
They might just do so. For Team X-Pac, they're also in a world of trouble. Wall of Death now starting to move in from the back. The man's starting to pull out the utilities as well. And this util, he's counting a lot onto it. The nade was tossed, but no value found. But the second one will definitely find it. And that's going to be Sarang's nade finding Paradox. For Metal Esports too, it's not looking too nice. It's not looking too fluid. All the teams that went for the late game rotations, they're now starting to face so many troubles as the teams inside of the circle, they're being the Guardian Angels.
But look at this. Team X-Pac, they've set their eyes on the likes of OG. And OG, 3 players are pincered down to that one corner. Of course, they've got a little bit of that circle, but Team X-Pac, they've got that advantage. And Spray God, he's got quite a lot of grenades to play with, and finally out, but still has those 5 Molotovs to work things out, to flush the players off OG.
Oh, there we go. The strike comes in. Spray God, he finds Aru for OG. They're now in a world of trouble. The Apes not looking too nice. The Apes, they are quite hurt. But even for Team X-Pac, they're on the verge of losing that spark. They need to try and regain the confidence inside of the fight. Aru was struck down, but that just bought him enough time.
It certainly did, because at this point, I'm pretty sure X-Pac, they're not going to initiate that push for a lot of those teams, but Spray God out in the open could somehow make himself vulnerable to shots from elsewhere. As Phoenix Esports, their numbers are starting to dwindle down. Players falling down left, right, and center. Snowjaw, one of the final survivors, but look at Somrat out in the open. Owen surely had to connect that one.
The shots were taken, but Somrat still in the nick of time. He went back inside the cover. Owen's in a world of trouble. He can't really do a lot. He's taken too many shots. The man's barely down a sliver of HP. Can he survive? That's the question. Even the Wall of Death is now going to hit the med. And all it takes is that one single tick, and it delivers. Owen falls down to the blue zone. As now for Inferno Squad, things just keep on getting worse and worse. But you've still got 3 surviving players. Jutin, BMWI, and Godin. And these 3 players, they can make anything happen. Previous game was already won, but Inferno Squad looking forward to deliver that consistency, be the burning torch of that. But in the front, it's also the players of VXT. And for VXT, I'm not sure what can be done. The boys are out in the open. They want to make it inside of the safety lines, but they're being held.
Look at this, Inferno Squad, look at the silver lining. They still have a lot of finishes to work around with. Back-to-back consistent games. But for Team X-Pac, they've just got a couple of players to work with. And in fact, for Orangutan at this point, they have the players of Inferno Squad cornered. But Saran, he comes in, he delivers, but now fights keep on happening.
They indeed do. Top 2 teams alive now outside of the game, but it's going to be OG to seal the deal and also get this chicken dinner maybe. In the front, it's Inferno Squad, which are outside of the zone, by the way. And for OG, this can be the moment they were waiting for. It all comes down to this. Unfortunately, OG, they can't really spread their wings wide apart because they've got this shack, and this is the only cover they need to play with. But even for Inferno Squad, they need to traverse through the open grounds.
Yeah, they do not have those resources. Very limited. Just that one single smoke for OG to work things around. But for Inferno Squad, they've got that high ground advantage, but still somehow Wiz got threading the needle, getting a very important knock on Gotin that cuts off Team IS's flank.
It indeed does, but even Jutin's taken down way too low. The Wall of Death is going to do the deed. As the tick comes through, even Jutin falls down, and now it's just down to PMWIGL. As I mentioned, OG, they're probably going to be the victors of this game as they secure the win on the map of Sanhok. The Apes, of course, they rise in the jungle of Sanhok.
And they come out roaring, don't they? A lot of finishes secured in the bag. 8 is going to be the number, and that is where they get 18 points. Quite a valuable 18 points. But let's address the elephant in the room. Inferno Squad, where were they throughout those group stages? Because this is a completely different IS. They have evolved, and they're here to rule.
My, oh my, what a game here in the map of Sanhok. Expect the unexpected. The undergods prevail in day number 1. And to see Inferno Squad, 2 back-to-backs, top 2 finishes. And I would say this is a good day for Inferno Squad because little did we know, don't count out anyone yet. In this case, Orangutan also stepped it up with the winner chicken dinner here. And you can see the hunger, the thirst, the drive to claim a trophy, or even from all the way for many, many years, now in the LAN Finals, showing what they're capable of. Well done, Orangutan.
Keep
well
this thing
done.
in mind. With this win, or with this second place finish too, IS, they've pushed themselves all the way in the first spot of the overall standings. Inferno Squad, you pretty much can't say they're like the newer faces on the block, but we have seen them perform in the previous LAN as well. But still, you might just call them the newer faces, because with the way they have been performing, they do not really have that much experience, but still coming out on top on day one that too. We all expected them to face the jitters.
Of course, you know, speaking of your points here, let's take a little bit of a recap on the winner chicken dinner moments of what things happen in the map of Sanhok as well. We can see a lot of teams, they kind of struggle a little bit here. It could have been a little bit of a rotation problem. It could have been a little bit in terms of timings. But as I do know is that teams who get easy pickings here will get a lot of finishes here. And would you say that in the map of Sanhok, it all comes down to just farming finisher points rather than placement points here?
You know, a lot of drop fights happened in Sanhok, something that we were really not expecting. But when you talk about that final moment, I think credit where credit is due. Vikendi, he had to get that opener, because what was the very issue in that very fight was both these teams did not have any cover to play around with. I think it was all about having that high ground advantage for Inferno Squad, where I really felt like that they could convert. But the moment Vikendi gets that first knock, it is all even Stevens. And OG, they wanted to latch upon that opportunity, got those final few finishes, and have got the game in their name. But this is where, you know, when you talk about Inferno Squad, I mean, what a comeback story they are staging. Another thing that we missed out, Limra, they went for the healing battle, they somehow made it work.
Yep, you know, Limra's objective has always been consistency, right? Like their goal has always been 8 to 10 points every single game. So that has always been their overall gameplay. But now I want to talk about the top dogs from game number 1, because Hero Extreme Godlike, as well as 8-Bit, as well as I believe TWOB as well. These are the teams that are kind of fumbling a little bit here. So this is going to be some highlight moments of what exactly happened, because Silly, they were one of the very few teams that had a very early exit alongside Godlike. So this is quite worrisome here for the teams. What do you guys think?
It indeed was, man. Silly Esports, they were in a big trifecta between the players of X-Park, and there was a team right next to him, so you can't really blame the players of Silly Esports. But still, at least Silly Esports got away with a few points, right? So you always got to look at the brighter side of things, right? It is Silly Esports we're speaking of, and it makes a lot of sense. They're the newer bunch on the block. They're probably facing a lot of those jitters, a lot of that pressure, so it makes a lot of sense on the day one why they're not able to perform up to the mark. But one thing is for sure, man, still getting taken down that early inside of the game, being involved in a trifecta of death, now that's something Silly Esports could not really come over.
You know, 16th place twice now. Silly was like, it's either up or it's either down. First game was absolutely nothing. Second game, like, where did this Silly come from? And now they're back at the bottom here. Would you say, like, I perfectly agree with you here. It could have been the jitters. It could have been the LAN experience. Again, you know, back towards the video that Anki did make with Silly in particular, they did talk about as well. The dream here is to make it to LAN. They've done it. But can they handle the LAN pressure? So that's something that I'm very worried about. However, there is going to be a little bit of an interesting twist here, because now for the first time we get to have an interview as we throw it over to Rohit up on stage to interview with the members from Orangutan.
Thank you so much, casters. And Orangutan ki agar baat kare, of course, this is their first official LAN final. And इस समय ये जो win मिला है, उसके बारे में बात करने के लिए, let's call Aru from Orangutan. Aru, आ जाइए. आपसे बहुत सारी बातें करनी है. ये जो इतिहास बनाया है Orangutan ने, क्या ये इतिहास एक और पन्ना भर पाएगा इस ट्रॉफी के साथ? उसके बारे में भी बात कर लेते हैं. एंड इन जनरल एक्साइटमेंट की बात कर लेते हैं, क्योंकि Orangutan have made it to the LAN finals, the official LAN finals for the very first time. First of all, Aru, congratulations for that amazing win. And congratulations, क्योंकि अगर Orangutan की बात करें, फैंस तो बहुत हैं, लेकिन ये जो फैंस का इंतजार था कि यार एक बार Orangutan को LAN फाइनल्स में देखना है, वो आपने एक सपना तो पूरा कर दिया है, लेकिन रियल सपना, ये जो बड़ा सपना है जो आपके सामने है, इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए.
देखो मैं आज से पहले बहुत सारे ऑफिशियल एंड अनऑफिशियल लैंड्स खेल चुका हूँ एंड एक्सपीरियंस तो इतना है कि पता नहीं कितना ही है, बट अभी ऐसा है कि ये वाला जो टूर्नामेंट है मेरे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, बिकॉज बहुत सारे लोगों ने मुझ पर ट्रस्ट दिखाया है, मेरे पुराने टीममेट्स, नए टीममेट्स एंड स्पेशली मेरे ओजी के ओनर यश भाई। तो उनके लिए मुझको 2 कर्स ब्रेक करने थे, एक मैं ऑलरेडी कर चुका हूँ और दूसरे के लिए जी जान लगा रहा हूँ ऑलरेडी।
एंड इस समय जब एक प्रेशर होता है, जब ओरंगुटैन की फैन फॉलोइंग की बात करें तो ऑब्वियसली द फैंस लव यू, बट ये जो इतिहास बन रहा है यहाँ पर ओरंगुटैन का, ये कहीं ना कहीं एज अ टीम प्रेशर आता है?
प्रेशर नहीं आता है, बिकॉज वही एक्सपीरियंस इतना है कि जब गेम के अंदर हम लोग चले जाते हैं तो फिर बाहर की चीज़ें उतना थॉट्स वॉट्स आते नहीं है, बिकॉज स्पेशली मैं आईजेल अगर मैं वो चीज़ें सोचने लग गया फिर तो टीम तो जोन पहुँच नहीं से रही।
एंड ओरंगुटैन के फैंस का एक सपना तो पूरा हो चुका है जी, इस जर्सी के साथ आपको, आपकी टीम को इस मंच पर देख रहे हैं, लेकिन ये जो सपना है इसके बारे में बताइए, क्या प्लान है, कुछ सोचा है फॉर द नेक्स्ट 2 days, स्ट्रैटेजीज क्या है इसके बारे में?
स्ट्रैटेजीज तो यही है कि जैसी सिचुएशन है उसके अकॉर्डिंग खेलेंगे एंड बोल के नहीं करके दिखाएंगे।
बोल के नहीं करके दिखाएंगे। इस समय ओरंगुटैन ने बोल दिया है और करके तो एक मैच में दिखाया है, तो कांग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर दैट आरू एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस। सो जाइए आप अपनी टीम को ज्वाइन कीजिए, लेकिन आपने इस स्ट्रीम को तो ज्वाइन कर लिया है, लेकिन अभी हम लेंगे एक छोटा सा ब्रेक एंड इस ब्रेक के उस तरफ आपने जो ज्वाइन कर रखा है ना उसको बरकरार रखिए, क्योंकि ब्रेक के उस तरफ है वीकेंडी एक्शन। विल बी राइट बैक।
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock with an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर।
वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा। फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
ഞാനിപ്പോ ആ പ്ലെയർ അല്ല. ഐ മൂവ്ഡ് ഓൺ ഇൻ ലൈഫ്.
ശരി പറയടാ, നിനക്ക് കൂട്ടുകാരത്തുള്ള ചിക്കൻ ഡിന്നർ മിസ് ചെയ്യാനാവില്ലെന്ന് പറയടാ.
എന്നെ ആ സ്ക്വാഡിൽ തിരിച്ചെടുക്കൂ.
ഞങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്ക്വാഡുമായി ഒന്നിക്കുകയും ന്യൂ സ്കിൻസ്, വെപ്പൺസ്, ആവേശകരമായ അപ്ഡേറ്റ്സ് എന്നിവ ആസ്വദിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഡൗൺലോഡ് BGMI today.
All right, we are back once again as the festivities continue. It is the iQOO BMPS Grand Finals day number 1. Now heading forward to match number 4. It is going to be Vikendi. I've got with me this exciting talent. Quite a lot of stalwarts over here. We've got IC Baby and then we've got Necro. All right, so we saw a lot of distinct flavors. First game, quite slow. Second game, even slower. Third game comes Sanhok, which is fast AF, and suddenly in Vikendi, what are you expecting?
You know, I think it comes down to playing a little bit smart as well as playing a little bit more passive, right? Vikendi is a little bit slow. It's kind of in between Miramar as well as the Sanhok here. There is fast pace, but it's not all towards the early game. It comes down to the later stage of the game. So I think it comes down to playing a little bit more objective rather than just go a little bit gung-ho.
Hands down.
Of course, but you know, when we are talking about how things really went off in Sanhok, let's see how many points have all these teams accrued for themselves. Of course, the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, in front of our screen in just a wee bit. We do know for a fact that OG did secure that chicken dinner. 18 points is what they have collected. But the headliners, they are being definitely made by Inferno Squad. 18 points, now that is quite a game.
But even Team X-Park getting away with 11 points, right? So even that's quite decent from Team X-Park. But the way X-Park was playing all the way outside of the circle, they went for such a late game rotation too, but still getting 11 points out of that, I would say that's quite nice. Even Team Limra doing quite decent. As you flip the page, now this is where you're going to see a few disappointments. Godlike once again not able to perform. You also see Team Blitz with 0 points, even TWOB with 0 points.
Yep, 2 games in a row now coming from Godlike as well as TWOB. They have been struggling to kind of pick their pace as well. But fortunately for them, X-Park is also one of those teams that struggled towards game 1 as well as game number 2, right? So they were able to kind of pick themselves up in game number 3, which is a very, very small victory for them. So I'm very happy for them as well as Limra. But now let's talk about the iQOO MVP for this match.
Boy, oh boy. He is striking hard. A boy from Bhubaneswar, he is definitely lifting up the dreams. 5 finishes and Owen does it once again. I mean, Necro, we saw game of Miramar. He was in the top 5 players. This time the iQOO MVP, that is something to be told for.
Exactly, man. Inferno Squad, they have been the consistent ones now. Let's be honest, right? The previous game, quite a great one. Even this game, they're doing quite nice. Owen is right there with 5 finishes. Even Atanki's right there with 4. You've also got Godin from the side of Inferno Squad. Quite a nice performance from the guy. 4 finishes racked up. And Esperos, of course, the main man from the side of Team Limra, just going all the way in the back lines, going for that Met strat over and over again. He had 18 first aids, by the way. And then in the end, he still managed to place himself in quite a decent spot.
Hey, it comes down to a balance between placement as well as finishes. You gotta juggle between the both. So like it or not, it comes hand in hand, and it is gonna be very, very important to secure points to push forward. We talked about this, right? It is a marathon. You may not do so well in day number 1. It's okay. You pick yourself up and then you figure things out. But now I want to talk about the biggest team that really stood out from the semi-finals. Inferno Squad.
Yes.
Think about this, right? They started off their journey from the previous BGIS, and then people were like, they're kind of shaky here, lack in terms of experience. But so far, throughout the semi-finals, we saw them kind of mature, but they didn't really like go super explosive. But here in day number 1, no one predicted that Inferno was gonna be at the top. And 2 games now, they are in the top of the standing here, and I believe they should be in the top of the overall standings right now after 3 games.
No, for sure, they have been the outliers so far, because for Inferno Squad, we have been talking about them evolving. They've somehow turned into legends, and they are playing like one. But now, guys, I'm noticing a pattern over here. What we have witnessed, TWOB, Miramar game went quite well. They somehow really fell down in Sanhok. Now let's address another elephant in the room. Hero, Extreme, Godlike, Necro, first game chicken dinner, and the next 2 games haven't really been looking that good.
Once again, the same history repeats itself, right? Inconsistency hitting the boys, but I just hope they recover in this map of Vikendi. Because if you're trying to look at the track record for this entire team in the map of Vikendi, they have been quite decent. In Vikendi, they get those nice elimination points as well. They've got a good combination of elimination and placements too going for themselves. They just seem a little bit more confident on this map. As you move on towards the overall standings, and Godlike with that dip, now they're all the way on the 3rd spot.
Oh, this is going to look so rough, especially Godlike slipping down. But there you have Inferno Squad and OG. They are definitely on the rise. The difference, now we can finally see Inferno Squad above the cut.
Yep, Inferno Squad with 2 really, really good games was able to catch up to Godlike and also eventually overtook them. So OG taking top 2, Godlike still on the 3rd place, Reckoning going to be on 4th place. Team Limra still consistently on 5th place. Team X-Park, 1 good game in Sanhok now pushes them out into the 6th place. Bliss down to a 7, versus down on 8. But on the east side there, we do see Newman, Phoenix, IG, Sealy, TWOB, 8-Bit, and Metal, as well as Hyderabad Hydras are all struggling to kind of keep pace. So nevertheless, as of now, based on the standing of 3 games, the top 6 seems to be leading by a little bit here, but anything below that is still interchangeable.
Necro, you've been a believer. You were talking about Newman Forever doing extremely well. Well, they were doing really good inside of the league stages, but suddenly come at the grand finals, seems like they're struggling.
once again, the same problems. It repeated itself, right? In the league stage, they were playing that passive gameplay. Of course, they got to the semifinals, but then in the semifinals, they switched something up, and that was the aggression. They notched that aggression up a little bit. But inside of these games, Newman Forever isn't really notching up the aggression, and that's the problem. They're playing it way too passive, especially if you saw that previous game of Sanhok. They were right in the smack center of the circle, but they still messed up. Why? Because they were backing away from that fight, and they got shot down.
See, that's the thing about preparations, right? During semifinals here, everybody was pretty on stretch, on edge. They were rushing their way to try and qualify their way through. They don't really have a lot of time to focus on homework because of the fact that they're switching between groups. But now, it's only going to be the fixed 16 teams, and just today itself, on day number 1, you can see that every single team has made calculated moves. They've had followed game plans that they have planned accordingly from what happened in semifinals. But what's different now is that because of this change, everybody is not hitting their homeworks mark properly because everyone has adapted, and now it comes down to who adapts best in this situation.
So far, I think it has been that momentum game, right? Whoever soaks it in is going to be emerging on the top. I think Inferno Squad, they have done a fantastic job at that. We were talking about the consistent teams in the league stages of the iQOO BMPS. We did talk about Newman Forever. There is another team that I wanted to touch upon. Has to be TWOB. We have seen them getting the center of the circle, but the conversion, Necro, hasn't been there.
I mean, once again, for TWOB, maybe just the jitters, you can't say. You talked about Prince as well. You can't say it's his first official LAN, so it might just be taking a little bit longer for him to adjust to the heat, knowing the fact that there's so many people watching you from the home as well. And TWOB being at the top, and now we're here not doing too great, that's something that's hindering them over and over again. Once you're at the top in the semifinals, everyone has higher expectations from you. And as an IGL to deliver on those expectations, that means there's too much pressure, and maybe they're not able to deal with that.
You know, when it comes to TWOB, we know for a fact, like he mentioned as well, he is going to be the guy that you are looking forward to when it comes to, you know, predicting the circle, the scout, the shot caller as well. But what really surprises me as well, the playmaker legit is also kind of struggling a little bit here because this is not the legit I saw from the semifinals at all. Like, what happened? Where is legit? Like, where is his confidence? What happened?
Even yesterday, man, even the test run games, right? Legit was not even missing a single shot.
Yeah, he was
but
still
today,
1 point.
Exactly. He was getting so many eliminations, but I guess the test run was all about the tests. Today, when it's the actual examination, they're actually failing.
But you know what, boys? Coming up next is going to be Vikendi. And we've been talking about teams like TWOB, Newman Forever. Well, they're still sitting on double digits. But there has been that one team, Hyderabad Hydras. I really want to touch upon them because this is going to be such a pivotal game for them. They've relied extremely so much on Termi. But come at the LAN, you could see that Termi is starting to feel the heat. Do you think in Vikendi, Hyderabad Hydras, their fortune might change?
I mean, look, man, Termi, he's been the main Terminator, right, for Hyderabad Hydras. One thing is for sure, for Hyderabad Hydras to get started, it takes that one player to get the elimination point. But that's been the main problem for Hyderabad Hydras. They're not able to find success, no matter the individual players or no matter the entire team. They're just struggling.
That's the thing about Hyderabad Hydras, right? They have done so well in the map of Erangel and Sanhok, but
Alright, boys, it is time for the Frozen to address. So why delay? Take it away.
Exactly, boys. Vikendi rolls up on the screen. And as you know, Icy, I like to call this map the map of podcast towers because in the first 4 stages, barely anything happens. Even the zone does not move that much. So yeah, the teams, one thing is for sure, they are going to be quite nice and comfy in their own houses as the plane flat path pops up on the screen, starting all the way from Krichos towards the opposite side, which is going to be Podwosto.
Yep, and speaking of these maps here, it seems like based on the rotations here, it is going to be a little bit slow, right? It comes down to the first circle as well, but at the same time, when it comes to Vikendi, it always comes down to like the first 5 zones. We are going to be seeing those zone shifts getting a little bit slow, a little bit slow, a little bit slow, a little bit slow. And they take a very, very small piece of chunk until like circle 5 out of nowhere, a big chunk gets completely gobbled out. So I would say when it comes to Vikendi, they have to play this very, very carefully. They have to play this very, very tactical as well. So what I mean by that is that they need to farm up as much as they can and then figure out what's the best exit strategy to rotate the zones as quickly as they possibly can. Because this map, there is a lot of open areas. So some of them, they can go through the nooks and crannies and the cracks and to actually rotate the way through here. But now on screen, we do see a drop collision from Orangutan, as well as 8-bit apparently.
Oh no, Matt gets struck down. It's not a great start, OG. They're already kicking things off in a fiery note, and this is what you like to see from the side of Apes. Apes already striking down 2 players from the front lines, but even 8-Bit, they're not that far away, as even they find a strike themselves. For 8-Bit, they just want to find the equalizer and also get the fallen player back on his feet, but what exactly is happening? 8-Bit, they seem in shambles, they seem pretty scattered, they do not know what to do to try and recover. Even Aditya's taken down low. The man does not have any vest, neither he has any helmet. For 8-Bit, in a world of trouble. The boys, they need to try and do something to get the pace in their hands. Aditya's constantly patching himself up, but he's only got 1 first aid, and now he finds the time to pop it.
Oh my goodness, this is not a good start here coming from 8-Bit as well, knowing that they're all spread out, they don't have abilities, but guess what, Aditya, he's got the DBS, a very, very good start. He's going to try and farm some finishes here. He will trade off 1-2 from the side of Orangutan, so he comes down to a 2v2. What an early aggression here, hurting both teams in this early collision, as Juicy now gonna try and go in for the flank. Orangutan seems like they don't really have choice here. They either back off or commit, because like it or not, they don't really have a lot of weapons to work with. They've got shotguns, but if they leave now, they are going to be leaving empty-handed to progress further into the next phase.
That's the part, right? We had a conversation about this. The DBS meta and the TPP angle. If you've got the right one, you can still stand a chance to clutch things. And that's what 8-Bit has proven. Look at Aditya. Such a cheeky angle the man's holding. He's ready to pop something. I think he now knows that Aditya's came in with quite a good replacement. He's moved in towards the different side, and Aditya's just waiting for Athanki to pop out as well. This standoff, I'm not a big fan of this, because these guys are burning through a lot of their time, and they've already lost out on a major chunk of their man number. But Aditya, what a dodge that was! A preemptive dodge of that nade. He knew exactly what was going to come through. Nicely done for Team 8-Bit. Still, there's big hopes.
Wow, Aditya is just so confident in these scenarios here. He doesn't have a helmet, and he's just so confident knowing for the fact that the DBS will do even more damage. But little did they know here, despite all this movement coming in, Juicy has been able to sneak up right under Orangutan. And I don't think they realize that he's up there, so they're looking for a potential flank coming from Orangutan, and he goes for the punish. But for now, this stalemate is, again, like you said as well, burning even more time in this vicinity. They've already lost 2 men each from both teams. Is this worth the risk to actually commit to this fight?
That's the problem, though. The damage is already done, so you might as well just take the fight, right? Even if you get away from this entire standoff, you're still going to be starting things off with just a 2-man squad in this game. It's not worth it. You might as well try to deliver that finishing blow. That's what I would say. And that's what maybe 8-Bit wants to do. OG still inside of the house. They're making a lot of moves, but OG, maybe they've realized that if you do want to keep on forcing this fight, DBS might just make sure that they meet their makers.
Oh my goodness, about a minute 45 before the first circle starts to close down. In this case, you can see rotations across the map. TWOB's got the vehicles. They are starting to rotate away. I would say Versatile has also gotten their stacks of vehicle. Team Limra is also ready to actually stock up their resources here. They're all already way ahead compared to Orangutan, as well as 8-Bit, because this is, I don't know, like, I don't know if I should be happy that I'm getting some action, but I feel bad because whoever comes up on top in this fight is still gonna lose out in the next phase, and all they can pray is probably just try and sneak a couple of placement points, because it is near impossible for them to take long-range fights considering how the circle is looking like.
Hey, I mean, talking about the placement points right now, it's just gonna be all about that survival instinct for these 2 teams, right? 8-Bit and OG. These 2 teams with just 2 players standing individually, I'm not even sure if they should try and disengage, but as I mentioned, the damage is already done, so you might as well just go for the finishing blow. That's what I would recommend. But if you're trying to look at the zone too, I mean, these teams still trying to readjust accordingly. You've got TWOB quite close to that danger against the players of Ignite Gaming, so there's a chance the fight might just be ignited.
Oh, speaking of the fight here, it is still a rather long stalemate. Aru was able to find some time to stock up a little bit more, but aside from that, there has been no movements yet coming from 8-Bit here. They're still holding the exact same angle, while Orangutan is slowly but surely, inch by inch, looking to try and make an exit. But again, it's going to be very, very difficult. But on the other side here, we do see IS going to be doing a fantastic job with stocking up. He's got 4x, everything is fully decked out, and this is what I'm talking about here. They are, whoever gets out of that city from just now is going to be facing off with a full stack of long-range weapons heading their way.
Now, let's be honest, right? First 4 stages, we're barely going to see any sort of action. It is going to be quite a passive start to the game of Vikendi, as expected, because it makes a lot of sense too as well, right? It is, of course, the map of Vikendi, and the second point is going to be the intensity's amping up as the games they keep on passing by. The teams, of course, would want to get as many points as possible in their hands. Consistency is something that everyone wants, but can they really get it? That's the real question. TWOB spotting the players of IG. Shots were taken, but luckily enough, they escape.
Yep. Now, speaking of legit right now, I like how they're trying to harass Ignite as much as they can. And this is the guy that I've been talking about as well, right? Like legit, he's been standing out the playmaker in terms of the micro decisions for the team. He got very confident in the practice runs, but today it seems like it is starting to bite them off because TWOB has been known to be a top contender. No one expected them to come on top of the semifinals, and now in the LAN Finals, they are slowly struggling. So maybe the LAN pressure is slowly getting to them, as they are fumbling a little bit here. But for now, Ignite, they are going to be forced to tank the zone. But fortunately for them, they do have a lot of resources. However, mobility-wise, it is going to be lacking here because I do see one vehicle available. But aside from that, the rest are still kind of running through the town for now.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? They do not really know how many players are there holding them off. Imagine if the entire firing squad of TWOB is taking shots against that one vehicle. It's going to blow up. They don't stand a chance to make it out. That's why IG now, at this point in time, the only thing they can do is just play the patience game, wait it out, wait for the opponents to leave the vicinity, and then maybe try and make out of this area. You've also got Bliss on the screen, and for Team Bliss, okay-ish day, if you'd like to say, in the overall standings, not doing too bad, but they can do better.
They had a good run. They definitely had a good run in Miramar. And so far, it comes down to consistency, right? It's a marathon, not a sprint. And so far, the people who are on the east side here, which in this case, Renegade is also going to be one of those teams here. But now we do hear a clash coming in. Hydra but Hydras takes down Top Dog.
Oh no, it just blows. Hydra by the Hydras, considering they've already found the opener once again for Metal Esports. For some reason, it feels like they're on the verge of meeting their own makers. Where's the cavalry? The team play does not seem that well. The communication is lacking inside of the fight, but they're still trying their best to fight back. At this point in time for Metal Esports, the only thing they can do is just try and burn as much time as possible, but eventually Paradox is going to hit the deck. Silo PAF, who is all the way on the opposite side of the spectrum, he could not really do a lot before Metal Esports with just a 2-man squad. This situation seems next to impossible to be pulled off.
Wow, Sahilo OP is going to be, Sahil OP is going to continue his nades here. He does tag out Insidious pretty bad, but Insidious looking for the reflank. But as of now, Metal Esports, they are in a very, very tight situation here. The 2v4 unexpected ambush coming from Hydras. And slowly but surely, they need to get out. They've set up smokes for Anchor to back off, but it is going to be very difficult as Moksha is pretty much on top, already to actually punish him. As
okay, hold on.
Here comes the jump. Anchor, he's not looking in the right direction. His gets taken down.
He just messed up big, and Silo B's now going to be the last man standing, the last glimmer of hope. He's trying his best to fight back, but he's whipping all the shots, but eventually the next one. Moke's just taken down. The DBS is not finding the second connection, and Sile will be wrapped up in a sheet and sent back home.
My goodness, he took almost forever to come back on top there. I thought Hydras would have lost way much more, but still, fortunately for them, they were able to come up on top. So that is going to be, I would say, a very, very unfortunate exit for Metal Esports. But for now, another engagement comes in from the northeast side here. They are still engaging here. TWOB really just doesn't want to let them out because Ignite is pretty much stuck in the city of Trevnov right now.
They indeed are. We had a conversation about this, right? Ignite, they've got no clue how many players are there on the opposite side of the spectrum holding them down. Before TWOB, their entire firing squad was ready to try and mow down the lawns. Even the Wall of Death is doing that extra bit of chip damage, so for TWOB, they're getting that extra edge in the fight. All the 4 players up and standing. TWOB, they're uncontested so far. Before IG, they're choking up a few situations that they're not supposed to. But still at 2-on-4, it is possible as long as you've got shotguns in your hands and if you're able to strike down at least 2 players. But this nade from Sarvin, it's going to deny any sort of possibilities that were there a while ago. But still Aurora, he at least finds one, but that's maybe all he's going to find. He doesn't want to get the revival on the fallen player. Constant pre-fires are being taken across the area. Another nade being tossed. Aurora is taken down way too low, but a second knock comes into fruition. Aurora, what a knock that was through the smoke.
Well, nice pre-fire coming in. He's still holding on, but again, with the zone still ticking in, he doesn't have a lot of ammunition here. 35 bullets on his AK means that he's got to make every bullet count, but nope, timing's off. Sarek clips him on the edge, legit, goes in for the clutch. TWOB, they come up on top, but despite the epic battle, lying in wait, a lion ready to pounce on them. Reckoning Esports.
Yeah.
Thinking about third partying here, and guess what? All the vehicles of TWOB is exposed to the angles of Reckoning Esports, and little did they know, a firing squad is about to await them.
Reckoning Esports, the Howling Wolves, if you'd like to call them, still there across the area. Utilities are being tossed constantly just to find that first opener, gain that confidence inside of the fight that you can actually make the push. They're looking for that confirmation, but maybe that's not being found just yet. 2 finishes in the bag for Reckoning Esports. Maybe that can work as a confidence booster as well, but they know TWOB's exact position isn't known yet. Cyrax is in the back lines, and he's looking forward to create some flank angles, but even he gets spotted. Shots maybe are going to be taken soon, but Gravity's holding on to that trigger. He's still waiting for the man to stand still. He spots him once again. He's got him locked in the crosshairs, but Hunters is going to do the deed. As the knocks being found, and even Cyrex's position is noticed, and Cyrex is making a lot of those rookie mistakes.
Oh, the shoulder shots comes in. If he got the 3-tap on the head, that was pretty much a down for Sarvit. But again, Reckoning Esports, they're still holding on, but it looks like they will have to concede this. The second circle is about to move on to the next phase, and next zone is pretty small here. They have a long way to go. They either commit or they don't. In this case, the Mets on the side of Reckoning is still very lacking here. Likewise can be said, and as you can see, the push comes in. Oh my goodness, the nade!
It was perfect, and that's the way to ignite the fight now. Reckoning Esports missing out on Immortal inside of the fight for TWOB. This is going to be the recovery they were looking for. A 3-on-4 is now going to be there in the favor of TWOB. That nade was beautifully placed. Immortal is now starting to crawl back to safety. But can he really be in safe havens? That's the question. Legit with a perfect flank. He catches the second man too for TWOB. Now they're starting to clinch the fists.
Getting even more finishes here. TWOB, 5 finishes. Their goal has always been 8 to 10 points. And so far, they've got 5 points in the bag. Hunters still lying in wait for the mistakes. Smokes has been set up, and TWOB, they want to get out. But somehow, Hunter sprays through, clips legit by a bit.
That's not going to find anything, my friend. That smoke wall is something that's keeping him safe for now. But still, this is the TWOB we all were missing. And maybe they're finally back. But look at the fight and where it's happening. It's all the way in the extremities of the map. They're wasting through a lot of this time. They're burning through a lot of it. And here comes the push. But still Hunters is whiffing a lot of those shots. Maybe the wall of death is going to do it, Steve, and that's what exactly happens. Cyrus falls down to the play zone. Even legit in the back lines gets knocked out. For TWOB, they might just lose out on this entire scenario. And yes, they do. 3 players struck down for TWOB. Now it's just down to Prince. What just happened? They just threw the advantage away.
Wow, what a support coming from Viper, who's so far away, providing cover fire for Hunters. And because of Viper and the defense coming in, look at this, what a shot from so far. He finishes legit, and TWOB, they've lost members. Same can be said for both Reckoning as well. The 3-way showdown still lasting until the 3rd phase of the zone, whereas the rest of the team are completely inside the next phase. The fight still goes on. It's been 10 minutes now, almost near 10 minutes, and they're still fighting.
The hesitancy, that's what you call it. Hesitating to make that push, hesitating to deliver properly inside of the fight. The decision-making has been quite shaky as well from TWOB. They had such a big advantage, but then Viper from the far fray, some precise shooting. The man did not miss any bullets.
What?
Reckoning Esports is looking to back away, but still there's one free point in the front, and that's lying around.
They actually faked exit just to bait TWOB out? And now Viper is sneaking back in to try and punish this. It's smart, but they're just going all in now. But at the same time here, let's take a look at the zone for now. As you can see, Hyderabad Hydra smack in the middle. We do see Sealy also in the middle, Blizz as well. They're all inside and wondering what's happening outside. But so far, 2 teams has been eliminated, and potentially 2 more in the name of Renegade as well as TWOB.
Reckoning Esports, man. I'm not sure if that's what they try to do, but Right now, one thing is for sure, Prince is not falling for that play. He's still all the way in the back, inside of the house, not letting go of his patience. And now patience are going to be his good friends. As long as Prince is pinned in that house, he still has hope to survive.
I really don't know if this is a smart move or not. Like, I don't know if I should be angry or sad, because why are they taking risks like this? Like, just go in, just get out. It's the third circle now, and the zone is getting smaller and smaller. Do you guys want to waste even more time fighting against each other? Because that is not helping anyone at all.
And not just that, so many teams, they've received the individual blows, right? Phoenix Esports losing out on one player, Inferno Squad as well losing out on their one. Even Reckoning Esports down to 2-man. The OG, same story as well for them. 8-bit as well, pretty much the same story relies upon them. And the elimination feed is still going off, by the way. The individual picks are something that's going to keep on hurting. And for 8-bit, another man falls down. It's just a blow after blow.
My goodness. X-Spark, you know, they definitely were able to find a couple of points for themselves here, so that's going to be a huge win. We did see how 8-bit and Orangutan kind of suffered a little bit. 8-bit now going to be taking a little bit more fire here. And of course, now from the perspective of Newman, no heavy fires yet, but they are pretty decked up in terms of utilities here. Look at this, 6 smokes, 7 nades, and 1 Molotov. So that's a lot of utilities being prepared for Newman. So they are ready for the late game, despite being slightly outside the circle. But again, it's only the third phase of the zone, so they still have time to find information towards the next phase here. Godlike, Hero Extreme Godlike, however, is also going to be sending out a couple of ambushes. They are also preparing for the late game potential grind. So it is all comes down to catching people who out-rotates. But now, moments away, zone is going to be coming in. And it is going to show, and guess what? It is going to favor Bliss. It is going to be favoring even south side here. Trovar going to be outside of zone. Mount Crest, completely out. Inferno Squad's got to get down from that mountain.
Keep this thing in mind. It's the map of Vikendi, and the zone's no one's friend. It can't take a curveball shift anytime. Already, the danger zone has started inside of the map of Vikendi. The 4 stages are done for. It's stage 5 on the board, and that's when the real action starts to hit the deck. This is where you're going to see a vacuum of teams towards the center, a splash of colors.
Agreed. And of course, Team Limra, they're going back to their old roots here, potentially tanking towards the 5th circle before they go in. And this is the Team Limra that we saw during the semifinals here. So they're finally going back to a default strategy. Meanwhile, the fight up northeast, it's still happening. TWOV versus Reckoning Esports. If they hold on long enough, maybe they can get a couple more placement points, but they really need meds, because Viper, he's down towards his last first aid kit. He needs to get a kill onto his Prince. In this case, can he get the finish? Unfortunately, it's not happening.
That's the thing, right? Such a big stalemate. You're burning through your own time. You're burning through your opponent's time. You're not even getting the proper rewards. You might as well just try and disengage from the fight. It's just one single elimination point that you're looking for to chase. It's not going to give you that much rewards anyways. For Reckoning Esports, prioritizing the circle, getting a few more scrappy elimination points here and there can be a better option. But still, they're stuck on that one single man.
Well, seems like Hunters is going to abandon Viper, as he is going to try and make a way into the next phase of the zone to try and get some placement points, because the zone is so far away that he needs at least to rotate until the 5th circle comes in. He's down towards the last 2 first aid. He may consider taking a couple pit stops, but his options are very, very limited now for Reckoning Esports. Meanwhile, inside the zone, teams are really all hunkered down, setting up a couple ambushes here. So Hunters, he's got to count his lucky stars that he doesn't run into a team later on.
I mean, for Reckoning Esports, they've got no intel on what exactly is happening inside of the circle. With just a 2-man squad, there's also a big separation between them. So yeah, man, it's just going to be a complete guessing game at this point. Team Limra on the screen, and for these guys, finally they make the entrance inside of the circle. Of course, the vehicles aren't going to have a lot of those meds in them, and Esperos is going to be the man to wield all of those. That's definitely going to happen. These 3 players from Team Limra, they will try to get as many eliminations as possible, and then Hesperos, the 4th man, tries to stay in the back lines and go for the med strat.
Yeah, Limra, you know, they went in a little bit early. They are the conquerors of the south. The circle shifts them even north here, but guess what? Newman's got a lot of compound to work with here, but we may expect another urban warfare coming in. So a battle of the city in the middle, and in this case, you can see City has got the northeast corner covered. Godlike is still struggling to actually push in forward as well. There's the divide coming in terms of the road. Newman, Forever, also, like I said, they've got a lot of compounds to work with. And as you can see on the screen, they are trying to exit out of the next phase zone. They're trying to get out all those vehicles for the next push. But this is going to be a little bit of a tough spot here because so many nooks and crannies they have to worry about here. And Limra does scout out this rotation coming from Newman.
Newman Forever. Shots were taken in the front constantly. Those were some bursts that he took. Reckoning Esports eventually, they take an exit from the lobby as well outside of the circle. It just blows, but at least they had a decent amount of elimination points to maybe just keep them on the edge of that consistency. You've got Newman Forever, a team that is still looking to find that momentum. Game 1, not that great. Game 2 as well. The similar storyline repeats itself. The map of Sanhok, they mess up big, but now they cannot afford to have any sort of mess-ups. This has to be the game where Newman Forever delivers. If they don't, once again, a lot of those fingers will be raised upon them, especially on the day 2, because day 2 is going to be even more intense.
You know, teams that are still alive from the early engagements here is TWOB and Orangutan, because 8-bit Reckoning is out of the equation. In this case, TWOB still has Prince, is still going to be trying to make his way through. Orangutan is still alive, and now on screen, we finally catch a glimpse on Phoenix. They've lost Goku rather early, but again, it is all about the patience game on how the zone shifts. In this case, Godlike, they are taking 2 approaches here. They have the 2 divides they have to worry about here. Either or, it's going to be a no man's land if they were stuck in the wrong side of the circle.
For Godlike, they're playing from the edges. I'm not sure if this is going to be a good strategy. It all really depends on the upcoming zone shift. If it's going to be favoring them, then maybe it's going to be a good one. If it's not going to be favoring them, well, then one thing is for sure. To make the rotation, it's going to be way too tough for Godlike. And that's where they can be caught. Inferno Squad on the screen, there's a high chance the consistency might just dip this time around because Jutin is not there in the playing field. And we have seen Jutin being the main motivating factor for this team to perform. Before now, IGL gets caught in the open for Inferno Squad. They're facing the entire firing squad of Versatile Esports, and it feels like they're not even going to stand a chance anymore. Goten's behind that vehicle, is trying his best to shroud himself, but can he really? That's the question. Man's out in the open, he's trying his best to pull off anything that he can, but eventually gets spotted by Raiden, and that's going to be a death stare.
Oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate for Inferno Squad there. They ran into 2 fighting squad, and now even more comes in. Newman going head-to-head against TX Park. What a shot from Mafia.
Yeah, for Newman Forever, it's what a fight to convert. Already striking down 2 players. Even Joker's way too low, and the nade comes into play as well. Omega. Oh, that's the icing on top of the cake the players of Newman Forever needed. And now for Team X Park, he's just down to Spray God, and he cannot even go for the revivals, by the way, because all the players who are knocked out, they're quite exposed. For Spray God, he's still trying to do something, maybe trying to get something done, but the utilities are really going to be counting. And that's where the utils are also finding the confirmations. And maybe with that, Team X Park, they take an exit from this game.
What a finish coming in from Newman. What a raid coming in. And because of this, they come up on top, they get the full reset. But again, the zone is going to push them out. Meanwhile, another side of the circle as well. We do see Hydra getting a nice pick onto his Team Phoenix. And now another knock comes in. Snow, John, last man standing as of yet. He needs to go in for the reset. And guess what? He doesn't have meds. He's only got bandages.
Oh my god, but he's got so many utilities, right? 6 nades, 2 smokes, which of them he's being using right now. And only bandages to patch himself up. Maybe loot his own team's death crate? Hey, sometimes you gotta be selfish.
He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine. He's still on the zone here, but again, 55 seconds before the zone completely closes in. They are still on the outside edge here. They need to push in, and little did they know inside. Look at this, a firing squad awaits everyone. We've got Versatile controlling the biggest compound in the zone, which is the center of the next phase. And we've got a north side as well. We've got Silly also getting a couple of swords as well. If you run through with these 2 teams without any kind of distraction, they are going to completely shut you down. And you can see here, even Godlike, they've heard what happened to the previous 2 teams who drive by into this fight. And because of that, they're just waiting if there are any kind of distraction to help them push through the next phase.
20 seconds left on the clock for the next stage to hit the deck. And for Team Limra, they're constantly trying to make it from the edges. Goku, the IGL himself, he wants to get something done, but the nade's going to chip a lot of that damage. And Goku now has run through the time that he can utilize to try and get his HP back up, but unfortunately he can't. The nade's going to find the confirmation too. And even the wall of death is now starting to do its deed. Newman forever, slowly and steadily, even they do want to make it inside the zone. But as I mentioned, it is the map of Vikendi. It's going to be no one's friend, my friend.
Oh my goodness, Versatile has got 3 shots on every angle possible here. Everyone is so hesitant to make a play, and because of this, it's hurting everyone. It's giving Versatile so much flexibility. And look at this, Raiden. He gets a knock, but he's used out all his bullets to try and push everyone back. This might be the perfect timing for all the teams to push up to Versatile.
This has got to be Versatile's game. There's no way they lose this one, right? If they do, one thing is for sure, they're going to make a few fights up. But Raiden, what a spray that was. Catching the man out in the open like that. Beautiful stuff. Before the man even shroud himself in the cover, Raiden caught him. Heroics team godlike in the open. And Icy, I'm telling you, it's not a good position to be in at all.
Exactly. No one is working together to punish the strongest guy, and because of this, they are just enforcing the power of what Versatile can assert in terms of dominance right now. They're just dominating everyone in the lobby. Whoever drives by is going to get catch by Silly or Versatile. And in this case, even the North as well, Silly needs to run away. Bliss doesn't want to join the fight because look at this, another dirty angle right in.
Oh my god.
Oh no! He went for the long range spray. iQOO was able to punish him, so this might be the opening they need to push up towards Versatile.
Raiden's out of bullets, and that's why he switched on over towards that PP Bison, but then he messed up big. Raiden, he can't really do the amount of damage that he needs to do with that weapon, but one thing is for sure, it's still something that's better than nothing, right? And for Heroics team godlike now, it's time to toss out the smoke walls. They want to make the rotation inside of the zone. Versatile's the only team they need to be afraid of. Godlike, so many thoughts going through their heads, so many demons they're looking to fight. They do not really have a good position as well. Soon enough, the wall of death as well is going to start moving. Only 30 seconds left on the clock. And Godlike, they need to start coming up with some quick decisions. But Newman forever, they already start to hit the players in the front. Versatile, not in that good of a position anymore.
Finally, somebody takes him down from this high horse, and now Versatile in a little bit of trouble. Newman joins in, and as soon as the action happens as well, look at this, Godlike, they come in to try and third party, and this is how Godlike get position. Versatile, the king of the hill, has finally been crumbling here. They're separated, they're getting shoved back, but at the same time, Godlike is not over yet. They need to go away even more. They're barely at the edge of the circle here. Versatile, they're going to force the fight against Silly as well. Everyone is going to try and work together to take them down, and they're losing even more members. Somrush gets taken down as well. Raiden, Infinity left alone for Versatile.
It just blows to be Versatile at this point in time. 3 teams, they strike against Versatile at the same time. Infinity as well is taken down way too low. The man's still trying to pull off that survival game, but for Heroics team godlike, they know where exactly Versatile's position. Jonathan, even his nade's going to find the player from Silly Esports, and that's quite a beautifully placed nade too. At least that's going to help the players of Versatile Esports unintentionally, but for godlike, that's not a good thing. The players of Silly now with the big advantage, considering they've got the man advantage inside of the fight.
Final 4 teams, and Versatile makes it to top 4. Godlike as well, and we are down to the final 9 players. Everyone is hurt by Versatile, and Silly now has the man advantage, and they are going to try and completely overpower Raiden. Newman, however, tanking the circle, will eventually fall. He's got 17 kills, so that's going to be him potentially trying to get a couple more placement points, but no action yet coming from both sides. And Versatile, they finally find Raiden. Infinity is left all by himself. And Silly looking to clutch a chicken dinner for himself.
In a big world of trouble for now, Silly. All the 4 players inside of the house. Luckily enough, they did find the reset, but can they really keep himself alive? That's the question. Constant barrage of util. It's eventually going to find the opener too. And Jonathan, that beautifully placed nade's going to find iQOO. You still got Ranveer trying to work around from the outskirts, and godlike, they might just be pinned in this spot. But Jonathan's utility utilization, they have to be on perfection. Even the same thing can be said for Simp. Now his support is needed, and if Simp messes up, it's a big problem. Utils are being tossed constantly from the side of Heroics team godlike, but one unfortunate thing that's currently happening to them is the wall of death. As it's going to keep on closing up, the pressure's going to keep on surmounting.
Oh my goodness, Sim has got a very, very dirty angle there. However, that angle is not going to help him even more, because now they are going to try and stack up and push up into his Hydro. They have the DPSs.
Oh my god, Infinity! He's there on the opposite side of the compound wall. He can spoil the game for Heroics team godlike if he wants.
Oh, he is going to.
Things can be worse, and that's what exactly happens. He fights the first strike. The man plays the party spoiler. This was insane. As now for Heroics team godlike, the chances, they seem like they might just be dwindling down, but he still breaks down 3 players. What is happening? Man Army striking down 3 players effortlessly, and now on the verge of conquering the grounds of Vikendi.
No
For
way.
Hero Extreme Godlike, we had a conversation about this. Their track record on this map has been incredible, and once again, that's what they're looking to pull off.
Sim, what an absolute beast. 2 more bullets, then now he's going to go in for the reset here. He picks him back up here as well. It's going to be a 1v1, but he's going to try and even out odds as well. Now here comes the push, here comes the flank. He knows where he is. He's got 2 bullets and a dream. Sim, he's got to make it work. Look at it go, he's going for the push!
Okay,
Sim! Sim!
He does it once again. He does it once again. The demon strikes. Sim, the demon against the gods, and he still makes it happen. This is not the first time Simp is struck like this. This is the second time Simp has pulled off a 1-on-4 in the iQOO BMPS 2024. He keeps on making it happen, and Simp is the only reason why this team won. There was a man from the side of Team Versatile who tried to play the spoiler, but Simp, he saved the day for his team.
2 bullets and a dream. He made it work despite all odds, despite the numbers. The clutch god, Sim. What a play. What
Indeed.
a play.
Boy,
What
oh boy.
did I just watch?
I mean, at this point, Hero Extreme Godlike, they needed a hero. And seems like Sim, he's the one to step up right from the ashes, and feels like this resurgency from Hero Extreme Godlike, this is what everybody was waiting for.
Maybe I am the lucky charm, right? I predicted Hero Extreme Godlike,
Wow.
and they instantly just came out on top.
Absolutely speechless. Like, absolutely, like, what a play. That is a god showing us how legends are born, and Sim has just proved himself to be a legend right there.
You know, honestly, it felt like a breath of fresh air, but then the second thought really came into mind. It was not fresh air. It was a gust of wind just taking us all away. Especially, we were sort of stupefied with what just Sim pulled off over there.
Oh my
a
God.
game which looked like to be of versatile, it was stolen away.
Exactly.
2 bullets and a dream, my god.
The man did not even miss a single shot.
That is
He
insane.
struck down all 3 players with 3 bullets of that DVS, and then later on, he went for that revival. That was actually a bait that he came through. He baited that revival onto Jonathan. As soon as the man pulled out from the outskirts, even Sim pushed up and got the confirmation. But Infinity from the side of Versatile, he still almost pulled off a big upset.
My god. Look at this masterful performance coming from Cinder as well. He was completely outnumbered. Went into FPP mode, took precision as a priority, catches them and a pixel, and again, this final moment, 2 bullets and a dream comes in. Bye-bye, silly. You're not taking the chicken.
I think this was one of those moments where Sim, this was his moment to seize. And I think he did that pretty well. But honestly, boys, we felt like this circle should have been Versatiles. What really went off wrong, Necro?
You pretty much know what happened, Mads. All the teams were just striking against the players of Versatile. First, it was the players coming in from the sidelines. Then later on, even Hero Extreme Godlike came through. Even Silly Esports wanted to be a part of the fight. So 5 different teams wanted to take a piece of Versatile Esports. The only reason why that happened is because, of course, everyone knew if they do not deal with Silly Esports right now, it's pretty much going to be them to come out on top.
It's official now. Like, we have found our contender for DBS God, and I feel like Sim has definitely made their mark here. But of course, now let's talk a little bit more on the teams, the other teams who struggled their way through here. We do see a lot of disappointments early as well as late. In particular, the long drawn-out fight between Reckoning as well as TWOB has hurt a lot of us. And Silly here, you can see the faces, they were not happy. It was in the bag for them, but they just got completely dumpstered.
But you know what? It came down to the wire, man. Especially that final moment when we all thought that, yes, Sim, he's getting there. The moment he gets that first knock, all right, Sim got a knock. I think it was very well put in you by IC. That is exactly my emotion. Sim, and suddenly Sim, what on earth are you doing? He was literally a madman on a mission, and this was mission accomplished. But now, let's get back to business. Let's talk about the other teams as well. Team X-Park, the current BGI's 2024 champions. But are they playing like one, Necro?
No, absolutely not. X-Park is missing out on that form, and they have been missing out on their pretty much spark as well, right? I mean, you talk about how the entire map kicked off. It was a battle between TWOB and Reckoning Esports, if I'm not wrong. It just elongated for such a long time that TWOB, they did not even stand a chance in the final few moments. And even for Reckoning Esports, honestly speaking, they wasted a little bit too much of that time in the fight, right?
Yeah, I think they really hurt everyone as well. Orangutan, who
You know
was
what,
one of the
guys?
protecting Sapphire
Listen
as well,
to me.
but
There was some special moment. I'm pretty sure I would love to hear from Simp himself. Off to you, Rohit.
Thank you so much, casters. You saw it, we saw it, the whole country saw it. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about that 1v4 clutch by Simp. अब इसके लिए बुलाना ही पड़ेगा यार Simp को. Let's welcome Simp from Hero Extreme Godlike. आ जाइए. Let's talk about that phenomenal clutch. Come on, Kochi. We need to make some noise for that clutch. We need to make some noise for this phenomenal player. Simp. भले ही नाम में तुम्हारा Simp है, लेकिन हमें पता है you made it look very simple, but it wasn't that simple. Tell us, जब 1v4 हो रहा था, आपको भनक लग गई थी कि ये अब make or break है, तो उस समय आपके जहन में क्या चल रहा था?
एक्चुअली सच बताऊँ तो मुझे मतलब इतना नोटिस भी नहीं किया मैंने कि 1v4 था. मतलब जो दिख रहा था सामने बस मैं मारे जा रहा था. जब 3 नॉक किए तब पता चला कि 1v4 होने वाला है, और फिर 2 ही गोली बची थी, टाइम लेके मार दिया.
और वो जो आखिरी शॉट आपने लिया उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए कि वो मतलब इट वाज लाइक अ मैजिकल मोमेंट आउट देयर.
तो ऐसा था कि 2 ही गोली बची थी और मेरे पास तो टाइम नहीं था कि मैं अपने टीममेट से एमो लूँ या फिर हीलिंग लूँ. वो पुश कर रहा था मेरे पे एनिमी, तो बस मैंने टाइम लिया, उसको बेट किया और जैसे उसने गलती की मैंने मार दिया.
एंड हाउ डज इट फील, क्योंकि पहले ही दिन ये आपकी टीम का दूसरा चिकन डिनर है. इस समय टीम का माहौल कैसा है, वाइब कैसा, थोड़ा सा बताओ.
कुछ नहीं, ऐसे यही था. ये मैच से पहले हमने बोल दिया था कि ये मैच चिकन ही आ रहा है और फिर कर दिया कन्वर्ट.
एंड इस समय अगर माहौल की बात करें, ऑफ कोर्स काफी इंतजार के बाद गॉड लाइक हैव मेड इट टू द लैंड फाइनल्स, तो वो है कहीं ना कहीं एक प्रेशर है और यू आर जस्ट गोइंग विद द फ्लो. जैसा अभी कुछ टाइम पहले जॉनी ने भी बोला, वी आर जस्ट गोइंग विद द फ्लो. टीम का इस समय वही एक मोटो है.
नहीं, ऐसा प्रेशर तो कुछ नहीं है, बस नॉर्मल अपना नेचुरल गेम खेल रहे हैं सब लोग. ऐसा प्रेशर तो कुछ भी नहीं है, जैसे लैंड प्रेशर, ऑडियंस प्रेशर, कुछ नहीं है.
बट इस समय आई एम सो श्योर जितने तुम्हें लोगों ने प्यार दिया है, वो प्यार इस समय 2 गुना, शायद 4 गुना होने वाला है, शायद ऑलरेडी हो चुका है. तो इफ यू कोची, इफ यू लाइक दैट क्लच, कम ऑन, लेट्स हियर इट फॉर द वन एंड ओनली Simp from Hero Extreme Godlike. Simp, that was phenomenal. इस समय हमारे कास्टर्स ने भी ये मेंशन किया है कि here is a legend in the making and we want to see that. All the best, Simp, for the remaining matches. And इस समय देखिए remaining matches में और भी बहुत सारी ऐतिहासिक चीजें हो सकती हैं, and मुझे ये फीलिंग आ रही है कहीं ना कहीं कि और भी बहुत सारी ऐतिहासिक चीजें होंगी. और ये सारी चीजें देखने के लिए आप लीजिए एक छोटा सा ब्रेक and we will be right back with more BGMI action.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
But have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon. You're low on fuel. You can wait in queue, or you can go ahead and challenge the distance. With 66 km per liter mileage, presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ആ പ്ലെയർ അല്ല. ഐ മൂവ്ഡ് ഓൺ ഇൻ ലൈഫ്.
ശരി, പറയടാ, നിനക്ക് കൂട്ടുകാരത്തുള്ള ചിക്കൻ ഡിന്നർ മിസ് ചെയ്യാനാവില്ലെന്ന് പറയടാ.
എന്നെ ആ സ്ക്വാഡിൽ തിരിച്ചെടുക്കൂ.
ഞങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്ക്വാഡുമായി ഒന്നിക്കുകയും ന്യൂ സ്കിൻസ്, വെപ്പൺസ്, ആവേശകരമായ അപ്ഡേറ്റ്സ് എന്നിവ ആസ്വദിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഡൗൺലോഡ് BGMI today.
Welcome back after this short commercial break. And yes, Simp, what a clutch that was. But with that clutch, Hero Extreme Godlike once again back at the top with a big cushioning, by the way.
Yeah, still getting the chills, still feeling the chills as well. Legend in the making, and as of now, top contender for being the DPS god, as of now.
Yeah, I mean, that was an impressive performance, especially that clutch in the end. I mean, that is something that I think people are going to talk about at least for the next few months, because that is not going away for sure.
I mean, once again, he's a part of the Hero Extreme Godlike family, right? So one thing is for sure, that clutch, that clip is now going to be circulating all across the internet, and everyone's going to be pretty much happy seeing how they perform.
Oh, it's already out there, man.
Oh, it's already out there? Okay, well, I can already feel that. But you know what? Let's move on and look at the point standings, right? How many these teams accumulated the points, how many points are going to be there, tallied up in the overall standings. So let's move on towards the point standings. One thing is for sure, Hero Extreme Godlike, they had a banger game, but you cannot forget, even VXT was doing decent in that previous game. So VXT getting 9 points, but Hero Extreme Godlike with these 18 points, now they've got a decent margin.
And again, you know, let's talk about Silly as well here. It's either they're at the top or they're at the bottom here. 4 games in a row. It's either last place or in the top 2, and now they bounce back again. It feels like a zigzag coming in from Silly with 13 points in total for them. Meanwhile, on the second half as well, Orangutan will fall with 4 points as well. X-Park down with 2 points, 8-bit, 2 points, Bliss, 1 point, IS, 1 point, Metal, 0, and also Ignite Gaming going to be on 0 here. So seems like there is going to be a shift down towards the bottom side here, but most of these teams in the bottom are teams that had struggled in the early phase of the fights.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Metal Esports, they've been struggling throughout the day. So for them, it is very important that at least with the last 2 games of the day remaining, they figure out a way to bounce back. And the only way they can make it happen is if they finish off in the top 3 with 5 to 6 eliminations in the next 2 matches.
I mean, once again, right, the same problems repeating itself for even the players of Team X-Park. Inconsistency hitting them pretty hard. But hey, the iQOO MVP is on the screen. Simp, of course it's going to be him. It's not even a question. 88% finished contribution, 7 finishes, and 13% of the map impact. This man was absolutely outstanding. As you move on towards the top 5 players of that previous game, it's also going to be Ranveer from Silly Esports, even Mafia from Newman Forever, Raiden from the side of EXT. Yes, you got to give it to Raiden as well. This man was on fire.
Yep, Versatile and Silly were the 2 teams that were the biggest nuisance out of every single team in that zone as well. And they were able to clutch out a lot of finishes because of this. So you have not to take away from them. But Orangutan, you have to give credit to Aru here. For him to make it into the top 5 as well, despite buying out a 10th place, he is trying to make everything work for the team. Every single little point matters in this marathon.
Yeah, and as soon as you talk about getting those few points every now and then, OG, they have been quite consistent in terms of those points, right? Every single game, at least walking away with something rather than walking away with those 0 points. Even for the finishes, they have been quite consistent. But then again, it's not about sticking around in the middle pack. They need a big win to get themselves into the top 3.
Exactly, man. A big win is needed for anyone who's there on the latter half of the board. And Team X-Park has to be a prime example, right? They do have the caliber to pull that off, but still for some reason they're lacking everything. And I'm not sure what exactly is the problem. You speak about the team communication inside the fights. Even that's not exactly on point. Spray God, where's the form? This man was doing so good in the league stages, but now the transition hasn't been that great. Joker, Sarang, everyone's deactivated.
Yeah, and you know, it all comes down to execution eventually as well here. When it comes to overall standings, you can see Godlike with that play coming in. They were able to tie it with Inferno Squad now. We talked about, Godlike, they were the top, and now they finally reclaiming it, but sharing it with Inferno Squad. So it's not set in stone yet for the top 3.
I mean, it might not be set in stone, but OG, alright, I take it back, right? They've managed to be consistent enough to stay in the top 3, but the prime concern now can be Reckoning Esports, because that is something interesting. 22 finishes, just 7 placement points. Reckoning, they are playing this tournament in a completely different way.
I mean, hey, it works out, right? And Reckoning Esports, it's working out for them. And we expected this too, right? These guys are supposed to be the young guns. And once again, being the young guns, the aggression is being showcased. They're, of course, having the boiling blood. But unfortunately, in the previous game, they made some shaky decisions. They were all the way in the outskirts, taking a fight against TWOB for such a long time. And then later on, they were just wasting through their own time and their meds, and they got taken down by the play zone.
But hey, I mean, this opens up the doors for the teams right behind them, right? Reckoning, they were being consistent. Had they been consistent in this match as well, then Orangutan would have been in trouble. But now again, there is an opportunity for the top 3 to actually gain that safety cushion that they want before day 1 comes to an end.
Yeah, you know, it all comes down to how they actually take this approach, right? Like now, I know for a fact, Godlike, they are in a situation where, hey, I'm feeling good here. We didn't expect to win this. Well done, Sip. But now, maintain yourself, discipline, because the next game is happening right now, and it's going to be Miramar. Because this Miramar was a map that Godlike did do pretty okay. Not actually. Who am I kidding? They did terrible in game number 2 because they dropped completely flat bottom as well. And they were all stuck in the outskirts of San Martin. So do you think, do they ride on this hype or do they switch up the momentum? Because now
listen, man, 43 points on the day one itself, even if they're not able to secure any sort of points in the upcoming games, it's still fine. That's how I look at it. So Godlike right now, they should play pressure-free. They've still got 2 more games to go, and the less pressure they take, of course, the more they will perform. Go for the elimination points if you want. Now is the time to sharpen your pencil.
100% agree with that. I mean, now that safety cushion, at least for day one, has been gained by them, and that freedom needs to be utilized in the upcoming games. As Necro said, I mean, 40+ points in the first 4 matches itself, that is not an easy feat. They are pushing up for, well, a little bit more than 10 points per game right now. That's been the average they've been able to maintain. And anything else from here on out is just going to be an added bonus. We talk about 50 points in the first 6 games. That would have been a big deal, and it seems like Godlike and both Inferno Squad, by the way, are very close to getting there.
Agreed. There's 2 more games to go. If you go for 10 points per game, technically a good run of like the near perfect average high score for a day is roughly around 60 to 70 points by the end of all 6 matches. So I would say Godlike, they are in this position, but again, anything can happen. Other people at the bottom can still catch up. So all they need to do is just grinding out a couple of like maybe 10, maybe 20 finish points here or a total points here is going to be a-okay. Because yesterday's practice match, maximum was 70+.
Yeah, hands down it was. But you know what the funny part is? We never expected Inferno Squad to be there, man.
That's the thing.
How is Inferno Squad playing so good? Now, of course, I'm not really doubting their capabilities. They're more than capable of pulling off performance like these. But still, man, none of us expected Inferno Squad to be there in the top 2 with so many points.
Exactly. They've been quite amazing this entire time and just playing under the radar. No out-of-the-box performance yet sitting in the top 2. But let's see how this game of Miramar is going to turn out. It is time for match number 5, the map of Miramar. Well, here we go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going into his map 5 now for day 1 of the iQOO BMPS 2024. And as you can see, we know for a fact that Simp is the GOAT for the day, as he has clutched it out for a near impossible win in the map of Vikendi. But can he do it the same? Because historically, Godlike did not do well in the first Miramar. This is going to be their redemption here as their journey to head towards greatness. As we can see now, these are the total 16 teams. Everyone is looking to try and take the lead. And I agree with you, Johnny. Inferno Squad is someone that nobody expected here. You guys predicted that they grew from the previous tournament as well. And now they have finally shown their maturity. They're handling the LAN pressure. And do you think it's going to be better now?
It is definitely looking quite better, right? I mean, they've been very consistent in the first 4 games. And this 5th one, I'm expecting it's not going to be different. But, hey, looks like Phoenix Esports, they might have different plans. An early drop clash for Inferno Squad. Are they going to be stopped in their tracks? Is the momentum finally coming to an end for this team? I mean, it all comes down to this early fight.
Oh my goodness, this is not looking good. Like Phoenix, they did a really good run in semifinals as well. Now, it feels like the entire day, Phoenix has been struggling to kind of figure out what's the game plan for them. Because so far, they have not made a lot of crucial decisions to actually make their play here. But if they decide to clash on those Inferno Squad, we might potentially see a similar stalemate once more.
Another thing. So Miramar, I just wanted to talk about Team Versatile because, I mean, it is Somraj. He's always going to be the center of conversation whenever this map is up and he's playing. But today we really haven't seen that impact from him.
Yeah, and I think the only time we actually saw the biggest impact was literally just now in the map of Vikendi. And even then, they kind of dropped the ball, right? Like, they were the biggest boss that everybody tried to take down. It was them and Silly. And even though they had the best position, Silly was the one was able to come on top. And the moment they saw somebody knock from Versatile, immediately you can see every single vulture from all around that just swoop them and take them all down.
The vehicle goes by. Admino, the spray committed, but Ignite Gaming, they do manage to evade this big threat and not really looking to re-engage into this isolated player from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. I think they just expected his teammates to be here as well.
Yeah, it is. We are going to see a lot more aggression coming in as well. They are going to try and do a couple of chip damage here and there. But aside from that, I don't think we are going to see some major fights anytime soon. Everybody knows that, you know, when it comes to Miramar, by the third circle, you have to make a decision, right?
Yeah.
It's either long range or urban warfare. But today, we saw a big fight down towards St. Martin early on. It was absolutely chaotic. Urban fights means that whoever gets the cornerstones of the circle in those compounds or cities, they will have a big advantage of just punishing people.
Yeah, but hey, surprise, surprise. Inferno Squad and Phoenix Esports, they do manage to avoid each other, avoid any early conflict. Beautifully done. No players lost, but hey, here comes the hunt. Simp and Punk, they are chasing after the players of Ignite Gaming. They have gained a little bit of distance upon the opposing side, and now, can he connect this spray? If he does, it is going to be the end of Ignite Gaming, or could be the end of Ignite Gaming in this map of Miramar. They've stopped their truck on the other side of the ridge, but he has a nade to work with again with the utility.
Oh, the legend comes in. Jonathan from afar with the M249 was able to get Sakar, and now Vermintor is pretty much stuck as well. Sim looking for the fight, but Vermintor has got the double barrels, but it's not going to be enough. And Mini 14 comes in, but too late. Punk got the wraparound up top, and now Godlike, they are able to find two finishes right from the get-go.
I have a feeling I want to start a new chant for Punk, specifically from Hero Extreme. God, like every time they win a fight, we just go, you got punked.
You got punked.
That is what happened to Ignite Gaming as well. They thought they were going to be safe.
Got punked.
Got surrounded from everywhere, no escape.
But seems to me, even though they've lost two, it's not over yet for Ignite. So they've got to be able, they are able to get out to safety for now. Meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike, they are going to be playing a little bit safe here. But again, I want to see how well they approach this map and how well it's going to be okay. Because right now, they're scavenging for loot. They're not in major series for now. So I guess the approach coming from Hero Extreme is looking to try and scavenge early finishes instead of just, you know, stocking up for the later stage of the game.
Yeah, I think again, I mean, it is what we were discussing before we jumped into the action. The freedom that they've gained for themselves with the performances of the previous 4 games. Now it is time to utilize that freedom and just go as aggressive as you can. But switching focus, Inferno Squad, another team contending for the top spot. And as we spoke about them, avoiding that early conflict for Impala, moving towards Porto Paracia, and specifically because of the circle being quite close to them, I think their chances of doing well in this game as well are actually quite high.
Yeah, and of course, you know, it comes down to the strategies involved by every single team, right? I talked about how, I don't think I taught it on the screen here. There are pretty much 4 ways on how you take approach into the fights, right? Center circle, edge circle, outside circle, or grinding. And in this case, grinding means that any team you see, you are going to win that fight and wrap it up as quickly as you can. In this case, grinding means you have to eliminate as many people as you can and then clear out those zones. In this case, Godlike is finally taking that approach for now. We do see Hydra, but Hydra's kind of try to make this kind of attempts, but they do kind of flop it a little bit more.
Yeah, but a team that has executed that perfectly is Reckoning Esports. I mean, we saw that in the overall leaderboard. A lot of finishes secured. Still struggling in placement, but hey, who cares? They're still in the top 8.
Yep, agreed. Reckoning Esports does consistently go for the grinding strategy as well. Team Limra, they have always been playing outside zone for the longest of time. Meadow tried to go for outside, they tried to go for inside, they tried to go for edge. Nothing has kind of worked for Meadow Esports, which is something that I'm very, very sad for Meadow Esports, considering that, you know, we've seen their storylines, right?
Yes.
So many tournaments now, and now in this stage here, it seems like they might be fumbling again, but on the screen, oh no, Joker, oh no. Oh no, Joker, oh my goodness, and guess what? It's Godlike right beside them as well. Can they get Joker out? That's going to be a problem. Sarang looking for the fight here. Admino is there, and it seems like Admino doesn't want to fight this. He's going to completely dip out. Bye-bye. Goodbye. He's going to get shot. Does he get out? Yes, he's going to be fine. He's okay. He's okay.
I mean, the chase is still on though. Xbox still on his tracks, and Admino is going to try his level best to lead the players of Xbox into the line of fire of the remaining players from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike, and he has done that as well, because look on the radar, another man pops up. Admino has gotten them quite close to Simp, and if Simp finds the first opening, or if Admino finds the opening, this can change everything. Joker spotted out. There's the opening knock to kick things off, and again, it is Simp on the board, looking to secure a few extra frags for Hero Extreme Godlike. Sanhok spotted out as well in that that buggy. Goes on the other side of the ridge, manages to get himself to safety.
Oh, they're in trouble now coming from Xpark, and Jonathan now from the sides does find Shadow. Another clutch from Jonathan. That's 2 down for Xpark. And Hero Extreme, godlike, now looking to clean house. And they do find 3. And Team Xpark has to continue the journey with only 1 man left. And what a performance from godlike. Whew.
I see we got to do it. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. You've been punked.
You've been punked.
That's what
Team
happened
Xpark. And now Sarang, he's so low. He needs to run and sim now on the hunt. But fortunately for him, he does have the vehicle. He's gonna make a run for it. He's gonna completely dip out.
They have vehicles too, I see.
Do they want to chase?
Yes, they do.
They want to punk it. Oh no, they are. They're gonna chase. You're not running, Sarang. Run, boy.
How far does he make it? I think he oh man, that's horrible driving right there. But I mean, that does allow Sarang to escape. And it's the first stage. There are 5 finishes already.
What?
There he is in the distance. You see that?
Okay, it's so far.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna try. Oh wait.
No.
Oh, okay. He's gonna try. Buggy's there. Okay. Looks like they will let him live for the time being. But again, he is living on borrowed time for now. As godlike,
Wait.
they are on the ground. What?
Are they still going after him?
I think so. Maybe. Look. Okay. Like, what? Huh? They don't have ammunition. What happens to step 2?
I don't think there's step 2. I see.
I think step 2 is pretty much going for Sarang.
Yeah, that is step 2. They're still looking for him. I mean, either they find him or they find more ammunition. Either way, it works out.
Okay.
I guess.
In this case, they're looking to punk people even more. No pit stops whatsoever. They're driving by, trying to look a little bit more. But now, let's take a look at the zone shift for now. Next one, it is still going to be in favor of San Martin. It might be 2 games in a row for San Martin.
Kind of an interesting play coming in from the players of Team Limra. I mean, I understand why Ignite Gaming went towards Oasis. 2 of their players picked off extremely early by Hero Extreme Godlike as well. But Limra still looking to play for placement, still looking to make towards the end game with man advantage. But oh, look at this. Versatile. They find a few individuals from the side of TWOB. Sarvit, just a little overextended, does avoid getting taken out, knocked out over there.
Well, center circle action is happening as well. We did see a couple of teams here like Team Limra as well as Ignite pretty much playing outside zone. Same goes for Renegade as well. But Versatile, they have to get full control. Like, do they make this play? Do they want to hunker down on the mountain or do they push forward? But now decisions have to be made, but seems like they are going to take the safety approach here, try and hold down the high grounds of San Martin to prepare for the worst. In this case, the worst was everyone had to go to San Martin in the previous game. It seems like a repeat based on the trends as of now. So they don't want to take any more chances and wants to be ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and I think everyone else also has the same idea. We see the teams pushing as close to the center as possible. Versatile right now with this high ground advantage. I think if they can win the fight against TWOB, it gives them those early finishes and also an opportunity to just stay inside of these compounds, just stay safe, stay hidden.
Question marks across every single team here. Is it a possibility that this is going to be San Martin once again? Hyderabad Hydras, they had a pretty rough run, and so far, Termi has been known as a clutch god for the team. They have been known to play full defense, but every single time that happens, they have lost all their fights, which is ironic, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's ironic.
It is quite ironic. I mean, Termi, I think the pressure of the LAN stage actually getting to him. Hyderabad Hydra is an extremely promising team at the start of the day, but again, it is just day one. We can't lose hope this early. Even in the last 2 games, if Hyderabad Hydras can bring themselves anywhere close to the top 6, top 7, I mean, hey, it sets them up for tomorrow and the day after.
Yep, in this case, Orangutan, they have been starving for a LAN Finals. They're doing good on day number 1. And as of yet, even in the previous game, they bowed out rather early. Aru was able to secure some frags for them. And as of now, 16 teams there, they're looking around. They don't see anyone yet, but they are going to be playing from the south side. But little did I know, iQOO does scout out somebody from the distance. But I don't think it's worth the risk to commit that. You need to save out a little bit of ammunition. Hyderabad Hydras, oh! A nade from Insidious. Catches at Mino. Can he get the full finish? Second nade comes in. Doesn't seem to be able to connect. But the rest of Godlike are pushing forward. Insidious as well. Can they save him? The smoke's coming in. Insidious push-ups forward. Does he expose himself? And look at this. He might get punked.
Yeah, I think that is what is about to happen. Unless Admino gets finished off, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going to look to bait the players of Hyderabad Hydras to push up over the ridge.
They need to save him. They need to save the star player. Godlike says no man left behind, and Punk now trying to scare him off. Sim finally goes in for the rescue. Punk continuing to provide cover fire. And seems like they will be able to get the reset. And Sim now dropping down low. Admino has no choice but to be picked up. And Hyderabad Hydras doesn't want to push, and who could blame them? They're only 2-man army. If it was a 4-man, I'm pretty sure Admino might have been caught off. Full finished.
I mean, they have had the opportunity to just lob utility, but I think they are lacking utility. They're lacking numbers in that position in particular. But look at here, Silly Esports going up against Inferno Squad. Inferno Squad a lot relying on this game for them. They are looking to hold on to that first position on the overall leaderboard with the Molotov. It looks good. Owen is going to get knocked out by Hydro. And now it's down to Silly Esports and the decision they choose to make. Do they choose to put more pressure on the players of Inferno Squad? Right now, Ranveer is getting a little bit of the revive. But look on the radar, there are a few more players from the side of Silly Esports who have that high ground to keep the players of Inferno Squad pinned down inside of that building.
Yep, Inferno Squad not having a good time here. Silly, they know perfectly well that they are pretty much trapped here. They have to either commit or back off. Now Inferno Squad, they got a couple of resets options, but little did they know they're also getting shot from afar.
Oh, it's a third party.
That's Hyderabad Hydras from afar, pressuring Jatine from the south side. They're pretty much stuck now in a very, very difficult spot. Inferno Squad, they may have done really, really well, but right now, this is almost a near impossible exit. Even the vehicles as well, it's about to explode. Oh no, Phoenix actually the ones that pressured them.
Quite unfortunate. Inferno Squad getting sandwiched like this.
Yep,
And I
Phoenix
think
actually from afar. It looks like Hyderabad Hydras, but it is actually Phoenix, a full firing squad. And now here comes a knock from Giant from afar. He finds Jatine, no way out. He's done. He's over. There's no way out for Inferno Squad in this firing squad.
Yeah, I mean, there's no escape over here, as you mentioned. But opportunity for Silly actually to just push forward, secure those 2 extra finishes lying in front of them. But I think all of that commotion caused by the players of Phoenix has made sure that even Silly Esports are going to be panicking. And look at the shift of the circle as well. A massive cluster in the southern half. Everyone looking to move up north. 8-bit, I think, big opportunity for them. All they have to do, it might sound easy. I mean, easy to say, difficult to execute, but hey, they got to pick a few fights up ahead. There's a lot of points waiting for them on the other side. And guess what? Limra, they're still in Partona.
Yep, that's so far down south as well. Ignite all the way down towards Torre Ahumada, just left as well. But this circle seems to be shifting outside of San Martin a little bit here, favoring on towards Hacienda del Patron. So it may still be an urban warfare between all the teams, but this time we do have mountain terrains to work with. So a little bit more long-range fights rather than mid to CQC. So as of yet, they have to start thinning out the numbers, because if they don't, everyone is going to be struggling into the next phase here. It might be a game of chance, a game of luck, if things do not start closing out.
Yeah, definitely, I think. And that is one thing that you never want, right? Turning a game that is in your control into a game just dependent on luck, whether the circle moves upon you the next shift or whether the other teams choose to pick a fight with someone else. But hey, Inferno Squad last 2 players somehow looking to, well, trying to escape, I think. Yeah, PMWIGL, he got left behind just by mistake, and Newman is going to try and take advantage of this fiasco. Try and see if they can shut down these 2 individuals. Damage coming in from the flank, a little bit of a distraction for Newman forever.
Well, we do see a lot of pressure coming in. They are slowly inching in. But for now, Newman, they're still in a very, very comfortable spot, east side of the next phase zone. They do have the roadblocks being set up as well. So technically, if anybody rotates around them, they are going to get punished. A firing squad awaits them all. But again, nobody's passing by through yet. Majority of the teams are still in the center of the zone. So in this case, Newman, they may or may not have any opportunities to find anyone at this stage of the game, because they might be the ones that get stuck outside. Orangutan, also, going to be playing from north side as well. They are sneaking from the south side as of yet. They found somebody, but they haven't gotten a lot of information to work with in terms of rotations.
They're just paranoid about 8-bit closing in from the rear. I believe they might have spotted them out midway, moving up north, but still just seeing and checking every single position along those horizons, making sure there's no one closing in from the back lines.
You know what? Despite after 10 minutes ago and now, 10 minutes later, almost 15 minutes now, somehow there's still 16 teams.
Yeah.
Like, if you think about it, right?
Hey,
Sarang was left all by himself coming from Export.
That's what I wanted to say.
And he's still alive until now.
That's what I wanted to say. Hey, had Hero Extreme godlike, in fact, had that vehicle not just toppled over the ridges, then there would have been 15 teams, because I'm pretty sure the Hero Extreme godlike would have chased him down.
Ignite as well, down to 2. Inferno Squad down to 2. TWOB down to 3 members as well. We did see, let me do some quick math. 8 players has been taken down to the lobby for now, despite this long out journey. But we are still seeing a lot of poke damage coming in. Stage 3 circle slowly closing in here, 25 seconds before it completely shifts the board for everyone. But 8-bit outside zone still waiting here. Phoenix also getting some suppressed fires as they are still waiting for the zone.
Phoenix Esports, they need to be careful. I mean, shots being fired. Looking to pick a fight against the players of Reckoning Esports now, but as you mentioned, both these teams pressing towards the eastern edge of the play zone right now.
They have to get in. Like, this is not an easy entry point because it is open fields here. And what I mean by open fields is pretty much paddy fields after paddy fields. So there's not a lot of cover to work with. So you need vehicles to kind of enforce those barricades. As you can see, based on the map as well, Renegade, they need to push in very, very soon. And once they get in, they have to find a bunker to kind of set up the defenses, because if not, they are going to completely shut down, because all the high grounds right now is in the hands of Godlight, it's hands of Hyderabad Hydra. We do see TWOB and Versatile going to be contesting the top of the mountain, so it is going to be a bloodfest up top.
But Inferno Squad, the last 2 players, they still look to take a fight. And well, TWOB, they just get sandwiched and annihilated in between Hyderabad Hydras and the players of Inferno Squad. Somehow these 2 lads managed to secure 2 eliminations to their name. And TWOB, how unfortunate do you have to be, IC, to become the first squad to be eliminated in a position like this?
You can't really blame them, right? Like, they tried to fight the mountains. There was 2 teams already up there. There's Hyderabad Hydras, there's Godlike up there as well. The next exit strategy was here. So I would say no matter where they ran, there was just no way they would have survived. Just because every good spot has been taken.
Yeah, this is an open circle as well. Anyone who tries to push for the center right now, this is exactly what's going to happen. You have Newman as well with a strong compound under their control. As you mentioned, Hyderabad Hydras, they have a little bit of a high ground advantage to work with as well, and the massive mountain up north in control of Hero Extreme Godlike. Luckily for Hero Extreme Godlike, there's, or should I say, unlucky for them, there's no one there to contest them, so they aren't really going to be able to secure those frags anymore. They're going to be isolated till the end of the game, or not really till the end. I think the mid-game stage is maybe till the next stage.
Yep.
But Newman forever. Now, they're also looking to secure a few extra eliminations, and it seems like everyone has avoided any sort of conflict against them.
Yep, center circle, once again coming from Newman. Circle just completely magnetic on towards them. Now Limra, they finally lose 1 member. Those gets taken down. And now Juicy as well, still outside the zone. They have the stocks here. East side combat, outside war, 8-bit versus Limra. And they do get the finish onto a Goku. And guess what? Silly that steals it away. Whew. What a chaos on the outside.
Yeah, well, 8-bit, they are not going to let this one go. Pushing forward, looking for the players of Phoenix. Snowjot is going to be spotted out. He tries to run away. The shotgun does not connect. And Juicy, he's going to still go for it. Be a little bit more aggressive on the other side, because they know that even the players of Reckoning Esports and the players of Bliss have a line of fire on this ridge. Phoenix Esports, 2 players knocked out. Goku is looking for, looking to patch himself up and does bring his HP back up. But as soon as 8-bit go for a push, it turns out it was a big mistake. 2 players knocked out. Mac trying to fight for his life. It's not even going to matter, and it's not going to work. Both 8-bit and Phoenix quickly get wrapped up and sent back to the lobby.
Oh my goodness, Bliss was able to capitalize on all that. And meanwhile, another fight breaks out as well. Orangutan going to be fighting on Versatile. Here comes the pump coming in. They trade each other off. Orangutan still alive, but little did they know, Silly gonna be sneaking up on them to try and third party their way through. And it seems like he doesn't want to take the risk. Versatile now in a little bit of trouble here. Somraj also being knocked off. Can they get the reset? Aquanox is going to try and pick up the back line. Somraj as well, giving a lot of information with. And Orangutan, they do want to back off. Think about this. Zone, 1 minute, 24 seconds left. They have all the time in the world. If they get the double reset, they may be able to go for the exit strategy. But it is going to be very, very tough because Silly is keeping track on what's happening from afar.
Yeah, they just want to go for these finishes, but before they get an opportunity to push forward, OG, they just get completely shut down and sent back by the players of Versatile. But now, this is the cue for Silly Esports to move in, and here comes the push. Somraj has been brought back into this game. The revive was successful, and Silly Esports, they are trying to get Hydro back as well. As soon as they do, it's going to be the numbers advantage in the favor of the players of Silly Esports. But hey, shots coming in, damage dished out. One more player from the side of Silly Esports has been dropped extremely low.
Yep, smart call coming from both sides here. They understood that the Orangutan was struggling. They were cornered and sandwiched. Once they clear this out, now they have to figure the next game plan. 30 seconds before the next phase of zone. And the bigger threat here is Newman is already inside waiting for them. And that's the reason why both Silly and Versatile has decided to go for a ceasefire. Newman has been making so much noise. And now they've decided, you know what? It's not worth it. Let's focus on the next phase of zone. We're down towards the final 11 teams. And so far, Inferno Squad somehow, with 2 men, still surviving in the south side.
Sanhok as well.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Sanhok is still there in this game.
Oh my goodness.
He's managed to use that distraction to stay alive, but now I think it might be the end of Team Versatile as Raiden does get knocked out by the players of Silly. They managed to stay patient, hold on to the aggression, and now Versatile pinned in that one shack. Just a few nades through those gaps, and they're going to be done for. Infinity looking at him. He's hiding into the open, looking for a 200 IQ play, but the slam comes in. Ranveer finds the knock. Aquanox also taken down. It's down to the man, the myth, the legend, Somraj. Can he close this fight out? He knocks down Hydro. He's looking for the last man, runs in the shack, finds one more. It's down to a 1v1, and he has done it. A little bit of help from the other side, and Somraj, an impressive win for his team.
And now he's got to go for the reset as well. We're down towards 9 teams here. And guess what? Newman going to be pushing from the east side. And little did they know, a very, very interesting player was alive. Okay, never mind. X-Spark finally getting eliminated on 9th place. So there's a little bit of unfortunate here. I expected maybe Saran could have survived a little bit more. But again, north side here, we do see Godlike getting Hunter's pin on a very, very awkward spot. But they still have a little bit more time. Meanwhile, Godlike now pressuring onto his Meadow. Jonathan. Some serious damage coming in. Meadow, they're outside the zone, and he's going to be sitting down. Jonathan getting another finish. Hero Extreme Godlike now with a total of 10 finishes in map number 5.
The name says it all. They are the heroes. They do know how to take it to the extremes, and well, there's Godlike. It's always been there. 10 eliminations already secured. Top 6 teams remain. 16 players still alive. And Godlike, even though they're down to their last 2 players, it doesn't seem like they want to slow down. The northern edge of the play zone is in their control. Hyderabad Hydras, they were looking for a match like this. And this is when they have to capitalize the opportunity laid out in front of them and the players of Newman Forever.
Moments away. They are going to be in trouble. Newman, they have high ground. They have a lot of advantage going for the flank. But it all comes down to Godlike, whether or not can they wrap things up. Because now here comes the pincer attack. It's going to be Newman as well as Godlike ganking up onto his Bliss. Newman taking some serious heavy fire as well. Ova is down. Mafia going for a couple of flanks coming in. Eggy looking for the wraparound. Punk now looking to try and punk 2 teams at the same time. Who is going to survive and who gets completely clipped by? But seems like aggression is on Bliss as well as Newman. As Godlike says, you know what? They're fighting. Let's back off. And now a long range died. Hydras from out of nowhere. They get the knock. They are the ones that comes in and says, you know what? Let's gank up on all of them. Let's take the third party. And now Newman on the low ground. Godlike still continues with their pressure. Trying to find a couple of finishes here. And no, Newman is out. Bliss as well. Final 4 teams left.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras, they just take everything for themselves. And Godlike, they're left suffocating for those finishes. 10 eliminations secured, and for a while, the counter has been stuck to 10. In the end, it's going to be a 2v4. Somraj, he's stuck in the blue. And Godlike, oh no, Punk, he's going to get knocked out. They're down to the last man. It is Jonathan who's still surviving. He's in a very unfortunate position. But I think over here, Hyderabad Hydras, they were looking for a big win, and this is what they wanted. The zone set them up, and they have chosen to seize this opportunity. They're looking for those extra frags now.
Oh my goodness. Team Limra, Hesperos, able to sneak in the top 4. He's got 10 first 8 kids, and the healing game, the healing battle from Limra is keeping them alive. They're outside the zone. He's no way he's going to be making it away, but as of now, Punk getting knocked in. Jonathan all by himself. Hyderabad Hydras is going to try and finish off everyone here. Punk gets finished off. And now Hyderabad Hydras, they know they've got the numbers advantage and they are on the hunt. And now Jonathan with the clutch gets a finish. And now continuing for more.
Yeah, he's looking for more. He's spotted out Insidious, but it's going to be difficult to connect the spray, and he goes down. 11 is going to be the number of eliminations in this game for Hero Extreme Godlike. But Hyderabad Hydras, I mean, this is impressive. And Hesperos, he is even more impressive. Where was this team? How is this man still here? And he's still walking towards the play zone. I hope he finds a few extra crates lying around with a few extra first aids. Means Hyderabad Hydras, they're just going to be confused.
I know. Nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be seen. The one that is hiding from everyone. And guess what? Limra gets some points. And this is why you got to love the heel battles, man. His Sparrow is now putting in the back seat. And now he's clutching it. And guess what? Top 2 finish.
Yeah.
I would say it's a decent placement points, and he knows he's done for. It's over.
Hey man, 10 points from this game.
Bye-bye.
Look at the dance, look at the celebration from Team Limra. But on the stage, it's going to be Hyderabad Hydras who's get to celebrate this amazing winner chicken dinner that they've secured for themselves on the map of Miramar. 8 eliminations on the board, 10 for placements, 18 points. Now that is going to be a leap on the overall leaderboard.
One of the most consistent teams, right? Team Limra,
Yeah.
and then Hyderabad Hydras just coming out of nowhere, getting this chicken dinner. We had a conversation about the overall standings too, how one single game can change the entire look of the table. And now for Hyderabad Hydras, that's exactly what's going to happen. You move on towards Team Limra. It's the same formula. They're repeating over and over again, no matter what the stage is. It's Hesperos in the back lines. The rest 3 guys who go in the front. They try and get as many eliminations as possible.
Consistency is key, my friend. Consistency is key. But as of now here, Hyderabad Hydra, they had a very, very rocky start day number 1. And now, finally getting themselves a chicken dinner. Would you say this is a wake-up call, or was it luck?
Now, one thing is for sure, they've found the momentum. Today, they've only got one more game to go in the future, and I'm not sure if Hyderabad Hydras can make it happen once again in this game. But one thing is for sure, with that momentum, they've also gained the confidence. So there's a high possibility they can end things on a consistent note. But even from Godlike, man, what a game that was. Off the rip, they started things off in quite an aggressive note.
I don't want to talk about Godlike anymore, man. They're just going around causing menace for everyone else. I mean, look what they did to Xbox at the start of the game. What was that? And they tried to do the same thing to multiple different teams. Admino would just run out into the open. Hey guys, I'm all alone. There's no one behind me. And then just start baiting the players towards his teammate who would be waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Exactly. I mean, this is the exact conversation that we had before the game even started, right? Godlike, now they've got a cushion to play with. And now they're playing like there's nothing holding them back anymore. And I'm just loving that. They're playing tension-free.
Yeah,
exactly.
I agree. And even that as well, they're still able to get a couple of finishes as well. That's a balance between both placement and finishes is going to be very, very important.
11 finishes.
I wouldn't be what, 11 finishes?
Yeah,
yes.
11
wow.
finishes.
Wow,
exactly.
That's a lot.
And exactly, even a 3rd place inside of the game. And for Team Limra, getting 10 points in total. Man, this team is just slipping under the radar every single time. It's a snail pace approach, but it's working out.
Yeah, I think if they keep moving like this, I think by the end of the tournament, they're still going to be the top 5 man. And it is impressive. Simple strategy, as Necro broke it down. 3 players up front, Hesperos wherever he wants to be.
Agreed. But now let's talk a little bit more on the winner chicken dinner moments, on how things happen here in the final moments here, because there are a couple of chaotic moments on the other side of the map which we didn't really catch it. And now on the screen as well, we did see moments coming from Bliss. Yeah, this was the chaotic fight where everyone was just bullying the ones on the low ground. And Newman, they were one of those teams that get completely sanctioned by Bliss, by Hyderabad Hydras, by Godlike. Everyone was just taking jabs and then just, you know, beating down a kid.
Yeah, I mean, huge props to the players of Versatile, first of all, because they also had a pretty decent game right now in this map of Miramar, and Newman forever. This was impressive. Yes, I see. As you pointed out, there was too much pressure because of them being on the low ground, and Mox was the man who actually took full advantage of that situation. He had one Reg to work with. He realized that Newman Forever were too distracted by the players of Bliss, and at the right time, he just went and lobbed a nade, put down their numbers, and Newman had no escape from there.
But hey, have you noticed one pattern? All these known teams now, once again, they're starting to catch that pace. Including Hyderabad Hydras too. Another beast is awakened inside of the lobby. But what is happening with Team X Park? They're choking the fights. That's the only known name. We're still waiting to be sort of flourishing inside of the gameplay. You've got the IRL moments off the day one so far. And yes, for VXT as well, they've had some glorious moments. For Silly Esports, the newer faces on the block, as expected, struggling.
Yep, even Meadow Esports as well, you can see a heated discussion has been made as well. Hyderabad Hydras taking the chicken dinner. They're going to be happy as well. You can see the sigh of relief. It was like, okay, we're about to get the chicken dinner. But again, godlike for Jonathan, his face says it all as well. Like, you know what I was expecting? What? Another sim moment.
Yeah.
But this time it was
I was too. I was too.
I mean, I expected that too. I mean, it could have happened had the players of Hyderabad Hydras all come in from the front, but they played it smart. They were very respectful to the man in front of them. They did not want to give him an opportunity to strike back, so they wrapped him from 3 different directions. And when that happens, you're done. It's a chokehold.
Yeah, it is the shock and meta, man. It is the shock and meta. Anything can happen, right? And Simp has proven that. All it takes is one single shot to eliminate you outside of the game. And for Jonathan as well, he had his hands on the S12 game. All the 4 players pushed in at the same time. There's a high chance Jonathan could have pulled the clutch because he also had quite a beautiful TPP angle to play with in that area. So that's what Hyderabad Hydras realized. They covered that ridge perfectly from the spread that they had and pretty much came out on top. Now for Team X Park, one thing is for sure, a comeback is necessary. But with the way the day is going so far, man, godlike, yes, at the top, but Inferno Squad, we never expected them. Even Team Limera doing so good. They're pretty much just copy-pasting the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, again, simple strategy, right? 3 players inside of the zone. Hespervos just does whatever he wants, plays wherever he wants. They stayed in Partuna for the first 15 minutes of the game.
Listen, I'm sorry to cut you off, right? But that's the prime example of working smart, not hard.
Yeah. No, I think I have a different approach in this year. I agree with where we work smart and work hard, but now let's talk about default plans, right? Like, when it comes to strategy, hey, this is the plan we're going to do, and if things not working out, let's go by the default, and then once the day is over, fix everything when we go home.
But honestly speaking, the strategy that Limera is pulling off can work even better on day 2. But for now, let's move on to the stage and talk to the winner chicken dinner moment team.
Thank you so much, casters. Day 1 में ही क्या कुछ कमाल की चीजें देखने को मिल रही हैं, and इस win के बाद, of course, Hyderabad Hydras के IGL से बात करना तो बनता है. So let's welcome Mox, the IGL of the Hyderabad Hydras, who just took their chicken dinner. Congratulations. अब हैदराबाद हाइड्रास का जो सपना है वो हैदराबाद में तो पूरा नहीं हो पाया अनफॉर्चुनेटली, लेकिन आप कोच्चि में पहुंच गए हो. और मीरामार अगर मैप की बात करें तो ये वन ऑफ योर स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट मैप्स है. तो पहला जो गेम था मीरामार में और इस गेम में जब आपने चिकन डिनर जो क्लिंच किया है, फर्क क्या था?
फर्स्ट मैच में हम अनफॉर्चुनेट थी कि हमें सरप्राइज मिल गया था, तो हम उसमें मैन लॉस आ गए थे. पर सेकंड मिरामार में हमें कंफर्म था कि हमें एनुआ चिकन लेना ही है, क्योंकि हम बहुत पीछे चल रहे थे पॉइंट टेबल में. हम अगर चिकन लेंगे तो मोमेंटम कैरी फॉरवर्ड कर पाएंगे. तो अभी नेक्स्ट मैच में वो एक मोमेंटम कैरी फॉरवर्ड करना है.
एंड इसमें अगर पहले दिन की बात करें तो बहुत सारी टीम्स में यहाँ पर स्ट्रैटेजी बना रखी है कि भले ही चिकन डिनर ना मिले, लेकिन ये जो एवरेज है फिनिशेस का उसको थोड़ा सा मेंटेन करके रखेंगे ताकि इवेंचुअली जो हमारा जो टेबल आएगा उसमें थोड़ी सी मदद मिले. तो यहाँ पर हैदराबाद हाइड्रास की क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है कि चिकन डिनर पे ज़्यादा फोकस या फिनिशेस पे ज़्यादा फोकस?
हमारा ऐसा है कि हमें एवरेज पॉइंट लेनी है मैच में, हर मैच में, एंड यहाँ तो फिनिशेस पे फोकस कर रहे हैं अभी. मोर फिनिशेस पे है, क्योंकि फिनिशेस लेंगे तो एवरेज पॉइंट्स आते रहेंगे.
एंड इस समय हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के फैंस को क्या कहना चाहते हैं? जो सपना अधूरा रह गया था हैदराबाद में, इस समय क्या कोच्चि में ये ट्रॉफी की तरफ वो सपना सच होते हुए दिख रहा है?
हैदराबाद में तो थोड़ा मिस हो गया था, सेमीफाइनल में बाहर हो गए थे, पर इस बार पक्का फाइनल्स में ट्रॉफी लेनी है कोच्चि में.
All right, तो इस समय काफी कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहे हैं हैदराबाद हाइड्रास एंड ऑफ कोर्स द IGL. Mox, congratulations for that win and wish you all the best for the remaining days and the remaining matches. All right, thank you so much. तो ये थे Mox, the IGL of Hyderabad Hydras, and अभी एक और मैप बचता है of day 1 and इसका एक्शन आपको मिलेगा इस छोटे से, बहुत ही छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद. तो कहीं मत जाइए, we will be right back.
body fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The new Extreme 160R4V, now with dual channel ABS. Challenge the Extreme.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
But have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में बैक पेन।
हेलो डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। विकेट! 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
It has been tiring, it has been hectic. Legends are forming around all these players here, and this is going to be a very, very important one here. And you guys, welcome back to the iQOO BMPS 2024. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Fixus, as well as Johnny, as we take you through the commentary once more, the final map of today. Interesting enough, we do see a lot of variation changes, and now an opportunity by Hyderabad Hydras to take a chicken dinner. Were we expecting this?
It was coming. For Hyderabad Hydras, they were struggling. We have seen a lot of these teams step up in that second phase of the day. We've seen Versatile also pulling off a really good play. Now it is time for Team X-Park to strike.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I agree with Fixus. X-Park, it's been a while, man. 5 matches done and dusted. 6 games in a day. You have to win at least one. Or even if not a win, you need a big game, like 10+ eliminations, top 4 finish. Maybe in the last match. And considering it's Erangel, they will have an opportunity. The flight path allows it. Maybe go for an early drop clash on a team that's already not doing well.
Agreed. And now we've seen the fifth game just now in the map Miramar here. Let's take a look at the points on how all the teams has pretty much gone through their journey in the map of Miramar. Because now on screen, we're going to see the points for the game. Now, of course, we're talking about chicken dinner. Hyderabad Hydras were on first place. Godlike on second place with 16 points. Versatile was able to pick themselves some points on third place here with 11 points. Team Limra, because of that heal, getting themselves to the second place position, they were able to get themselves a total of 10 points. Newman Forever in 5th place, 8 points. Silly 7, Bliss 6, Renegade on 8th place here, and 8B on 9th place. That is something that I think we do see the middle of the pack trying to catch up some points themselves.
Of course, but you know, this is where I'm really concerned. Johnny, look at Team X-Park. Just 2 points. Medal Esports, barely with those 2. And DWOB, what on earth has happened to them? One of the most consistent teams during the league stages, and suddenly they're nowhere to be found.
Yeah, but hey, you remember before the game of Miramar began, we were talking about the top 2. Now there will be a clear difference between Hero Extreme, Godlike, and Inferno Squad. But we do have the iQOO MVP on the screen, Mox from Hyderabad Hydras. And again, big plays being made, especially in that fight where he chose to third party both Bliss and the players of Newman Forever.
No, Well, of course, when it comes to top 5 players here, you know, Mox, he definitely stepped up. He found opportunities time and time again here. Jonathan was also a top contender for that finish as well. He was able to get a couple extra kills himself. And Equinox, undeniably versatile. We've seen how versatile was struggling in the outsides as well. They somehow were able to grind their way a couple of finishes for themselves. Asperus from X-Park, surprisingly, on the 5th place despite bowing out rather early in around 8th to 9th position.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. Hesperos, why is he getting finishes? Isn't it his job to go for heal battles?
I think he's sort of channeling what he used to do in BGMI 24. Not heal battle, but get a lot of finishes.
Yeah.
But one thing for sure, I'm really surprised is that the IGLs are stepping up big time. For Hyderabad, Hydras again, Mox being one of those players stepping forward. This is lovely stuff.
Yes, agreed. And of course, when it comes to all the pro players who's performing on the big stage here, remember that they are using the iQOO 12 5G phone. This is our amazing phones that are providing the best facilities for all the teams to go in towards the battlegrounds themselves. You can actually look it up and check it out, because why? If you think it's nice, it looks good, guess what? It is absolutely true. It's not a fake ad at all. It's up here in front of us or in the bottom side as well. And if you're looking yourself to get yourself one for yourself, if you don't want to buy one, it's okay. Guess what? We're giving away some free for you. And all you gotta do is just Google iQOO 12 BMPS. And guess what? You can find out even more on how to win yourself a brand new phone.
Exactly, and it is an amazing device indeed. Fixes has been a big advocate. Me and Necrowell, we've already yoinked a few from the studio in Hyderabad, but it is going to be exciting to see.
It, man.
I mean, we got ourselves. I mean, 2 devices. Necro got one, I got one.
You did?
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
Don't
now I think we'll be on even field while we are playing.
Yeah, now we can compete against Fixes.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. But of course, after that match here, we want to see the overall standings of how all the teams has been progressing right now. Because up on screen, we're going to see the overall standings of all the teams that has been performing thus far. As you can see, now, of course, Hero Extreme Godlike still topping charts with 59 points. Inferno Squad also on second place with 45 points. Team Limra, with that play, has pushed themselves into top 3.
But look at this, right? Godlike Esports, at this point, they are a cut above the rest. The kind of a vacuum that they're building up, I think it is only Inferno Squad that can really chase them down.
Yeah.
But when you look at the others, from Team Limra, right till the position, we've got Silly Esports on 8. I think the competition, Johnny, is quite close.
Exactly. I mean, the competition is quite close, but as of now, it's close for the 3rd position, not for the top 2. Inferno Squad and Godlike, as you mentioned, I mean, they're in a league of their own. Orangutan, they need to try and take a leap inside of the top 2. They also have an opportunity to say Limra, Orangutan, Versatile, Reckoning, Esports, Newman, Silly. As you mentioned, I mean, they need that big win on Erangel if they want to close the distance against the players of Inferno Squad. But the real action is on the second page. X-Park is there with 21 points. And as we were talking about it, Fixes, last game Erangel. No Repnoi. What do you say?
One explosive game, drop down, but that really depends if the flight path trajectory goes from the certain side.
Medal is on the 16th position with single digits. So
I've seen X-Park go down a hunt in the map of Sanhok as well. I think they went in for those third parties. Might not, again, try to think of something similar, but who knows? They're at the end Team X-Park, right?
Are we giving out some evil ideas right now?
Yeah, you guys are very, very...
I hope they're hearing us.
But nevertheless here, we do see, you know, a lot of integration changes coming from the teams here. Of course, when it comes to repetition here, Miramar, I like how Hero Extreme Godlike has been performing, right? First game of Miramar, which is map 2 of the day, didn't really go too well to them. This time, they fixed it here. They were able to get some top 3. I would say it's still a big W for them. Now, focus on Erangel, because that is something that a lot of teams was struggling, because just today itself, we have seen a lot of very, I would say, toxic circles, because a lot of open areas, there's not a lot of cover, everyone is going to get picked apart. It came down to a lot of luck factor. So, do you think it's going to affect them?
I think there has been a change in the patterns. When you look at the circles we saw in the league stages, I think these circles are quite different. We're getting to see a lot of those urban circles. We're seeing a lot of those San Martin circles in Miramar. But for Erangel, the first game that we saw, it went up north, a circle that we had not casted before. And this time, I think players have to be prepared for even more adverse situations.
Well, yeah, I mean, they have to be prepared for anything with what is going on with Inferno Squad, Hero Extreme Godlike, as you mentioned. X-Park tried the same thing on the map of Sanhok. Considering it's the last game of the day, I think majority of the teams on the second page of the leaderboard will try to go a little bit YOLO. get as many points as you can. Doesn't matter if you get taken out here already on the second page. What could be worse? Nothing else, right? So you go all in, you try to see if you can have a big game at the end of the day. And as IC has been saying, before tomorrow they show up for their matches, there's definitely going to be a change in the strategy. Everyone's going to be doing homework tonight and preparing for tomorrow. So just go all in into this last game.
You know, if today it's, you know, it's a moment where they are in a situation where teams, they have to kind of figure out what's the strategy, right? Like, oh, if this thing didn't work, it's okay. Let's go for default plan. I think Team Limra made the most obvious play, right?
Exactly.
Like after the first 2 or 3 games, they kind of fumbled a little bit here. Game 4, Game 5, you can see Necro was like a bit pissed. Oh no, he's going back to the same thing here. Limra has been doing this all semifinals, but I think that's a very, very good safety net. Like, things are not working out, just go for something that is working or kind of working or something that you are very familiar with and just stick with it. So that's something that I really like about Limra. But now, godlike. First game, phenomenal run. We got one clutch coming with Vikendi as well. Do you think they are going to be able to be the kings of Erangel by the end of today?
Listen, let's be honest. Godlike won the first game of Erangel. Things weren't really stacked up with them. They played against all odds. They were pushed in from the northern side. But when you talk about Hero Extreme Godlike's journey throughout inside of the Grand Finals so far, 3 out of 5 games were extremely good. I really am fancying their odds this time around.
I mean, I agree with Fixus on this. I mean, 3 out of 5 games, they've done very well. 1 clutch. And that first Erangel, I mean, my opinion on this is a little bit opposite of this. That first Erangel, I believe, X-Park did a lot of heavy lifting for them. Godlike just showed up at the right time towards the end with all their numbers intact and secured what felt like an easy win. But that win on Vikendi, that was earned. Yeah, they were very smart in that first game. Vikendi, they pulled it out of thin air that way, that went out of nowhere. And then the performance on the Miramar just before this, that is what has impressed me the most. That commitment to go for those early fights, enough to chase down an opposing player for at least 400, 500 meters. I mean, Sarang was scared at that point when he had those 2 vehicles behind him. But that level of commitment, I think if they're willing to push themselves to their limits again on this Erangel, I think by the end of the day, the advantage, the lead that we saw, right now it was, what, 14 points? It's going to be over 25.
Well, let's see. Let's see. By the end of the day, do they get the 3rd chicken dinner or do they just stick with 2? But so far, it has been an amazing journey here coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike. Of course, the rest of the teams are not to be bowing out anytime soon here. We saw moments of brilliance coming from Versatile. We saw moments of brilliance coming in from Inferno Squad as well in the earlier days here. But interesting enough, a lot of teams have started to hunt down Inferno Squad. So that's, I think, a little bit of a testing waters between some of the teams here. And I know that there are some sort of rivalries between the middle package trying to take down the top dog. So I think right now it all comes down to just handle your fights well. And most importantly, focus on what's in front of you while thinking on how to proceed further. Like, don't overthink like 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. Just think about step 1, step 2, step 3. No more. Like, anything more, you're just overthinking and you won't be able to take the first step.
Listen, man, you touched the wrong nerve, because this is what even I was worried about for Team Inferno Squad. None of us really expected them to come out and play this well. And suddenly it feels like they're in the top 3. They never saw themselves there. You look at the body language before the games began, they were looking confident. For a top 3 team and still in contention. This is where we've seen even the greatest of the minds fail. This is where you suddenly start taking so much pressure. You tend to overthink, and that is where the small mistakes start to happen. That is where we can finally see those chinks in your armor finally starting to show up. And considering the fact that we've got a lot of those veteran returning teams inside the lobby, this is what Team Inferno Squad need to really watch out for.
Yeah, but I think I don't think we should have been surprised with what is happening right now with both Inferno Squad and Team Limra. This is what we expected, right? After BGI's 2024, I think every one of us figured that the reason these 2 teams failed was lack of experience. They saw their idols next to them and their hands started to shake. But now their idols have turned into their rivals, and it's time to take them on head-on in this last match of the day. The map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go for one last time on day 1 of the grand finale of the iQOO BMPS 2024. And the plane is once again in the sky.
All right, this is quite interesting. Quite opposite. If you take a look about this flight path trajectory all the way from Starboard, heads towards the Susnovka military base, literally dissecting the map into 2 halves. At this point, Johnny, we've seen a circle that goes up top. But seems like I fancy myself a circle this time, going around the military base.
On that note, Fixes. No, we're up now.
Oh, yeah. But you still have Yasnaya.
I mean, you still have Yasnaya, but yeah. Did they take an exit there?
No.
Yes, they do.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
All
they
right.
do.
All right. This is going to be fun. Because at this point, for Team X-Park, I think they have to just switch gears. Right from Gear 5, right from minute 1, go out on a hunt, find out any opposing force around you, and just take them down, man.
Is it okay if I say I'm a little disappointed? I really wanted to see that fight.
Look, man, I understand it is for your guilty pleasure, but
Yes,
still,
true.
you know, we've got bigger things at hand, especially for X-Park. When you talk about their storyline, this has never happened in the history of BGMI, a team winning 2 back-to-back official events. And Team X-Park, they were looking so solid, certainly one of those favorites, but day number 1 hasn't really gone their way. But look at this split. Now, this is something that really sparks my curiousness over here. What are they up to? Are they collecting vehicles?
Yeah, it's just for those vehicles. They are looking for options to move around the map as quickly as possible. I was expecting a little bit of a drop clash between Limra and Hyderabad Hydras. Just seeing those parachutes take an exit towards Severny, but turns out no one wants to fight right now in the early stages of the game. Maybe TWOB, because that is what their intentions were in the first game of the day, the very first Erangel as well, when they looked to go on a soft little hunt. But hey, Fixes!
Told you.
How do you do it, man? I mean, that is a good prediction. It is down south the circle.
It was a flick of the wand, and seems like the magic has happened. Especially when you want that perfect storyline, when it is in the making. The first game of Erangel, we saw a circle go up north. So it was sort of evident that the final game, we had to go down south. And this would be a perfect one. But now talking about all of these teams, now this is a perfect golden chance for even the likes of Team 8-Bit to get a nice conversion out of this one. They've changed their drop location, they've gone back towards the military base, and this is going to be fun, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely going to be fun. I am expecting a few shenanigans over here, but no, Inferno squad. Spotted out by the players of Phoenix, no Josh with that mini.
One shot connects.
Yeah, one connects, but not enough damage dished out for the North. And now there's like a good amount of distance. The red dot is not going to be accurate enough.
What was really exciting over there was that one shot hitting that head, bringing the HP down to almost 30%, and one more body shot and Owen would have been sent back packing. But what a journey has it been even for Owen individually as a player. Not one of those usual suspects in the MVP list, but when it matters, the grand stages of all, he has stepped up and he's gone big this time. But for TWOB, the concern's still there. Why are they missing? Where are they? Because this is one good game. They need to execute that early rotation. And seems like that is exactly what they're after.
I believe TWOB and Reckoning Esports, the mindset is quite similar. Both the teams looking for early fights, but what is working out for Reckoning Esports right now, not really working out for TWOB. The conversion into those 4v4s not really looking good, losing out players early. And even this time we saw them quite close to the players of Ignite Gaming, but Prince OG moves towards the military island as quickly as possible. We've seen him do this before. There was this iconic play last year. He was playing for a different banner back then, had bicycles in his backpack to move around once they got down south. I wonder if he's going to go back in that memory bank, make the call to his teammates, guys, find those bicycles.
I think he's even done this in the BMPS as well. That's perfect because, you know, you have to exploit the resources.
Yeah.
If the game does have the mechanics, why not use it? But a lot of teams are already migrating down south. I think one of the bigger names has to be Newman Forever. We know they kind of tend to go for that split drop, right? Ash was down there in the southern islands, and suddenly when they saw the circle, the entire team just went up there.
Yeah.
Now they've their backlines cleared. They've got all their foes in front of them. And if Newman Forever, Johnny, they play their cards right, I think this could also be a chicken dinner for them.
Yeah, again, I mean, Newman Forever, they got very close in that last game on the map of Miramar, but just barely failed to seize the opportunity. And it wasn't even their fault. It was Bliss and Moksh from Hyderabad Hydras that resulted in Newman taking a slightly earlier exit than they would have hoped for. They were still inside of the top 5 and had a decent number of eliminations to work with. But hey, here they are, the lads from the side of TWOB. They made it to the shoreline of that military island. In the meanwhile, 8-Bit, they're They've set up a camp.
They're doing this
on that bridge. They're very proficient at doing this as well.
Sure, why not? But you know what I do not like is they do not have the entire cavalry here. It's just 2 players standing guard, and seems like Somraj is trying to inch in. His position completely compromised, Johnny.
Man, his spidey sense started to tingle.
Stress.
And he knew something was happening. Sends Infinity up front, and Infinity instantly goes down. Can't really go. Infinity and beyond. That's the first casualty of the game. And it's going to be Versatile. 1 man down already.
Quite a stark reality check for Versatile over here. Clearly, Infinity had to be the scapegoat over there. For a moment, Somraj was heading up straight. And then he had his spider senses tingling. He realized that there was something around. And these are those desperate times, right? Somraj realized that, yes, Versatile, for them to have a really good time, they need to make a quick move. What they really did not anticipate was 8-bit holding the gates. And this is where things have gone awry for them. But Versatile, surely they have to bounce back.
It's not going to be easy, though. I mean, the first challenge in a circle like this, especially if it moves down south, is going to be figuring out how to cross over to the other side. And it's all going to come down to how much information Versatile can gather with a player down. You lose out on basically a man who could have watched a single direction for you. On the other side, look at Bliss. Landing on the southern shoreline of Norapnoy over there. Quite a smart move.
Yeah, I mean, considering the fact that where they drop off around those eastern shore lines, this is, I think, pretty cunning from their side. And we know all these IGLs, they're very topographically sound. They know when to inject themselves inside the circle, and nobody wants to take those early casualties, Johnny. And as a result of which, we've been talking about TWOB being completely absent in the iQOO BMPS Grand Finals, but Ignite Gaming, this is also a team. I think barring just that one game of Miramar, where they're being pushed at, feels like they are playing out of their element. Where is that aggression missing?
Yeah, I mean, it just completely vanished. Tried one game, failed. I think for teams like Ignite, for teams like Battle, need to take a page out of the book of Team Limra. Stick to the strategy you know works the best. Doesn't matter how many points you're securing, as long as you're consistent, you are going to move up in the leaderboard. We were so critical about Limra earlier during the day, and look at where they are right now, in the top 3.
I think nothing to really worry about Team Limra.
Not
like
anymore.
I said, right? They've got an airtight strategy that is working. It is broken, but as long as it is fetching them points, and with points, that is where they get one step closer to their dreams. Who are we to complain? But what a day has it been for Hero Extreme Godlike. Imagine they make a LAN appearance after so long. And boy, oh boy, have they delivered.
Oh, of course. You can see the Esports right now looking to secure or have a big game for themselves, at least in the last match of the day. All right, and in the last game now is when the teams have sort of calmed down a little bit. As it turns out, Newman, you talked about them, crossed over towards the military island extremely early inside of this match, and they have been holding on to these compounds for the last 5 minutes.
Wait.
Luckily for them, double airdrops near them.
Ash just went cold right past it. Did he even get those level 3? Because look at him. He barely even has a helmet.
Look what happened, Fixes. Look what just happened. Almost half the lobby switched towards the military base, towards the military island, and the circle just takes a northern shift.
And this is where even Somraj must be cussing himself, right?
Yeah.
Had he not said Infinity, this could have been their game to lose. Especially considering now they've got that entire opening to them. The entire farm area up for grabs, and look at that influx coming in from Hyderabad Hydras. You've got Hero Extreme Godlike right on their tails. On their sides, you've got the likes of Phoenix Esports. So all of these teams are going to massively benefit. But amongst this, then we look at the other outliers, Team X-Park. Surely this is the time they start to rotate, because the more they delay, this is where they might face trouble while getting inside the circle.
Yeah, Xbox, I mean, still there's an opportunity for them to fight it out against the players of Team Limra and the players of Silly Esports closing in from the northern side, but they're still holding on to that Yasnaya city. In the meanwhile, as you were talking about, them fixes Phoenix, Hyderabad Hydras and Hero Extreme Godlike, all three squads have managed to breach the circle from that northwestern edge. Another team sticking towards the northwestern side of the map, still in northern Georgia Pole. It's going to be the side of Inferno squad. I wonder how long they're going to stay there.
Imagine you are Team Bliss right now. You took a botation all the way from that eastern shoreline, came down south on the coast, and now you have to find vehicles. The good thing is, they have a couple of buggies to work around. Of course, Eggy just doing his due diligence, checking things out, making sure everything is dandy, even for the likes of Newman Forever, Johnny. Another team that rotated pretty quick, but now they might face some trouble getting back to the central land.
Well, yeah, it's going to be difficult for sure, unless they save their boat. They can take it back to maybe Milta.
You might still face some coast guards.
Oh, yeah. At this point, I think the only shoreline position that's going to be off limits is going to be Ferry Pier and Promos, because this late in the game, you definitely expect someone to be there. But apart from that, that eastern shoreline can be theirs for grabs. But hey, look at this. Your Extreme Godlike put under a little bit of fire. They were stuck out into the open, but no damage taken upon themselves. They do manage to get a little bit of safe haven into this church.
I really like this positioning and then again repositioning coming in from Team Godlike. Because one thing you've noticed, they were trying to cross over the bridge, but suddenly they realized that the circle is still on that central land. And what they do is instantly disengage. They had that center, they realized, I think they're having a very good time. They've got the momentum, they can go for those fights, get those finishes for themselves. And somehow playing from the edges, having that scissors approach, but matters gone wrong. Inferno squad, this is what I was worried about, Johnny. You are off to such an explosive start. Suddenly one thing goes wrong, and it is like a pack of dominoes. Everything comes falling down.
Oh, look at this. Spray God, he did have vision of the players of Reckoning Esports in front of him. What do they do with this information? That is going to be a big question. Xbox again struggling for points, suffocating for points today. Looking and hoping for a big game right now. Jatin, he's going to get a revive in this tip. Luckily for Inferno squad, where their teammate was knocked was actually a much safer position in comparison. But on the other side, Joker, he's going to get pushed upon by the players of Reckoning Esports, and the slam from the buggy knocks him down. But Sarang is going to look to trade it out. Fails, and looking for the second now. The players from the side of Xbox are looking to turn things around, but Reckoning, it seems like they might just be in control of this fight. Immortal in the back line, finds to take down Spray God, put on his knees. Sarang, the last man, fighting for his life and for the survival of his team. Immortal, he's still there, right on the edge of the blue. And if the Molotov connects, this is going to be the end, but just pixels away from getting eliminated. In the meanwhile, Sarang, he's just going up top of the hill, and no! Big blunder from both the sides! How can this happen? A double whammy fixes. Sarang takes himself out, and Immortal thinks, well, he's Johnny Blaze for some reason, walks into the fire and burns alive.
No, that is not what happened. We saw Immortal, he ran out of meds. And he was out of options. A Molotov comes in, but at the same nick of time, what Immortal does is tosses a grenade at Sarang's direction.
All right.
Eventually, we had both of these sides really going out of the game. But this is what I was talking about, right? X-Pac needed to make that quick rotation, or they had to delay. They were caught in the middle of nowhere, and that led to their sufferings.
Can you answer one question?
Go on.
Who got who first, man?
I think it was Immortal who took down Sarang towards the end. But eventually Sarang got the better of Immortal because he literally was surviving with what, 20% HP? And that Molotov, had he even had that one first aid,
it was
things
almost
would have been completely different.
That Molotov also ran out, almost ran out. He could have just stayed there for an extra second and a half or something, but
just that last step.
Yeah. Oh, that was intense, but Metal Esports, things getting a little intense for them as well. They've spotted out one player from the side of Bliss. They managed to stop him in his drags. Eggy. Yeah, easy knock, easy finish. Easy point on the board for Metal Esports.
This is looking bad, especially for Team Bliss. Feels like they've been betrayed at this very point because the circle, it has taken another shift, another hybrid circle at this point, but you look at this, almost 40% of it is still submerged inside the waters. This is where TWOB, things are starting to align for them slowly, but yes, they're still alive. They've managed to somehow make it back to the central lands, and now they've got the shoreline secured. Now the next threat coming in from TWOB would be Ignite Gaming. And this is the point where TWOB really need to start taking this fight, win it, get that momentum, and get the chicken.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect opportunity for them to strike the shoreline. Means their backlines are going to be completely clear, but Inferno squad, it seems like they have entered a demolition derby over here. Surrounded by the players of Orangutan, taking heavy fire from every single direction, and yet the Void getting knocked out, a Void losing our players into an open position like this, and they stopped in their tracks, turned around and returned some fire on the players of OG, pushing them back even further. But Fixes, a few moments ago we saw the zone on the map feed, right? Yeah. I want to ask you a question. Who do you think is going to be kicking themselves the hardest right now, Newman or Bliss?
I think it's going to be Bliss, because for Newman, it's all about the waiting game. The good thing for Newman right now is that they're aware that 8-bit is gatekeeping the zone. So they have that ample time, and even I'm pretty sure they might have a lot of meds on them to work around with. They just have to wait for 8-bit somehow get the hell out of there. But again, a huge shout out to our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 160R. And this is one of the baddest, the sexiest bikes that we have seen in a long, long while. And guess what? The MVP of the Grand Finals walks home with one of these.
And he's not going to walk home, he's going to ride home on this.
Oh, correct.
Of course, if you have the Hero Extreme 160R 4V, why are you walking anywhere?
Yeah, my bad. But, you know, right now at this very situation, we're sort of in a predicament. This is where Hyderabad Hydras, they're in such a good position.
Yeah.
They could actually get a back-to-back, considering how really miserable the first 4 games were and how good of a recovery it was in that game of Miramar. If they somehow get another chicken dinner in Erangel, I think that would bring them back to the driver's seat, but seems like Newman, they ran out of patience, and 8-bit, they're still on a hunt.
It seems like Fixes, your assumption was wrong. Newman, unaware of the players of 8-bit blocking that military bridge. They find themselves falling into a trap, but Aditya ignores the flank. A lot of damage dished out, a lot of damage taken, but he's still surviving with a sliver of HP. This nade should do the trick, and there it is. Aditya, he's going to be put down on his knees. Newman now have an opportunity to recover with Mighty on the flank. He can deny Ash an opportunity to push any further, but Awais is in a perfect place, is in a perfect position to try and push the players of 8-bit back and make them, actually force them to stay behind these compounds. And look at that, Mighty also getting knocked out now. 8-bit with a massive disadvantage. How do they get themselves out of this deficit?
And this is happening twice. We saw that happen early on, even in Sanhok. They had such a good start. But during those mid-fights, something really happens and everything goes falling down. Especially 8-bit having such a commanding position over here.
Yeah.
This is really, you know, doubtful of what has really happened. There was no chance that 8-bit could have really lost that fight, but still Newman are fighting back.
And even Juicy and Mac over there just instantly fall back. Newman, brilliantly done, perfectly executed. Mafia is going to get a revive as well, so they do walk away with 2 finishes from this collision. Medal Esports, as soon as they cross that No Ripnoi bridge, move towards Farm, pushing further, find themselves up against the players of Ignite Gaming. This is going to be an important fight for Medal. The circle just keeps moving away from this team, man. Quite unlucky.
But who's happy? Look at Hyderabad Hydras. Seems like they're setting themselves up, but look at Medal Esports. They've got Ignite Gaming right beneath them. Pretty sure Top Dog, he's got that whiff. Spots out Sarkar, and in just the next couple of seconds, he might just go all out on them.
Godlike. They're running outside of the zone to pick a fight against the players of Silly Esports. Again, they are hungry. And they're looking for those frags. Simp making sure that Silly Esports aren't going to move out. But on the other side, Orangutan, they move in. And they move in towards their own demise. Phoenix Esports, Zayan finding that opening. Looking for the last man. But no, Atanki, brilliantly done. Finds the trades for his teams and shuts down the aggression from Phoenix Esports.
But this is somewhere where Orangutan's still not out of the woods. Medal Esports, they were just around the alley. They've heard all that commotion. We could see those vehicles proceeding their way. Athanki, of course, he saves the day for OG. But surely Wiz got one of the top fraggers. But look at this, Team Limra. This is looking so good, especially now. You know that they're going to do a heal battle over here. They've got a couple of finishes already to their names.
Yeah.
Inferno squad, they are starting to choke. And this is looking oh so concerning, Johnny.
And here is how we know, ladies and gentlemen, that a heal battle is coming from the players of Team Limra, right? We saw 3 players fighting for the control on the northeastern edge of the circle. Hesperos is headed for the Potato Hill, just east of Pochinki. He is at least 800-900 meters away from the play zone right now. And I want to see how many first aids he has on himself, because, I mean, Limra, they are going to be consistent, of course. Dragon still looking for those frags, finds one more from the side of Orangutan, putting them under more pressure than before. And Ignite Gaming still stuck. Somehow Metal moved out, and Ignite, they are not willing to let go of these compounds. They have to, though. Bliss is closing in from their east.
No, at this point, everybody is waiting for somebody to create a ripple in the ocean. And then you will have that tsunami really brewing up. For OG, yes, one of their players were knocked out. But considering the fact that they've got concrete covers for them, not so easy to go in for the push. But Ignite Gaming getting ever so close. And Turbo, what is he even thinking? Orangutan just rattling him down with bullets. But IG, here they come with the push.
Well, Ignite Gaming, they move in, and instead of running into the players of Bliss, they run into OG, who are already warmed up with a fight against the players of Phoenix Esports. Vermithor, he needs to find the opening with an nade, lobs it on the wall, makes it bounce towards the man on that first floor, but doesn't really connect. Aru on the other side. Oh, this is looking quite good. Very aggressive, very confident, looks to move in, jumps indoors, spams the DBS. Wow. Athanki as well finds another knock for his team. Athanki gets knocked out, and Orangutan finally might be in some trouble. But have no fear, Aru is still there. But the third party from the players of Team Limra, and this could not be any more perfect. Vermithor, Sarkar, Athanki, Aru, 4 points lying inside these barn houses. But Metal Esports, I thought they had left fixes. Turns out they didn't. They're still here. Onko moves in with Top Dog and Sahil OP, and Team Limra all of a sudden are greeted by, well, an unpleasant surprise.
No, this is the tsunami that I was talking about, especially OG. Somehow suffering that, somehow surviving that, but Metal Esports showing no mercy, hammering down the players of Team Limra over here. But Metal, they have taken losses of their own. Top Dog, Paradox already down and out. But OG, they're somehow still breathing. They're somehow still in it.
It's a fire sale right now for those finishes. It's all about who can grab what in their hands before they eventually get kicked out. Down to OG and Metal Esports. Somehow Orangutan did manage to survive. Athanki was brought back. He's been knocked out again. Aru still left standing. Plus, they are going to have those crates all around them, the players of OG. So they're going to be, their utilities will be replenished, which could be the game changer. The nade, it could connect. Aru takes a lot of damage, but there's another nade right next to him, and he finally gets knocked out. It's down to Athanki now.
Again, dire circumstances for Orangutan, but we have seen Athanki pull off clutches like this before. But Metal Esports, they need to stage their comeback, and this is the perfect time. Just 2 finishes won't make the cut, as now just trying to kind of barrage this compound with all that grenade, trying to flush their opposition out. But Team Orangutan, they are relentless. They refuse to die. They refuse to bow out.
And they are still there in this game because of that. Metal Esports on the other side get a little too desperate. They move out into the open. Aru gets taken out by the blue zone, still in that barn house. But Versatile now on our screens, and it seems like they've spotted out the players of Metal Esports who were already bleeding. And Metal finally do have to bow down. Too much pressure for them to handle. Stylo knocked out, Encore the last man left standing, and again can be taken out by either Versatile or the players of Godlike. And it is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike who do actually end up securing those frag points for themselves.
Look at this, look at this. Smart stuff coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike. Again playing around the edges, and now this again pays off in dividends as Metal Esports, they get burnt into thin air. blown into smithereens over there as godlike. They somehow continue their annihilation. This time they go after the players of TWOB.
Looking to bunk a few more teams. Hero Extreme godlike now. The next target in sight is going to be the side of TWOB. And look at how beautiful, how perfect this looks. Punk with the suppressing fire, while Admino, Jonathan and Simp look to move in. The drive over, the run over does not really work out. So Jonathan actually falls back. Simp and Admino knocked out. Hero Extreme godlike, they want a reset right now. Admino's finish will be confirmed along with Sims, and TWOB finally have a man advantage in this fight. I think this could be the end of Hero Extreme godlike, but considering they were doing very well throughout the entire day, it's been a brilliant day for them. 3 finishes, they're not going to be too worried, but hey! What? That was a 3-pointer coming in. Punk, what have you done? He does get knocked out, but leaves the door wide open for Jonathan to secure this point for his team. Armed with the S12K, the man runs forward, and there it is. TWOB down to the last man. Sarvith, he's hiding behind that car, but can he clutch this fight for the sake of his teammates? They are just knocked out behind him and barely surviving. TWOB, they handle the pressure. 7 eliminations secured, and Hero Extreme godlike finally shown the early exit.
Oh my god, this went down the wire, but no time to breathe because we've got another point in the making. Numan forever inching in ever so close on the players of Hyderabad Hydras. At this point, you've got Termi, the first point of contact, but look at this. Numan forever, they are showing no mercy. Insidious, almost on the verge of getting extinct, and there you have it. Mafia, that one grenade, gets cooked into perfection and leaves that lone survivor Termi to do all the deeds.
This is revenge for what went down in Miramar just a few moments ago. Numan, they're looking for the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and as we saw, Insidious knocked out. Termi was forced to deal with all the pressure in the front lines all alone. But Numan, they have complete control of the play zone right now. They are the gatekeepers, and just like Gandalf, they are not going to let anyone through.
They certainly aren't. Hold the door is the call. No ID, no entry. Say the players of Numan forever. At this point, you've got Termi still alive. Insidious brought back to life. You've got Crypto along with it. For Hyderabad Hydras, they made it inside the top 5. But look at them. Not even a single finishes Mafia. That is a peek it and blink it moment as Termi, he gets eviscerated.
Man, I mean, thou shall not pass. That is what Numan is saying right now to everyone in front of them. And I think this just might be their game for sure, unless 8-Bit can do something about this. They have utility, but the pressure from the blue in the next 15 seconds, it's going to be a little too much to deal with. Plus, there are shots coming in from a different direction as well. But hey, Fix, just look at the radar. There's one more man from the side of TWOB in the distance. If he gets a little too close, that third party is going to give him a lot of points, and he's going to completely ruin the day for both Hyderabad Hydras and 8-Bit. I think their day is ruined. Always, he knows where he is. Oh, could have been a perfect knock, but Mac escaped. Quite lucky, to be honest.
Look at this, Juicy. Offers some monkey business. Mac out in the open, still gets taken down. The IGL himself, this time wrecking havoc. Numan forever. 8 finishes secured already. And now, Numan forever, they know this chicken dinner is almost in the bag, but Hyderabad Hydras are still lurking beside them.
But the blue zone, here it comes, and Hyderabad Hydras are going to be forced to push forward. Insidious finds a knock, and the finish on Oasis. And Numan finally might take an early exit. 8-Bit forced outside, back into the lobby. We're down to 2 teams. Finally, the top 2 in front of our eyes. Numan with 3 and Hyderabad Hydras with the last 2 players. It is going to be a close quarter combat situation. Insidious finished off. Crypto, the last man left alive, takes down one, looking for the second. Does he find it though? The answer is no. And finally, Numan forever, they get revenge for that exit handed to them by Hyderabad Hydras on Miramar. They win the chicken dinner in style on Erangel, and Mafia, a big reason for this win. 7 eliminations secured by this one man.
What a game, what a game. Numan forever, the talk of the town, the top team from the semifinals finally shows up in the final game of day 1 here in the iQOO BMPS. Day number 1, 2024. This is insane games we have seen so far. We've seen a lot of rivalry between the bottom, the top. It was just absolute chaos coming in. And for Numan forever to finally clutch a chicken dinner, I feel this is pretty okay for them.
It was nothing less than a cinema. I think we saw so many of those fights.
Exactly.
Finally, we get to see those clean 4v4s. This is exactly what we wanted. Considering Newman Forever and their journey, they went down south and then they had to move up north. Considering 8-Bit was also there dealing with them, somehow holding on to the composure. Hyderabad Hydra, so much. It was stressful.
Yeah.
But at the end of things, it was such a huge sigh of relief for the players.
Man, more than the fights in the end, it was all about the rotation that they took before when the game began. Moving down south so early and that decision backfiring upon them. Dealing with that itself was such a big mental block for the players of Newman Forever. They dealt with it, took down the players of 8-Bit, and then in the end took down Hyderabad Hydras for the chicken dinner.
Agreed, and of course on screen as well, we do see the real-time moments of every single player, what happened to them in defeat or in success. X-Park obviously not having a good run here for day number 1, but even Jonathan, the man, the GOAT himself, has had a little bit of an unfortunate turn of events just for today. 2 moments that he could have shined, but still, unfortunately, could not secure the moment. In this case, of course, there's still 2 more days to go, and it is still a long journey. You can see frustrations are kicking in. The mental pressure, the intensity of the entire tournament is starting to kick in play. And to be honest, I'm really, really happy to see what happened, because think about this, right? 16 of the best teams from all around India are gathered here.
Yeah.
And guess what? All are equal. Even though Godlike is at the top, guess what? Even gods do bleed.
Exactly. I mean, they were made to bleed in this particular match as well. The fight was set up for them to be successful against the players of TWOB. And it came down to that final 1v1, man. It was so close. But then again, 1v1 sometimes, most of the times, they are going to be completely 50-50.
Okay, I want to break that fight down, because you look at that situation, Punk, he delivers a 3-piece. 3 players get knocked out, and it was suddenly panic, it was suddenly chaos. But that is the moment before that we saw Jonathan overextending a little bit. Got a little ahead of himself over there, because he did not have that perfect angle to strike. That is where we saw Punk getting those grenade knocks. And yes, the backup did arrive, but it was a little too late. And when it comes down to those 1v1 situations, gotta give it to Sarvit, man. Especially when you've got your backs against the wall, still somehow clutching it against the top tier table toppers. I think that is quite a massive feat to achieve.
I think it's all about him being very smart on his approach, right? Like Sarvit against the engagement with Jonathan, he had that right hand advantage here. Because of those jiggle pick, Jonathan, there's no way he was able to spot him out as well. And I saw a couple of instances where they were kind of animation locked to a certain degree. And one thing I really liked about that particular match was that Wise in the final moment, his jiggle pick was so spot on to a point that there's no way TWOB could have taken him down. And that was really, really nice gatekeep coming from
Newman Forever.
Newman Forever in that final game. So that was a very, very interesting approach here. But again, as I talked about as well, it is a marathon, not a sprint. It is going to be the grind coming in. Consistency is going to be key. But I'm really happy that Newman Forever has finally gotten themselves the chicken dinner, despite being the #1 seed from the semifinals. But of course, you're going to be heading over to our host in a very, very short interview with the members coming from Newman Forever to kind of take a little bit of dive on how they're feeling right throughout this entire day of 6 games, because we are going to be throwing over to the host here. Rohit, this is for you to shine. Take it away, Rohit.
ये तो बस शुरुआत है. थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स. एंड डे 1 का आखिरी मैच यहाँ पर खत्म हो चुका है. एंड फाइनल से पहले पहले वाले जो राउंड्स थे, उसमें जो हमारे टेबल टॉपर्स थे न्यूमन फॉरएवर, उनसे बहुत लोगों ने बहुत उम्मीदें लगाई थी. पहले मैचेस 5 मैचेस के बाद अभी तक चिकन डिनर नहीं निकाला, तो शायद कहीं ना कहीं वो भी सोच रहे होंगे कि यार ये चिकन डिनर निकालना बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो इसी के बारे में जान लेते हैं अभी. वी हैव अ वेरी special player from Newman Forever. Let's welcome Oways. Oways आ जाइए from Newman Forever. Congratulations Oways. कहते हैं कि दिन की शुरुआत चाहे जैसे भी हो, अंत अच्छा होना चाहिए, और अंत अच्छा हो गया है. तो इस समय ये मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, ये जो पहला दिन होता है, बहुत सारे लोग मानते हैं कि बहुत क्रूशल होता है, क्योंकि मोमेंटम इसी से बनता है. तो पहले 5 मैचेस के बाद ये चिकन डिनर टुवर्ड्स द एंड निकालना कितना इंपॉर्टेंट था आपके लिए और आपकी टीम के लिए?
चिकन तो बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट था हमारे लिए, क्योंकि हम लोग फर्स्ट गेम से लाइक 2-3 चिकन थ्रो कर दिए जो कि हमारे बहुत इजी कन्वर्टेबल थे, बट हमने चोक कर दिया। तो हम लोग का यही था कि 5 गेम में चिकन नहीं है, लास्ट गेम में तो कैसे भी आए, तो एंड गुड नोट पे हो।
एंड बहुत ही बढ़िया नोट पे हुआ है। एंड स्कूल में होमवर्क मिला करता था, तो आज ये डे 2 से पहले और डे 1 के बाद क्या होमवर्क होने वाला है न्यूमन फॉरएवर के लिए?
डे 1 तो पता नहीं था कि लोग कैसे खेलेंगे, क्या करेंगे, कुछ आइडिया नहीं था। बट अभी डे 2 में डे 1 जो हुआ है उसको हम देखेंगे, रीड करेंगे कौन कैसे खेल रहा है, क्या खेल रहा है, तो डे 2 के लिए हेल्प होगी वैसे।
एंड फाइनल से पहले आपकी टीम बहुतों की फेवरेट्स बन चुकी थी ऑलरेडी, क्योंकि टेबल टॉप आप कर ही रहे थे। लेकिन ये जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस होती हैं, कभी कभार ये कहते हैं ना, उम्मीदें दुख का कारण बन जाती हैं, तो क्या ये एक्सपेक्टेशंस कहीं ना कहीं प्रेशर भी ऐड करता है?
प्रेशर तो नहीं है, क्योंकि हम लोग सब लोग, मैं ऐश बहुत टाइम से खेल रहे हैं साथ, मतलब पहले भी साथ में खेले हैं और हमको एक्सपीरियंस है, तो हम प्रेशर नहीं लेते किसी चीज़ का, जो होगा देखा जाएगा।
ऑलराइट, तो इस समय हमें भी देखना है कि क्या क्या हो सकता है और न्यूमन फॉरएवर और आपकी पूरी टीम और आप पर्सनली कैसा परफॉर्म करते हैं। तो ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर दैट एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन दिस अमेजिंग विन। ऑलराइट, सो दैट वाज ऑलवेज फ्रॉम न्यूमन फॉरएवर। तो अभी के लिए लेट्स हेड बैक टू आवर कास्टर्स एंड वी विल बी राइट बैक ऑन दिस stage with something special for you. So we will be right back as well.
Thank you so much, Rohit, for that amazing interview there, because Newman Forever, I like what they said as well.
Yeah.
They started the first day a little bit shaky as well. Wasn't really sure about what all the other teams were doing here, but getting the chicken dinner in the final moment here, at least they were able to end on a good note here for day number 1. Now, all things considered here, that's their expression thus far. Whew. Did you guys expect what happened today?
I mean, not really. I mean, no one expected Hero Extreme Godlike to pop off this, the way that they did in day 1 itself. Along with them, I think Limra is that team that we did not discuss in the last game. They were still in the top 4, by the way, guys.
They were actually.
But nevertheless, here to sum it up for the final map of the day, let's take a look at the point standings of map number 6 here. Newman Forever taking chicken dinner with a total of 20 points. The total TWOB on second place with 10 points. Hydra, but Hydra's stepped up as well in the final game with 9 points for themselves. Team Limra sneaking their way through with 9 points. 8-bit, 7 points. Godlike on 6th place with 7 points, alongside with Orangutan. Medal Esports 4 points, and also Reckoning on 9th place with 4 points. So this is pretty much the top half of the leaderboard here. Of course, we're talking about acquiring points. Top 1 to 7 is the major per people who took the bigger chunks of the pie.
You know what, TWOB, they also staged quite a comeback there. Especially, you talk about ending the day on a good note. I think 10 points, something to hold on to. But I'm still concerned about Team X-Park. Again, they went on missing. That collision against Reckoning, Johnny, we are still yet to digest what happened there.
Oh, of course. I mean, that was intense. But again, I mean, looking at the rankings and specifically the 15th position Inferno squad, oh man, I know it feels like when they were so close to having it all, they just dropped the ball. A big fumble in the last 2 games.
This man is to blame. I see. He touched upon it, and that is exactly what happened. You had to do that, didn't you?
Oh, sometimes in life, well, we gotta have a little bit of luck and a little bit of curse. In this case, I'm so sorry, but that's exactly what happened here. My caster's curse is a little bit too strong, but so far, I still think Inferno squad has gotten a very, very good run thus far. But now, let's talk about the iQOO MVP for match number 6 here. We have Mafia from Newman Forever, a total of 7 finishes in the game, 12% map impact throughout the entirety of that fight. Of course, sharing it with the other members here, we have the top 5 here. We have Prince on the 2nd place, a Tanky on 3rd, Dragon on the 4th, as well as Punk on the 5th place.
You know, for Mafia, I am loving what he's doing. Johnny, even you would agree that he's having the tournament of his lives, because when you take a look at the list of the iQOO MVPs of the tournament, I think Mafia has been firing on all cylinders. And considering the fact that he gets 7 finishes, I think he is inching close. I'm pretty sure he might have even got himself into the list of the hero MVP of the finals as well. So I think for Newman Forever, they also needed a hero. We saw Simming one for Godlike, and Newman Forever, I think they have something to say about Mafia as well.
Exactly. Mafia, you know, definitely really stood out here in the final game here. But of course, all things considered, it is a marathon. There is still 2 more days to go. That means 12 more matches to try and catch up a little bit more. So that pretty much sums up the scoreboard for that final map of today. But after 6 matches has passed, who is going to be on the top? Because my prediction as of now is going to be Godlike. I know some of the Hindi talents are very, very happy about this because they made predictions that Hero is going to, Godlike is going to be on the #1 spot, going to take it all the way through. And so far, they might be somewhere around there. They're not wrong.
Bruh, nobody did. It was just me. Who picked up Hero Extreme Godlike. If you remember the cast prediction, day #1, top list. Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything about it. My prediction was X-Pac.
Mine, at least mine was Limra. You know, there's somewhere around 3, 4. You know, not that bad. Not bad. I really like Limra. Like they understand that basics is very, very important. So having those fundamentals to fall back to if things don't work out is very, very good. But again, I think I can agree with the community. I can agree with some of our fellow talents as well. They need something to actually step up. Like being consistent, getting 8-9 points is not enough to take the whole pie. So they really need to step up the game.
I think just a little bit more aggression. That's all they need. I mean, they're consistently getting 3 to 4 eliminations every single game, and they're finishing in the top 3 every single game, top 3, top 4. If they can pump up the aggression, the finish numbers, if they can go for 5 eliminations every match and still finish in the top 4, I think that in itself automatically will start to stack up. And the thing about Team Limra is, in the 6 matches we saw them play in, not once did their strategy fail. They always stuck to the same thing, and it just worked out quite nicely every single time. You know what that means? Anytime someone above them makes a single mistake, instantly Limra takes over.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? True. That's why it's all about consistency. So hopefully the consistency is going to be enough to push them into the higher spots. But now, let's take a look at the overall scores for how all 6 maps have happened here. And of course, Hero Extreme Godlike at the top with 66 points. But little did they know, sneaking out from behind, Newman Forever ends the day at 2nd place here with 52 points. Wow, that is an impressive jump coming from Newman Forever.
And this is where my concerns really started rising for Inferno Squad. They are starting to dip down, especially considering they had that little bit of a lead surmounting before that 6th game began. Now it is all out in the open. It is even Stevens, barely even 10 points separating them from the ones at 8th or 9th.
Yeah, but the question is, what do you do when the team sitting on the 1st position has more finishes than the total points of the team on the 6th position?
It's a joke.
How do you take that fight? How do you take them on, man? At this point, taking on Hero Extreme Godlike, it's down to Newman, it's down to the likes of Bliss. Not Bliss, my apologies. Limra is there, Inferno Squad is there. But then again, they have to make sure that they capitalize in the matches where Hero Extreme Godlike is failing. If that fails to happen, then they're just going to maintain that lead. That's a 14-point advantage at the end of day 1.
Agreed. And as of now as well, I want to talk also about Hyderabad Hyra. They were, you know, had a very, very rocky start in early games here, but they were able to pick themselves in 6th place. So I would say the adaptations has been doing okay, but all things considered here, that pretty much sums up for day #1. But I want to see what Rohit has a special surprise for you guys up on stage.
Thank you so much, casters. Well, with this, we come to the end of day 1, and what a day it has been. लेकिन इस समय कुछ लोग हैं जिन्होंने अपना नाम एकदम आउटस्टैंडिंग वाली लिस्ट में एकदम बुलंद अक्षरों में लिख लिया है, इसलिए उनको अभी यहाँ पर मंच पर बुलाते हैं. एंड लेट्स वेलकम द iQOO MVP, and it is from Hero Extreme Godlike. We have Admino with 86 finishes till now. ये हम लोग राउंड 1 से काउंट कर रहे हैं, and he has been dominant in this particular category with 86 finishes. जो इंसान नंबर 2 पर हैं, वो काफी दूर हैं, 79 finishes पर हैं, लेकिन Admino is here with 86 finishes. Congratulations. iQOO MVP हैं आप इस समय, and ये हर दिन हम लोग ये आंकड़ा हम लोग मेजर कर रहे हैं, हम लोग कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं, एंड ये आंकड़ा बढ़ भी सकता है, कोई कंपटीशन सामने भी आ सकता है, लेकिन राउंड 1 से एडमिनो यू हैव बीन डोमिनेंट. अभी मुझे पता चला है कि राउंड 1 से यू हैव बीन द MVP विद द मोस्ट नंबर ऑफ फिनिशेस. ये एक फ्लेक्स होता है, कहीं ना कहीं स्वैग आता है, अच्छी नींद आती है ये सुनने के बाद.
आई डोंट थिंक सो कि ऐसा होता है, क्योंकि एक टीम गेम है और टीम गेम में से जो मतलब सब अपना इक्वल इनपुट देते हैं, बट उसमें से किसी पे शायद से लक फैक्टर जाता है, जो इधर आ जाता है। आज मैं हूँ, कल मेरी टीम में से कोई और भी हो सकता है।
लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि आपने यही बोला है कि मेरी टीम से कोई और हो सकता है, आपने किसी और टीम के नहीं बोला यहाँ पर।
वेल अभी हमारी टीम बहुत ज़्यादा कंसिस्टेंट है, तो आई होप कि ये फ्यूचर में भी बना रहे, देखते हैं बाकी।
यहाँ पर कुछ लोग कह रहे थे कि ऑलमोस्ट 3 चिकन डिनर्स आज आपके हाथ लग रही थी, ऑलमोस्ट 3, लेकिन 2 तो डेफिनेटली आ चुकी है। तो ये जो मोमेंटम मिला है इस समय हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक की, जो यहाँ पर अरीना जाने के बाद जब आप अपने होटल जाएंगे तो माहौल कैसा होगा टीम के साथ?
वेल हम लोग रीसेट हो जाएंगे वापस, हम ऐसा सोचेंगे कल से फिर से डे 1 है, क्योंकि अभी अगर हम हवा में उड़े तो हमारे लिए कल बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत आएगी। बाकी हम फिर से कुछ स्टडी करके आएंगे और कल कुछ नया ट्राई करेंगे।
एंड इस समय कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्टर तो होता ही है, जिस तरह से आपका मोमेंटम बना है, यहाँ पर 2-2 चिकन डिनर्स आपकी टीम ने निकाला है, तो ये जो मोमेंटम होता है, ये डे 2 एक बहुत ही क्रूशल दिन होता है, जहाँ पर लोगों को लगता है कि यार डे 1 में तो शुरुआत अच्छी होनी चाहिए, डे 3 तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, एंड डे 2 लोग कहते हैं कि यार ये तो बस निकालना होता है। लेकिन डे 2 आप एज अ प्लेयर, एज अ टीम, थोड़ा सा बताइए कि कितना क्रूशल होता है?
वेल एज अ टीम डे 1 मेरे हिसाब से ज़्यादा क्रूशल होता है, क्योंकि उधर हमको कॉन्फिडेंस मिलता है, और अगर हम वो कंसिस्टेंसी करते रहे, अगर हमने डे 1 अच्छे से ख़त्म कर दिया तो डे 2 और डे 3 में हमें बस वही कंसिस्टेंसी रखनी है, ताकि हम ये ले जा सके अपने घर।
ऑल राइट, एंड यही सपना है इस समय हमारे सारे टीम्स का। एंड इस समय गॉड लाइक की अगर बात करें, नॉट जस्ट द iQOO MVP वी हैव एडमिनो विद अस, बल्कि इस समय डे 1 के बाद ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स की भी बात करें तो वहां पर भी आप टॉप पर हैं, तो बढ़िया चल रहा है। तो इस समय बढ़िया ही है सब कुछ।
ये अभी तो बढ़िया ही है, बाकी अपन अब लास्ट डे पे बात करेंगे जब हम ये लेके जाएंगे।
I love that confidence. So that's, ladies and gentlemen, the iQOO MVP Admino from Hero Extreme Godlike. Congratulations Admino. Please आप अपनी टीम को ज्वाइन बैक कीजिए। एंड अब चलते हैं हमारे हीरो MVP की तरफ। अब हीरो MVP वो हैं जिन्होंने आज के दिन सबसे ज्यादा फिनिशेस अपने नाम किया है, एंड दैट इज माफिया फ्रॉम न्यूमन फॉरएवर। सो जोरदार तालियों से लेट्स वेलकम माफिया फ्रॉम न्यूमन फॉरएवर, आवर हीरो MVP। माफिया कांग्रेचुलेशंस, ये टैग आपके नाम लग चुका है, आप बन चुके हैं हमारे पहले दिन के हीरो MVP 13 फिनिशेस के साथ। एंड इस समय अगर ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स की बात करें, आपका टीम भी बढ़िया कर रहा है, भले ही टुवर्ड्स द एंड आपको वो चिकन डिनर मिला, लेकिन इस समय टीम इज इन अ वेरी गुड सिचुएशन।
ये डिनर अपने को चाहिए था, क्योंकि अपन थोड़ा नीचे चल रहे थे, तो ये डिनर आया, खुश हैं सारे, और मैंने भी मारा तो मुझे भी अच्छा लग रहा है।
ऑल राइट, एंड अगर आपके इस समय परफॉर्मेंस की बात करें तो बहुत सारे चर्चे हो रहे हैं, 13 फिनिशेस तो आपने किए ही हैं, लेकिन और भी बहुत सारे आंकड़े हैं जिसके बारे में हम लोग थोड़ा सा बात कर लेते हैं यहाँ पर। ऑफ कोर्स न्यूमन फॉरएवर हैज़ बीन परफॉर्मिंग रियली वेल, हैज़ गॉट दैट मोमेंटम, एंड इनिशियल राउंड्स में भी आपको ये मोमेंटम मिला है, लेकिन इस मोमेंटम को डे 2 में और डे 3 में आगे ले जाने के लिए क्या स्ट्रैटेजीज होती हैं, क्या प्लानिंग होती है टीम के साथ?
बेसिकली तो अपन आज के मैचेस देखेंगे, जो भी गलती हुई वो कल नहीं करने के, ये ट्राई करेंगे, तो कल थोड़ा और अच्छा खेलेंगे, ऐसे ही मतलब गलती का ध्यान रखेंगे।
तो आपने ऑलरेडी शायद गेम के बीच में अपनी गलतियां नोट डाउन कर ली हैं अपने जहन में, अपने माइंड में, अपने नोट्स बना लिए हैं, तो ये होमवर्क आज होने वाला है फॉर श्योर।
यस ये तो होएगा।
भले ही दिन का अंत आपने एक चिकन डिनर के साथ किया है, बट आपका ये जो एक रेस्टिंग फेज है कि यार देखो चिकन डिनर निकाल लिया है, हम लोग टेबल टॉपर्स भी हैं, लेकिन ये आप कंप्लेसेंट नहीं हो सकते यहाँ पर, भले ही टेबल पे आप एकदम टॉप 3 पोजीशंस में आपने एक पोजीशन ले रखा है।
ट्राई करेंगे कल को #1 आए। आज का टारगेट वही था कि अपन 60-70 पॉइंट निकाले, वो हो नहीं पाया, पर कल ट्राई करेंगे अच्छे से खेले और #1 आए।
All right, so यही हम लोग भी उम्मीद कर रहे हैं। So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our hero MVP Mafia from Newman Forever. Come on, Kochi, let's hear it for this. Thank you so much, Mafia, and all the best दूसरे और तीसरे दिन के लिए। All right, so ladies and gentlemen, इस समय अगर हम बात करें तो ये जो हीरो MVP है, ये हर दिन हम लोग कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं, एंड राउंड 1 से हम लोग iQOO MVP को कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं। एंड अगर आपका कोई फेवरेट है तो आपको पता ही, तो आपको तो बताना ही है कि चैट में आप बताते रहिए कि आपका फेवरेट अल्टीमेटली iQOO MVP कौन होगा। लेकिन इस समय अगर कंटेंडर्स की बात कर रहे हैं तो टॉप 5 कंटेंडर्स कौन है आफ्टर डे 1? लेट्स हैव अ लुक। क्या इसमें आपकी प्रेडिक्शन है या नहीं है? लेट्स हैव अ लुक। वी हैव एडमिन जिनसे अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बात हुई। वेल, वी हैव ड्रैगन ओपी एंड वी हैव हाइड्रो एंड बहुतों के फेवरेट जॉनथन भी हैं इस समय टॉप 5 कंटेंडर्स में से एक, एंड माफिया ऑफ कोर्स जिनसे अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बात हुई। आपका फेवरेट कंटेंडर कौन है ये आप हमें बता सकते हैं चैट पर, है ना। एंड जाने से पहले अगर आपने अभी तक वो लाइक बटन टैप नहीं किया है तो एक बार वो लाइक बटन भी टैप कर दो। एंड आपको एक और चीज बताना चाहते हैं बिफोर वी गो, देयर इज अनदर कंटेंडर, देयर इज समथिंग एल्स दैट वी वांट टू टॉक अबाउट, एंड इस समय आप वो भी देख सकते हैं आपके स्क्रीन पर। वेल, this is the Hero Extreme MVP of the Grand Finals. अब ये पहले दिन के बाद the contenders are there on the screen. We have Mafia, we got Viper, we have Simp, जिन्होंने वो 1v4 का क्लच दिखाकर सबको इंप्रेस किया। वी हैव सारंग एंड वी हैव ओवन। अब सारंग के नाम में आप देख सकते हैं कि 3 G's हैं, तो शायद वो जो आखिरी के 2 G's हैं, इट इज ऑलवेज अबाउट द गुड गेम दैट ही पोर्ट्रेज, दैट ही शोज, दैट ही फ्लेक्सेस। तो अब दूसरे और तीसरे दिन में ये क्या चेंजेस आती हैं, क्या इसमें कोई नए नाम आते हैं, ये तो हमें वक्त ही बताएगा। लेकिन अभी वक्त हो चला है कि हम आपसे लें विदा एंड आपसे ये कहें कि हम आपसे मिलेंगे बहुत जल्द on this particular channel itself. So till then, it's me, Rohit Varghese, signing off, and we will see you very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching iQOO BMPS 2024, and that's it from day 1.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock with an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Chicka, 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 slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। विकेट! 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
ഞാനിപ്പോ ആ പ്ലെയർ അല്ല. I moved on in life.
ശരി. പറയടാ, നിനക്ക് കൂട്ടുകാരത്തുള്ള ചിക്കൻ ഡിന്നർ മിസ് ചെയ്യാനാവില്ലെന്ന് പറയടാ.
എന്നെ ആ സ്ക്വാഡിൽ തിരിച്ചെടുക്കുവോ?
ഞങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്ക്വാഡുമായി ഒന്നിക്കുകയും ന്യൂ സ്കിൻസ്, വെപ്പൺസ്, ആവേശകരമായ അപ്ഡേറ്റ്സ് എന്നിവ ആസ്വദിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഡൗൺലോഡ് BGMI today.
It's in my muscle memory, I'm pretty sure. I recognize you, there is something in your eyes. Won't let you get away tonight. You leave me in the dark. I'm stumbling around like I'm a question mark. Wondering if you're around to catch me if I fall. If I come crashing to the wall, will you let me up, jumpstart my heart? I need someone before the sun goes down. Who's gonna save me now? Some kind of hero. I can't breathe, hoping you're here to rescue me before the sun goes down. Who's gonna save me now? Some kind of hero.
Scopes? Check. Weapons? Check. Equipment? Check. Good news gamers, I have landed in the world of BGMI. मेरे इन गेम आइटम्स, आउटफिट्स और एक्सक्लूसिव के लिए हो जाओ तैयार. Download BGMI now because it's time to slay the game.